Amidst the ruins of the city, a voice narrates a story no one could have ever imagined. An archaeological excavation at a mystical ruin site accidentally disturbed an ancient seal, which then unleashed a catastrophe upon all of humanity, a bizarre blood-red mist. It quickly enveloped cities, and the people affected by the blood mist couldn't withstand it. They were mutated, driven mad, and died horribly. Meanwhile, most other living creatures transformed into terrifying mutated beasts with horrific forms and grotesque abilities. Amidst the desolation, a lone figure stood silently. His steadfast back faced a collapsing world. Wherever these mutated beasts went, the city was turned to rubble. Fear spread like a plague, sowing terror everywhere. In response, the military was mobilized. A military aircraft soared across the sky, launching a missile into the heart of the city. Boom! A world-shaking explosion roared, creating a colossal cloud of dust and smoke. From within the thick haze, a figure stumbled out, surrounded by mutated wolves. The beasts with blood-red eyes were growling. He screamed in desperation, "Xiao Shui!" The wolves bared their sharp teeth, snarling angrily. He turned back his own eyes, now glowing crimson, as he roared in fury. "Xiao Shui, where are you?" As the monsters lunged at him, he screamed in agony as his body began to transform violently. His right arm completely turned into a gruesome blood-red demonic claw. He rose from the rubble, his determined gaze scanning his surroundings. His face was cloaked in shadow, leaving only his burning red eyes visible. He whispered in pain, "Xiao Shui." He walked aimlessly through the dead city, only one name left in his mind, Shui. His steps halted as he spotted a doll. A cloth doll was lying on the ground. He knelt, the pain and despair stark on his face as he called her name again, Xiao Shui. He reached out with his monstrous arm. He hesitated, then gently poked the doll. Immediately, the demonic claw vanished, returning to a normal hand. He gently touched the doll as a single tear of blood slowly traced a path down his cheek. He whispered, "Shui." In the vast, desolate space, he collapsed to his knees. His desperate scream echoed everywhere. "Where are you?" The scene shifts back to 3 days earlier. 3. On the bustling city streets, a radio broadcast could be heard. Many areas are experiencing a natural phenomenon involving red mist. We ask citizens not to panic and to try to remain indoors. Minimize non-essential outdoor activity. Inside a car, an older brother and his younger sister were sitting next to each other. The atmosphere seemed tense. Suddenly, a soldier in full body armor slammed his hand on the car window, shouting, "Get this car moving now!" Immediately, the man in the driver's seat exclaimed in shock, The army!" Meanwhile, the older brother in the back seat muttered with an angry expression, "Those damn politicians! You really can't believe a single word they say." The younger sister huddled against her brother in fear. "Big brother, I'm scared." The brother turned, took his sister's hand, and comforted her. "It's okay, we're right here." The father in the driver's seat was skeptical. "They've already mobilized the army, and they're still calling it a natural disaster." The older brother looked out the window with a worried expression, thinking to himself, for them to make such a big move. Outside, the soldiers were looking up at the sky, their faces filled with terror. One asked, "What in the world is that red mist?" Above them, a helicopter was being swallowed whole by a massive cloud of red mist. A moment later, the helicopter lost control and plummeted to the ground, creating a horrific explosion. The father in the driver's seat and the older brother turned to look in horror, exclaiming, "What the?" With lightning-fast reflexes, the brother lunged forward to cover his sister's head, shouting, "Get down now!" The little girl only had time to let out a terrified, "Ah!" Crash debris from the helicopter rained down, crushing the front of their car. Amidst the chaos, the brother, his face full of worry, quickly asked, "Dad? Mom? Are you two okay?" While holding his terrified sister, he heard his father's pained voice from the front seat. My leg is stuck." The younger sister coughed violently, trembling as she asked, "Cough, cough! What's happening?" Suddenly, a savage roar echoed from outside, striking absolute terror into the family. The brother whipped his head around, his eyes wide with shock. What was that? A giant mutated beast appeared, spreading terror. The crowd screamed in panic. "What is that devil?" "Run! There's a monster over there! A monster!" Realizing the danger, the father shouted with urgency, "Quick! Get out of the car! Crash!" The brother kicked the car door open with all his might. He quickly pulled his little sister out of the mangled car. Their mother, trapped inside, urged them, "Take your sister and go. Forget about us." But the brother adamantly refused, trying to pry the door open. "No way! I'm getting you guys out just then." His little sister screamed in horror as she witnessed a wolf-like beast attacking someone nearby. A desperate cry for help rang out. Seeing this, the mother grew even more frantic, gripping her son's hand and almost screaming, "Go, just go!" The father added in a firm voice, "Be a man and take responsibility. You're her older brother." The mother looked at her son with a bittersweet smile and said, "Take good care of Xiao Shui." Suddenly, a massive beam of red energy slammed down right in front of the two siblings, blasting them backward. A giant mutated wolf, with its ribcage exposed, stood menacingly amidst the smoke and dust. It let out a savage roar. The horrified siblings turned back toward the car, screaming in unison, "Dad! Mom!" The monster bared its jagged teeth, its glowing red eyes fixed on its prey. Seeing the monster charge, the brother had no other choice. He gripped his sister's hand tightly and yelled, "Run!" As she ran, the little girl looked back, sobbing and calling out, "Dad! Dad, Mom!" The sky wasn't safe either. Bizarre flying creatures began their own massacre. Chaos was everywhere. Animals, people. They're all going insane. Dragging his sister by the hand as they fled for their lives, the brother screamed in confusion and despair. "What the hell is even happening?" Monstrous beasts are swarming from every corner, even climbing tall buildings to hunt their prey. The two siblings find a temporary hiding spot. The brother quickly covers his sister's mouth, signaling her to be quiet. "Shh," as a hideous wolf's head pokes through a nearby gap. He holds his breath, his face tense and beaded with sweat, his eyes fixed on the monster. Thump. 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 Luckily, the monster doesn't seem to notice them and leaves. Seeing the danger has passed, the brother breathes a sigh of relief, leaning against the wall. Phew, it's gone. But a moment later, his sister suddenly clutches her head and lets out a pained scream. "Ah!" The brother frantically holds her. "Xiao Shui, what's wrong?" But red cracks begin to appear on the little girl's face. She says weakly, "Brother, I don't feel good." He is stunned to see his own reflection in a piece of broken glass. The same red cracks have appeared on his face just like his sister's. He exclaims in horror, "What is happening?" Amidst the thickening bloody mist, he worries to himself, could it be from breathing in too much of this red fog? He immediately finds a water bottle and a piece of cloth. Hurrying to soak the cloth, he gently presses it over his sister's nose and mouth, his voice urgent. "Quick, quick! Use this to cover your nose and mouth." But suddenly he too is struck by a sharp pain. Blood-red veins bulge around his eyes, signaling a terrifying transformation. He collapses to the floor. Engulfed in a blazing red aura, he struggles to endure, gritting his teeth. "It's so hot. Something is pouring out of my body." Seeing this, Xiao Shui rushes over worriedly. "Brother, are you okay?" He tries to reassure his sister while his body fights the transformation. He grits out, "I'm fine. I'm fine." "Stop it!" He screams, writhing in pain on the floor, muttering, "Stop it!" over and over. But Xiao Shui starts to cry in fear. "Brother, don't scare me." Just then, the wolf-like monster from before has found them. It stands menacingly in the doorway. He realizes in despair, "Oh no, we've been found." The beast roars and charges. Without a second of hesitation, he shoves his sister away, shouting, "Go!" They both burst out of their hiding spot, running into a nearby abandoned supermarket. Just as they run outside, a winged beast dives down from the sky in hot pursuit. And as they get inside the supermarket, another wolf blocks the entrance. He says in despair, "We're screwed. Another one." Xiao Shui asks, trembling, "Brother, what do we do now?" In a moment of desperation, he pulls his sister into a tight hug. His voice trembling, he says, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Outside, a giant dragon-like beast lets out an earth-shattering roar that makes the ground shake. Immediately after, countless monsters begin to gather. Holding his sister tight, he thinks bitterly, "Is this really how we die today?" He suddenly makes a decision, pushing his sister deeper into the supermarket. "Get inside first." The little girl hesitates. "But brother..." He quickly picks up a wooden plank from the floor. His eyes flash with determination. "It's more dangerous outside. This is our only shot." He charges at the monster, letting out a battle cry. Argh! Clang! The plank hits the monster and shatters in two without leaving a single scratch. The monster roars in anger. He knows the situation has become dire. Crap. It lunges forward, clamping its huge jaws around him. Just then, a sharp arrow flies in from a distance and pierces its eye. Seeing her brother in danger, Xiao Shui lent a hand. Brother, are you okay? I'm here to help you." He calls her name in shock. Xiao Shui, blinded, the monster charges madly towards Xiao Shui. He screams in despair, "Run!" As the little girl flees in panic, he yells, "Xiao Shui, don't look back!" He coughs up a mouthful of blood. The pain from the transformation surges again, so intense. Cough, 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 cough. He clutches his chest, feeling the chaotic energy erupting inside. He thinks in agony, why? Why now? The monster catches up to Xiao Shui. It tackles her to the ground. She only has time to let out a terrified scream. Ah! Xiao Shui! He roars, his explosive rage shattering the nearby wall. He lunges to save his sister. Zap, blood-red energy shoots out from his body. He dives down, pinning the monster. His entire body shrouded in a dark aura, he stands over the monster, his eyes wide with killing intent. Die! Die, he screams frantically, stabbing the monster's corpse again and again. Xiao Shui collapses to the ground, horrified at the scene before her, muttering, "Brother." In his murderous rage, he can only scream, "Kill, kill, 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 kill! Just die!" Seeing her brother losing his mind, Xiao Shui rushes to hug him from behind. "Brother, what's wrong? Please stop. Don't be like this." He tries to push her hands away, his voice completely transformed. "I'm fine," she begs through her tears. "I'm okay. I'm begging you, please stop." His sister's words bring back a flood of memories. An image of his mother in a car urging him, "Go, go," and his father's stern advice, "Be responsible like a man. Son, you're the big brother," followed by his mother's gentle smile. "Take good care of Xiao Shui." A happier memory surfaces. His father with his arm proudly around his mother. "You little brat, it's your dad's job to take care of your mom." His mother smiles lovingly. "Xiao Hao, you must live a good life with Xiao Shui, okay?" His sister's desperate calls echo in his mind. "Brother, brother, 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 what's wrong? Don't be like this." He gradually regains his senses. He looks down at the little girl in his arms and calls out gently, "Xiao Shui?" Xiao Shui looks up, her tear-filled eyes wide with worry and fear. She whispers, "Brother." The murderous aura around Yan Hao vanishes. His blood-red eyes return to their original azure blue. He gives a gentle smile and says, "Sorry for making you worry." But Xiao Shui, overjoyed, quickly asked, "Brother, brother, are you okay?" Yan Hao was about to say he was fine when suddenly through the glass behind him, he was horrified to see the reflection of a giant beast rising up. Crash! The monster shattered the glass wall and charged in. Yan Hao yelled, "Look out!" and immediately grabbed his sister, rolling to the side to dodge the winged beast as it let out a ferocious roar. It swung its claws, attacking the two siblings with lightning speed. Yan Hao grabbed the iron bar from earlier and snarled at the monster, "You ugly bird! Stay away from my sister!" Yan Hao roared, swinging the iron bar hard at the beast. To protect Xiao Shui, he used all his strength to slash in a powerful arc, yelling, "Get lost!" After pushing the monster back, Yan Hao quickly moved Xiao Shui to a safer hidden corner and said, "Xiao Shui, you hide here first. I'll go deal with those monsters." The little girl worriedly grabbed his arm. "Brother, you're going alone." Yan Hao looked out with a determined gaze. "That huge monster has already targeted us. I have to lure them away." Hearing this, Xiao Shui burst into tears and hugged him tightly from behind. "Brother, don't go. I'm scared you'll be like you were just now." Yan Hao gently placed a hand on his sister's head, his voice resolute. "Don't worry, I won't lose control this time." But she still hesitated. "But—" He turned around, looked deep into his sister's eyes, and gently coaxed her. "Wait for me here. I'll come back for you right away, okay?" Xiao Shu clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes pleading. "Promise me, you'll come back safely." Yan Hao gave her a bright smile to reassure her. "Of course, I will definitely come back safely to get you." With those words, Yan Hao turned and walked away. His figure gradually disappeared into the darkness of the ruined supermarket. A dark aura began to emanate from his body. Walking alone amidst the devastation, Yan Hao calculated to himself, "If I'm not mistaken, hunting and killing these beasts, absorbing the blood-colored energy from them can make me stronger." He turned his gaze toward the largest monster. "The energy on you must be a lot more, huh?" Facing the giant monster, Yan Hao gripped the iron bar, his voice filled with resolve. "So as long as I take care of you, I should have enough power to protect my family." The monster roared in response, and Yan Hao also roared back defiantly, "Die!" But the giant monster remained still. Instead, two other wolf-like beasts rushed out from both sides. Yan Hao smirked. "So I'm not even worthy of you making a move." "Fine, then I'll kill you one by one," Yan Hao yelled, charging the wolf on the left. He dodged its attack and spectacularly counterattacked, slicing the beast's head off in an instant. Meanwhile, the other wolf seized the opportunity to attack, sinking its teeth into his arm. Yan Hao gritted his teeth and snarled, "You damn animals!" Immediately, crimson energy erupted from Yan Hao's body. He threw the two monsters off as his hands transformed back into demonic claws. He roared in a frenzy, "All of you die!" Feeling the power surging through his body, a crazed smile appeared on Yan Hao's face. So this is the feeling of power. This is amazing. At the same time, in the sky, the giant dragon beast sensed something. It looked up and saw a military bomber. It let out a sky-shaking roar, signaling its comrades to retreat. Seeing the scene before him, he snapped back to his senses a little, looking at his own hands in bewilderment. This is me. What in the world happened? Suddenly, Yan Hao looked up and was utterly terrified to see a giant missile from the falling plane plummeting straight toward his position. At that moment, a worried Xiao Shui ran towards her brother, who was gradually deforming, her voice trembling. Brother, are you all right? Yan Hao turned around in a panic and roared, "Xiao Shui, stay back!" Immediately after, a second violent explosion erupted, a blinding white light engulfing everything. From above, a military helicopter hovered over the black smoke. A scout reported, "There are survivors down here. Let's go down and check." A special forces team landed at the scene. They coldly observed the barely breathing Yan Hao, then gave an order. "This one's already been infected. Leave him. Take the little girl." As Xiao Shui was being taken away, the orders continued. "Hurry up! The monsters will be back any minute." The helicopter took off, gradually disappearing from sight. But from the ground, Yan Hao could only desperately reach his monstrous arm toward the sky, his weak call lost in the wind. "Xiao Shui!" In a blurry, fiery illusion, Xiao Shui's image turned to look at him, her eyes filled with pain and disappointment. "Brother, why didn't you come save me?" Her mournful cry was like a knife stabbing straight into his heart, causing Yan Hao to roar in his desperate dream. "Xiao Shui, no!" Waking with a start. Yan Hao shot up in a dark room, panting heavily, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He clutched his head, gritting his teeth in pain. "Damn it, it's that dream again." His gaze softened, torment clear on his face as he whispered, "Xiao Shui, it's been half a year. Where on earth are you?" Yan Hao was now dressed in a military uniform. He stood up, checked his weapon, and thought to himself, "Luckily I haven't been exposed yet." The memories flooded back. He remembered the horrific scene from half a year ago when Xiao Shui was taken away by those people. "I searched all the local refugee camps, but there was no trace of her." He steeled himself, his eyes determined. "To find my sister, I joined the Border Patrol, the lowest-ranking unit in the Army, becoming a rookie in these chaotic times. Only in the Army do you have the authority to gather intelligence and travel everywhere." Currently, he was stationed in a desolate place, Red Rock City, a border outpost. Yan Hao rushed to the assembly point, scratching his head with an awkward smile for the commander waiting for him. "Captain, sorry I'm late for my shift." This was the captain of the Red Rock City patrol team, Jiajun. Thwack Jiajun kicked Yan Hao hard, cursing him out. It's this useless rookie again. You idiot, where were you slacking off this time? I had to cover your shift just to see how late you'd be." Gim Hao could only bow his head. "I was wrong." Jiatun pointed to a towering watch post and ordered, "Gim Hao, the big bosses are coming later. We can clock out then. If you screw anything up, you'd better watch your back." Gim Hao could only reply, "Yes, sir." Standing on the watch post and looking out at the ruined city, Gim Hao was lost in thought. 6 months ago, the red fog broke out, turning most of the city into ruins. It became a dwelling for mutant beasts. But along with the appearance of the red fog came mysterious red towers like this one. The surviving humans could only scrape by on the borders far from the spire and the red fog. His gaze settled on a giant skeleton looming in the distant mist. He thought to himself, so that thing is still out there. Down below, Jiatuan was chatting with another squadmate. He took a drag from his cigarette and said, "There's a special ops team out there. So for border guards like us, we just need to go through the motions. If even they can't hold the line, then what can a bunch of low-level grunts like us do?" His squadmate laughed along. "That's the legendary special response team we're talking about." "You think they'd fall?" "Yeah, Captain, are you kidding?" In their minds, the image of the special ops team appeared powerful and majestic, with a female sniper standing proudly on a monster's corpse. On their way here, they just casually crushed the beasts in their path. Gim Hao sat alone on the edge of the city wall. "I feel that familiar discomfort. Sure enough, even after all this time, I still hate the smell of this blood mist. It stimulates the primitive, bloodthirsty desires of living creatures, making them slaughter each other." Suddenly he frowned, noticing a strange change on the horizon. The blood mist is clearing, but immediately his intuition told him something was wrong. His gaze sharpened. No, something's rushing this way. He turned and yelled down, "Alarm, Captain! There's a situation, take a look. But Jia Tuan below remained indifferent. What situation could there possibly be? You cowardly little... Suddenly, a giant crimson wave of fog came rolling in. The horrified patrol members cried out, "The blood mist, why is it surging over here?" From within the mist, two figures in black armor sprinted out for their lives. Gim Hao recognized them immediately. "Captain, it's the Special Response Team." The two Special Ops soldiers dashed past, the watch post at a terrifying speed. The soldier quickly asked, "Sir, what the hell happened?" But they only shouted back one thing, "Fall back now, right after that!" A giant red tentacle shot out from the fog, grabbed the soldier trailing behind, and yanked him back. A blood-curdling scream, "Ah!" Jia Tuan's face went pale as a sheet. He roared in panic, "Everyone retreat, fall back!" Before the order to retreat could even be passed on, a piercing scream rang out. "Gah!" A sharp claw was already pressed against Jia Tuan's throat. A giant beast had appeared right behind him, grabbing him. Jia Tuan only had time to choke out in despair, "It's over." From the watchtower, Gim Hao witnessed the entire chaotic scene below. Panicked screams echoed everywhere. "Ah! Run for it! They're here!" Without a moment's hesitation, Gim Hao leaped straight down from the high watchtower. His body shot like an arrow into the middle of the beast pack. Crash. He landed hard, kicking up a cloud of dust. He landed right in front of a beast that was about to attack. Gim Hao's breathing grew heavy, his right arm already transformed into a demonic claw. He pressed down on the corpse of the beast he had just taken down. He muttered, "One." Roar. Another beast lunged at him. Gim Hao swiftly dodged and countered coldly, counting 2. His monstrous arm reached out and plunged into the beast's corpse. His voice carried a hint of satisfaction. Absorb. The red energy from the beast's corpse was sucked into his demonic arm. Gim Hao felt his power surging. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Excellent. After absorbing this one, I've gotten a little stronger. What will happen if I absorb a few more? Immediately, countless other beasts were drawn to his power. They snarled and charged from all directions. Gim Hao calmly counted 3, 4, 5, 6. A crimson-black aura erupted around him. Gim Hao smirked, a challenging look in his eyes. Don't you all disappoint me. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck from nowhere, obliterating a beast right in front of him. Gim Hao froze at the unexpected intervention. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing a figure in the distance. He asked cautiously, "Who's there?" A girl with platinum hair holding a high-tech sniper rifle looked at him coldly. Above her was an introductory text box, Captain of the Crimson Expeditionary Squad. Tong Nui. She frowned slightly. Recognizing the girl's uniform, Gim Hao was startled, thinking in a panic, "Crap, she's from the Special Ops team." He hurriedly retracted his power, his monstrous hand gradually returning to normal. "I have to change back quickly." Tong Nui paid him no mind. She coldly ordered the troops that had just appeared behind her, "Leave none of them standing. Clean this place up." The soldiers responded in unison, "Yes, ma'am." Immediately, Gim Hao found himself with 2 gun barrels from the Special Ops soldiers, pointed straight at him, surrounding him. Gim Hao panicked, raising both hands and quickly explaining, "Don't shoot. I'm a low-level patrolman Gim." But before he could finish, Tong Nui's voice rang out from a distance. 12 o'clock, fire immediately!" Bang, bang, bang. The shots weren't aimed at him, but slammed straight into the beast. That was about to launch a sneak attack from behind. The monster collapsed, just as Gim Hao finished saying his name. How? 2 Special Ops soldiers moved forward, confirmed the target was eliminated, and then reported, "Target confirmed eliminated." Gim Hao was still frozen in place, utterly stunned. Tong Nui slowly walked towards him through the blood mist. She stopped in front of him. Her sharp eyes scanned him from head to toe. "Patrolman, where is your weapon?" A cold sweat broke out on Gim Hao's back. He thought, "I'm screwed." Without waiting for his answer, Tong Nui turned and ordered, "All units withdraw from the outpost." Back at the temporary defensive line, a soldier stood guard and announced loudly, "Without the commander's orders, no one is allowed inside." Inside, Commander Song was looking at a tablet. Outpost Alpha casualties, 37 people. Among them, Crimson Squad of the Special Response Task Force 2 killed. Patrol Team 30 killed. This concludes the personnel loss report for the sudden incident. This time, Yan Hao, tied to a chair, thought nervously. He looked up and asked Song Rui, "Why am I being detained? I'm a victim here, too." Song Rui looked up from her tablet, her gaze as cold as ice as she stared directly at Yan Hao. At 17:23, you left your unit without authorization for 2 hours. Right after you returned, the blood mist erupted. Why is that? Don't you think you need to explain yourself? Yan Hao was flustered, his mind racing for a lie to get him through this. He stammered, I just went to the nearby ruins to get some shut-eye for a bit. I already reported it to my captain. Just then another patrol soldier pointed at Yan Hao and shouted to Song Rui, Commander, this kid is always late for missions. The captain always lets him get away with it. Yan Hao turned to glare at him, cursing internally, This little bastard! The other soldier, unafraid, continued, Don't you dare slander the captain! Yan Hao gritted his teeth, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. You little punk. Keep talking crap and I'll kill you. Song Rui rested her chin on her hand, a knowing look in her eyes. It seems your patrol team has quite a few problems. The scene shifts to the infirmary where Captain Jia Jun, bandaged up like a mummy, is screaming. Ow! A teammate asked. Captain, are you all right? The doctor replied, Relax, he's not going to die. All his vitals are pretty normal. The confused teammate asked, Doctor, you call this normal? Back in the interrogation room, Song Rui held up the tablet which displayed Yan Hao's file. Your file shows that you only completed basic training 3 months ago. In that last battle? Even our Special Forces team lost 2 members, and yet you managed to survive. Yan Hao lowered his head, trying to look afraid. I'm a coward. I was a track athlete back in school, so I'm quicker on my feet than most. The moment I saw the blood mist coming, I was the first to run. Song Rui crossed her arms, studying him suspiciously. If you're so afraid of dying, why join the army? Unless you have another motive. An image of a red tower flashed in Yan Hao's mind, and the silhouette of his younger sister. He thought to himself, In the 6 months I've been searching for Xiao Shui, I've been constantly killing and absorbing low-level aberrations. I've gradually learned to control my bestial transformation and change back into a human. Memories of his days wandering returned. For the past 6 months, I've been like a lone wolf avoiding crowds, using the most foolish methods to search every last ruin, scouting every human settlement. Song Rui stepped forward coldly, each footstep sharp and clear. She listed off his crimes, her voice devoid of emotion. A soldier, yet you cling to life and fear death. Abandoning your post without authorization. Withholding intelligence. She put her hands on her hips, looking down at the bound Yan Hao. I'm sure you know full well what the consequences are. Yan Hao looked up and asked calmly, Are you going to have me executed? But instead, Song Rui suddenly leaned down, whispering dangerously into his ear, So what's the story with those hands of yours? Yan Hao flinched slightly, his heart pounding. So she did see them after all. She continued to press him, her breath against his ear. What was the point of those clumsy lies of yours? What is your real objective? Rumble! 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 Just then, the entire room began to shake violently. The sound of things breaking echoed from outside. Song Rui stood up straight, looking around cautiously. An earthquake. Yan Hao, in contrast, had a look of horror as he recognized that something was wrong. This familiar feeling... Crash. Without a moment's hesitation, Yan Hao shattered the chair with brute force and roared, We have to go now! A huge number of aberrations are approaching. Song Rui frowned, a purple spark flashing in her eyes. Her voice was filled with annoyance. You dare try to escape right in front of me! Whoosh! In an instant, she appeared right behind Yan Hao. She slammed him to the ground with her knee, purple electricity enveloping them both. You think you can just ignore me? Yan Hao only had time to let out a pained grunt. Irk! The ground beneath them cracked from the impact. The 2 soldiers nearby cried out in alarm. Commander, the ground is cracking. Please go easy on him. Rumble. Before the words were even finished, the floor completely collapsed, throwing everyone down into the darkness below. It's collapsing, help! Help save me! As they fell into a dark cavern underground. A disoriented soldier asked, Where is this? Yan Hao pushed himself up, looking around, his hands still cuffed. Underground. Did we really fall all the way down here? Song Rui ordered a soldier. It's too dark in here, get some light. The soldier immediately complied. Yes, ma'am. The soldier who had been arguing with Yan Hao earlier now started to blame him again. You damn kid, you're a jinx. Trouble follows you wherever you go. Yan Hao replied coldly. Complain after you make it out of here alive. The other soldier asked in despair. Sob, sob. We're not going to make it out of here, are we? Not necessarily, Yan Hao replied. Click. The other soldier lit a flare. A blue-white light immediately spread out, illuminating a vast cavern. It was filled with countless intersecting tunnels. He exclaimed in horror, "Damn it, this is a maze dug out by those aberrations." Song Rui, however, remained calm. She picked up her sniper rifle from the ground. Then she gave an order, "Everyone stay calm, check your usable weapons." She knelt to check her rifle, adding, "Watch your formations, don't leave your backs exposed." Suddenly, a cold wind blew through the cave. Yan Hao turned his head slightly. The patrol soldier from before also felt it. He asked, "What is it?" Yan Hao replied, "There's wind coming from that direction." The other soldier was overjoyed. "Wind, Yan Hao, that means there has to be a way out. I'll go check," as the soldier ran toward the source of the wind. Model, he didn't forget to turn back and mock Yan Hao. "You might not have any other skills, kid, but you're #1 when it comes to running away." He felt a breeze. "Hey, there's a real wind here." He joyfully turned back and shouted, "Commander, there's wind over here. There must be a way out ahead." But right after that, a giant mantis-like aberration appeared from the darkness right behind him. Yan Hao shouted a warning, "Get down!" Zap! A beam of green energy shot out from behind. It pierced through the mantis's head just as it was about to attack. The mantis's corpse fell and green fluid flowed from its body, smoking and sizzling on the ground. Yan Hao warned, "This thing's body fluid is corrosive. Don't let it get near you." The soldier, terrified, collapsed to the ground, his foot nearly getting corroded by the liquid. Song approached and said coldly to Yan Hao, "And another thing, do not act on your own without my direct orders." Yes, he could only mumble in response. Song glanced at Yan Hao, her eyes filled with suspicion. "It seems you're very good at avoiding danger, aren't you, Yan Hao? Wait until we get out of here. You're going to explain everything about yourself to me." Yan Hao remained silent, but his mind was racing. If she already knows my secret but isn't calling me out on it, what is she planning? Rustle. Rustle. Suddenly, strange sounds echoed from deep within the cave. A wary soldier asked, "What's that sound?" Yan Hao said tensely. "Something is coming from the deep darkness." The rustling grew louder as 3 mantis-like aberrations with ferocious glowing red eyes crawled out. Immediately after, a massive swarm of aberrations poured out from every nook and cranny surrounding the entire squad. A terrified soldier screamed, "Holy crap, how are there so many of these things?" Yan Hao frowned and muttered, "This is going to be a problem." Without a word of warning, the entire swarm rushed towards them like a black tide. Bang, bang, bang! Deafening gunshots rang out as the soldiers fired back. While trying to escape the encirclement, they desperately ran deeper into the cave. The volley of bullets flying behind them was only enough to slow the monsters for a moment as they ran. Yan Hao suddenly stopped, a puzzled look on his face. Song ran past, urgently ordering, "Don't stop, keep running." But Yan Hao didn't move. He said, "The swarm. It looks like they've stopped." Everyone turned back and saw that the aberrations had indeed stopped behind them, not daring to advance. They had entered a massive cavern, and the space suddenly became vast and eerily quiet. A soldier pointed forward. "Quick look!" Below them was a colossal aberration with jet-black armor growling as it absorbed the surrounding blood mist. A horrified soldier recognized it. "This thing is absorbing the blood mist." Song also realized the danger. "This is an overlord class." The monster tilted its head back, and all the blood mist was sucked into its mouth, condensing into a glowing red energy sphere. "This is not good. It converted the blood mist into energy." Yan Hao immediately shouted to warn everyone, "Watch out, that stuff is extremely dangerous." Instantly, Song leaped into the air. The gun in her hand gathered a blast of destructive purple lightning and fired straight at the monster. In response, the Overlord-class monster also shot a beam of red energy, glowing from its mouth. The 2 energy beams collided, creating a terrifying explosion, but Song purple lightning could only hold for a moment, before being completely overwhelmed by the red energy beam. Seeing her attack shattered, Song was stunned in disbelief. "Get out of the way." In that life-or-death moment, Yan Hao rushed forward. He shoved Song out of the energy beam's path and took the full force of the attack with his hand. Song fell to the ground, staring in astonishment at Yan Hao, who stood protectively in front of her. His demonic arm was absorbing the red energy beam. She stammered, "Yan Hao, you—" Yan Hao turned back his hand now, demonic, his voice firm. "Wait until we get out of here alive. I'll explain everything to you then." Song was stunned, her heart filled with doubt. Even my attack was useless. "Does he—" "Yan Hao, Really have a way to deal with this asterisk? But she couldn't help but call out after him, "Be careful." Yanhao glanced back slightly, a confident smile on his lips. With that, he charged straight towards the roaring, colossal monster. Then bring it on. His eyes flashed with a red light as he thought, "An Overlord class, huh? Just like that guy." Below is a chart of aberration power levels, Ravager class to Hound class to Overlord class to Titan class. The highest is Calamity class. Yanhao charged forward with only one thought in his mind. If I can absorb you, just how much stronger will I become? He unleashed a full-power slash against the monster's armor. Clang. The impact created a piercing sound. Yanhao was knocked back, muttering, "Damn, that's tough." A normal aberration would have been shattered into pieces. Yanhao looked at the monster before him. This colossal body. It's no different from a massive armored tank. You must have devoured quite a few of your own kind, haven't you? The monster swung its giant claw to attack, but Yanhao easily dodged it. He landed lightly. Too slow. He quickly analyzed, did it pour all of its enhancement points into defense? Yanhao's eyes flashed red as dark energy erupted from his demonic arm. He smirked. Ridiculous. You're nothing more than a moving target. From behind, the patrolman witnessed the scene of Yanhao confronting the giant monster alone. His attacks created sparks that flashed across its tough armor. He couldn't believe his eyes. Am I dreaming? Yanhao's figure moved with terrifying speed, leaving behind blurry afterimages. The soldier continued his train of thought in astonishment. The guy who runs faster than anyone else. The most cowardly Yanhao. He stammered, Who is he? Without turning her head. Song-er explained coldly, he is an anti-aberration combat test subject. Secretly researched by the Federation government. The soldier was still in shock. The guy who took 3 months to pass basic training, who runs away faster than anyone. Asterisk. That's an anti-aberration combat test subject. Song-er confirmed while still focused on the battle. Yes, that's exactly what he is. The soldier asked, So, Commander, you've known for a long time, No Tongyui replied. No, it was only when he blocked the monster's attack for me just now that I confirmed his identity. Another man, the squad's adjutant, also showed his suspicion. He thought to himself, SXU has a test subject like that, too. Or is Commander Tongyui hiding something? Tongyui said. He escaped from the lab and unexpectedly infiltrated the Border Patrol squad. So that's it, he replied. Is the last blood fog outbreak related to Yanhao Tongyui cut in? We can't rule out that possibility. That's why I have to investigate him. Tongyui turned her gaze as sharp as a dagger, pinning the soldier. This is a top-secret SXU matter. What you've seen, what you've heard here. You are not to breathe a single word of it to anyone else. Understood. The patrolman, terrified, stammered, Why, yes, understood, Commander. Back on the battlefield, the monster let out an enraged roar. It began to gather energy in its mouth. Vroom! A giant sphere of energy shot out, spinning like a vortex, wiping out everything in its path. Yanhao sensed the destructive energy flow, and his expression changed. This is bad! He immediately yelled to those behind him, Get out of the way! The energy sphere collided with the ground. It created an earth-shattering explosion. After the dust settled, Tongyui landed safely, her body still crackling with purple lightning. The patrolman from before slowly woke up. Amidst the wreckage, am I still alive? He saw the adjutant Lin Yongji helping another special ops soldier up. Huh, Commander. As he got closer, he was horrified to see that the special ops soldier's leg had been completely mangled. Your leg. That special ops soldier calmly replied, Don't worry, it's not fatal. The patrolman was filled with guilt. You're from the special combat team. For a regular patrolman like me. The special ops soldier cut him off one leg. It's a worthy trade for a life. He tried to struggle to his feet and continued. But isn't your mission to target the monsters? Why lose your precious combat ability for me? The special ops soldier replied resolutely. I didn't become a soldier just to kill those damn beasts. He looked at the patrolman, his eyes filled with determination. I exist to protect, to be humanity's final shield. I will never abandon anyone. The patrolman was stunned into silence. Meanwhile, Yanhao was being completely overwhelmed by the monster. Its pincer swings forced him to constantly struggle to dodge. He was sent flying, sprawling on the ground. Damn it. My blood fog energy is completely depleted. His demonic arm began to degenerate. He couldn't even maintain the single-arm transformation. The monster approached its expression full of menace. Overlord-class spiked steel beetle. Yanhao gritted his teeth. So this is an Overlord class. This is gonna be a little tough. Roar. The monster let out a triumphant roar. It raised its pincers, preparing to finish Yan Hao off, but suddenly a bolt of purple lightning struck its head, making it freeze. Even the exhausted Yan Hao was surprised and turned to look. Tong Nui had gotten into a sniping position at some point. The rifle in her hands was still crackling with electricity. You can't die here, Yan Hao. There are still too many things you need to explain. The monster suddenly let out a bizarre sound. Ha! 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 Tong Nui narrowed her eyes, realizing something was wrong. It's laughing. No way. As expected, blood fog began to pour out from the surrounding caves in a massive flood enveloping the monster. Just as I thought, the blood fog is pouring out of the caves. These interconnected caves make it easy for it to draw blood fog from other locations. The wound on the monster's head began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then it used the blood fog to replenish its own power. The wound is already starting to close. Tong Nui's expression turned grim. If this keeps up, it'll recover to its peak condition. It seems the sudden blood fog surge at the outpost earlier was its doing too. She ran to Yan Hao's side, who was gradually recovering thanks to the blood fog. Yan Hao, we can't kill it. We need to retreat now while we can. But Yan Hao adamantly refused. No, it dies here today. A red glint flashed in his eyes, his killing intent soaring. Its summoning the blood fog also happens to replenish my energy. And right now it can't move around freely. This is the perfect opportunity for us to attack. Tong Nui warned him worriedly, if we fail, you could die here. Yan Hao stood up to face the monster. I've walked through the gates of hell more times than I can count. What's one more time? Seeing the determination in his eyes, Tong Nui finally agreed. Fine. She loaded her rifle. Click. We only get one shot. She raised her rifle and took aim, all the energy gathering at the muzzle. I'll unleash my full power to help you shatter the armor on its head. You seize the opportunity and destroy its brain directly. Through the scope, the crosshairs were locked onto the monster's head. This is the only way we can defeat it. Just as Tong Nui was about to pull the trigger, Yan Hao also got into position ready to charge. She yelled, now! Boom! A maximum energy round fired out, shattering the tough armor on the monster's head. Tong Nui yelled, Nice. The head armor is broken. The moment the armor shattered, Ngam Hao didn't waste a second. His demonic arm transformed into a sharp blade and stabbed straight into the monster's brain deep inside its body. Countless streams of acid shot out, but he roared, the final blow, die! A burst of blue energy exploded from within the Overlord-class monster's head, completely tearing it apart. Tong Nui, watching from a distance with bated breath, anxiously asked, did he succeed? Boom! A terrifying explosion of blue energy erupted from the monster's corpse, throwing Ngam Hao far away. His body, covered in blood, landed right next to Tong Nui. She screamed in shock, Ngam Hao! She frantically ran to Ngam Hao's side, who was lying motionless amidst the smoke and dust. Are you okay? Huh. She noticed that in his tightly clenched hand, there seemed to be something. This is... Getting closer, Tong Nui saw a blackish-purple crystal in Ngam Hao's hand, which seemed to be the monster's core. At the same time, she also picked up a photo that had fallen from him. This is a photo. Suddenly, the crystal in Ngam Hao's hand glowed, then began to melt, merging into his palm. Ngam Hao's consciousness drifted into a strange space. He was surrounded by giant gene chains. Where am I? Who is this? He saw a familiar figure. Ah, this seems to be me. Strange. Why can't I control my own body? He saw his body in the conscious space gradually transform, becoming more feral. So that's how it is. Have I completely bestialized? So what is this situation? Is this hell or my life flashing before my eyes? Suddenly, a gene chain in front of him flashed brightly. This thing, it looks like DNA and it's glowing. What is it? The purple crystal suddenly appeared on his chest. A stream of power spread through him. I can move now. He looked down at his chest where the crystal was emitting a faint light. There seems to be something on my chest. He recognized it immediately. Isn't this the thing from inside that behemoth-class aberrant beast from before? It looks like some form of energy. It was in my hand just a moment ago. Why did it move to my chest? Instantly, the crystal began to absorb the blood mist in his conscious space. But it's absorbing the blood mist. Ngam Hao suddenly realized the crystal's function. It could not only absorb the blood mist, but also store it. Just like that. And even if I absorb more blood mist than before to become more powerfully bestialized, I won't have to worry about losing control anymore. It's like a safety switch for when I lose control. It will withdraw the blood mist in my body, allowing me to regain my sanity. A smile appeared on his lips. This way, I can absorb aberrant beasts to evolve and become stronger without any worries. But his joy didn't last long. I don't have to count how many beasts I kill anymore. Damn it. This new crystal has a limit to the energy it can store. If this keeps up, it's going to explode. That's right. He recalled the armored bug's attack. That move, Atsasa, can consume a huge amount of blood mist. If it can absorb the blood mist, then I'll just let it all converge in one spot. In the real world, in a hospital room, Gim Hao, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Blood mist began to pour out of his body. His eyes turned crimson red, completely dominated by the power. He shot up, held his hand out in front of him, and roared, "Converge for me!" Just then, Tong Yue opened the door and walked in. She was shocked to see the blood mist condensing into a sphere of energy in Gim Hao's hand. "Gim Hao," she asked in alarm, "what are you doing?" Gim Hao whipped around and threw the energy sphere towards the window, shouting, "Get out of the way!" Crash bang! A terrifying explosion tore through the hospital wall, creating a massive hole. The scene rewinds to 5 minutes earlier. Outside Tianrun Hospital, a soldier reported to Tong Yui, who was standing in front of the operating room, "Captain Tong, Adjutant Lin's leg." Tong Yui replied calmly. As a soldier, he was already prepared for this. You don't need to blame yourself too much. Inside Adjutant Lin's hospital room, he was sitting on his bed confronting Tong Yui. "Captain Tong, what on earth is going on with Gim Hao? I've never heard of SXU having a test subject." Tong Yui crossed her arms and replied coldly, "Gim Hao's case is top secret. You just focus on recovering. You don't need to worry about other matters." With that, she turned to leave. "I have already requested headquarters to transfer you to the logistics department. From now on, you can rest well." Adjutant Lin said defiantly after her, "About this matter, I will report the truth to your father, Chief of Staff Tong Lian." Tong Yui only paused for a moment. "I believe he will make his own judgment." She suddenly turned back, her gaze sharp. "Adjutant Lin, who exactly is your superior? From now on, your communication privileges are frozen. Stay put, and don't go anywhere." Leaving the room, Tong Yui asked the patrol soldier walking with her, "Where is Gim Hao?" The soldier replied, "He's in hospital room 314. Tong Yui ordered, "Take me to Gim Hao." They stopped in front of a door with the number 314. "We're here," Tong Yui ordered the soldier. "You stand guard at the door. Without my order, no one is allowed in." The soldier saluted. "Yes, ma'am." The moment Tong Yui opened the door, a horrific scene met her eyes. Gim Hao was sitting on the bed, a sphere of blood mist energy condensing in his hand. She called his name in shock. "Gim Hao," she asked in alarm. "What are you doing?" Gim Hao whipped around and threw the energy sphere towards the window, shouting, "Get out of the way!" Crash! Tong Yui barely had time to drop to the ground to avoid the destructive energy beam. The energy sphere smashed through the hospital wall, shot outside, and continued flying. The soldier guarding the door was also thrown back by the force of the explosion. Ah! From the outside, a crimson streak could be clearly seen piercing through the hospital building and another abandoned building in the distance. From his hospital room, Adjutant Lin witnessed it all through his window, wondering in shock. The abandoned building was pierced through. Was that Gim Hao's doing? Captain Tong Yui, just how long do you plan on hiding this? The patrolman who got caught in the crossfire was sprawled on the hallway, crying his eyes out. Why is it always me? Save me. This is terrifying. I don't want to die. Song Rui gets up from the rubble. She stares at the giant hole in the wall, thinking in shock, "This is..." The armored beetles move from before. How can Yan Hao use an aberrant beast's ability without his beast armament? She looks back towards the hospital room. Her expression is complicated. Yan Hao, it seems the number of explanations you owe me has gotten a little bigger. The scene shifts to the hospital rooftop. Yan Hao and Song Rui are standing opposite each other. Song Rui crosses her arms, summarizing the issue. So you're saying, not only can you absorb the beast cores of aberrant beasts, but you can also learn their abilities. Yan Hao clarifies, it's more than just that. It can also absorb and store more blood mist. That crystal shard also seems to be able to repair itself. Song Rui smirks, resting her chin on her hand. Well then, you've got quite a few functions, don't you? Yan Hao looks down his right arm, transforming slightly. I've definitely gained their strength and abilities, but I might also be slowly turning into one of them. He looks up, his eyes filled with torment. Can someone like me still be considered a real human being? Captain Song, in your eyes, what exactly am I? Song Rui looks straight into his eyes, her voice firm. You are you, a one-of-a-kind existence, human or monster, and that depends on how you choose to use this power. She turns and walks away. But your power is both a disaster and a weapon. She stops, holding up 2 fingers. You have 2 paths now. The first is to join Crimson. Become a reserve soldier in my squad. Her gaze turns sharp. The second path is to be classified as a threat, just like the aberrant beasts, and be completely eliminated. Yan Hao quietly repeats, eliminated. He looks at the hole in the building across from them and asks, do you really think the forces currently in the city have what it takes to do that? Song Rui admits, with my current strength, it's true I can't do a thing to you. She glances at the hole in the building. She continues, but for you right now, thinking you can take on SXU all by yourself is a bit too arrogant. Joining my squad won't do you any harm. Status intelligence resources. I'll help you take care of all the trouble. Yan Hao crosses his arms, resting his chin in his hand. His eyes are filled with skepticism. A dangerous individual you've just met with uncontrollable power. And you're still willing to take on a nuisance like me. The price must be pretty steep, huh? You wouldn't go to all this trouble just to recruit a new soldier, unless you have another motive. Song Rui doesn't deny it. You're very smart. For a certain reason, I really do need you. But you have to believe me. We are not enemies. She squints slightly, speaking cryptically. Perhaps you could also see this as a transaction. Song Rui holds out the photo she picked up earlier. Yan Hao exclaims in shock. What? It's the photo of him and his little sister Xiao Shui. He asks, stunned, this? How did you get this photo? Song Rui replies calmly. Don't underestimate me. If I want to investigate your past, it's as easy as flipping my hand. As long as you join Crimson, I will use the highest level intelligence network to do everything in my power to help you find your sister. Yan Hao turns his back, internally conflicted. Searching blindly on my own has its limits. Just like she said, being in the military and having a higher rank and status means I can investigate more, and it'll be easier to take action. He reaches out and takes the photo. It's a deal. However, Captain, since you need me so badly, Yan Hao suddenly leans in close, a mischievous smile on his face. A little extra pay shouldn't be a problem, right? After all my previous salary went towards finding my sister. Song Rui blushes slightly at his sudden proximity, but quickly regains her cold composure. Private Yan Hao, as the captain of Crimson, I hereby approve your status as a reserve soldier of Crimson. Your salary and benefits will be at the highest standard. Now get the hell out of here and go handle the paperwork for me. Yan Hao gives a military salute, smiling brightly. Yes, ma'am. Captain Song, I'll head to the patrol unit right now to handle the transfer procedures. He turns and takes a few steps before stopping. Oh, right, Song Rui says with her arms crossed. I already paid the compensation for the damages to the hospital for you. There's no rush right now, but it'll be deducted from your salary later on. Yan Hao can only stare blankly. Huh. After Yan Hao is long gone, Song Rui looks into the distance, the image of a man appearing in her mind. Her gaze is resolute. Uncle, I will definitely find a way to save you. Yan Hao walks off, scratching his head and muttering, so I still have to pay for it after all, huh? Meanwhile, Song Rui watches his retreating figure, thinking, my intuition tells me. He holds the key to turning an aberrant beast back into a human. The scene changes. Red Rock City Patrol Headquarters. A military vehicle pulls in. The patrolman Song Rui had warned earlier runs out to greet Yan Hao. What's up? You're heading to the Special Task Force too, he says confidently. Captain Song and Adjutant Lin both think very highly of me. Even though I joined the logistics department, brother Yan Hao, we can look out for each other from now on. Yan Hao thinks to himself. What was this guy's name again? I don't think I ever paid much attention to him. The other soldier suddenly points ahead and exclaims happily, It's Captain Jia! Oh, he's okay. Yan Hao looks over and sees his old Captain Jia Jun on crutches and covered in bandages, surrounded by a group of other people. A burly man sneers at Jia Jun. Old Jia. Back then, you actually dared to slap me over that mute woman. He throws a kick at Jia Jun's injured leg. An introduction identifies him as the battalion commander of the Red Rock City Defense Force. Zhang Shui, now look at you coming here like a stray dog to beg our defense force to give your squad members their allowance. Jia Jun cried out in pain, clutching his body. The patrol soldier with him, Yan Hao, charged forward in anger. "You bastards!" But he was immediately held back by two other soldiers. Zhang Shui said contemptuously, "Just you!" The other soldier roared, "Damn it, let go of Captain Jia!" Zhang Shui grabbed Jia Jun by the collar and spat. "Get on your knees and lick the mud off my boots. If you don't..." He pointed at the soldier being restrained and smiled cruelly. "This kid's arm! I'll break it and let you use it as a walking stick." Jia Jun gritted his teeth, his face filled with rage and humiliation. He slowly began to bend his knees. "No need to kneel." A hand firmly gripped Jia Jun's shoulder, stopping him. It was Yan Hao. "Yan Hao, you?" Yan Hao smiled. "You've helped me countless times before, Captain. This time let me return the favor." He stood protectively in front of Jia Jun. Facing Zhang Shui's whole group, he said, "With me, Yan Hao, here today. Let's see who dares touch a single hair on Captain Jia. I'll break his bones and use them for firewood." Two of Zhang Shui's lackeys got angry. They rushed forward with their batons. "You're asking to die!" Yan Hao just stood there coldly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Whoosh! He threw a sweeping kick, taking one down in an instant. Right after that, he threw a hook at the other one's face. The next two swung their batons, but Yan Hao ducked under the blow and kicked one of them in the leg. 3, 4. He threw a straight punch into the last guy's face. All four of them were sent flying, sprawling on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Shui's entire crew had been taken down. They lay groaning on the ground. Zhang Shui was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. 4. In 4 seconds. 5 guys. How is this kid so fast? One soldier who was still standing tried to sound threatening. "Our captain is an E-rank warrior, you know. You dare attack us, you're dead." Zhang Shui pulled out his gun and pointed it straight at Yan Hao. "You piece of trash from the patrol team. You dare to oppose the city guard. Do you believe I won't?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yan Hao smirked provocatively and answered with a single word, "I do." At the same time, bullets whizzed past him. He dashed forward with terrifying speed. He grabbed Zhang Shui's gun with one hand. "But your firing speed is way too slow." Crack! The gun in Zhang Shui's hand was easily crushed into pieces that scattered onto the ground. Not even 1/10,000th as good as Song Rui. A terrified Zhang Shui pulled out a dagger and attacked wildly. "Ha!" But Yan Hao simply raised his hand and stopped the blade. He grabbed Zhang Shui by the throat, lifting him off the ground, his voice as cold as ice. "You were the one who said you wanted to make Captain Jia kneel." Zhang Shui was terrified, stammering, "You, what are you going to do? I'm warning you, don't." Yan Hao leaned in close to his face. "Now it's your turn." "Slam! Slam!" He smashed Zhang Shui's face straight into the ground. Zhang Shui was knocked unconscious, lying in a small crater created by the impact. The remaining guards looked at each other in fear. They couldn't believe what had just happened. He dodged bullets and crushed a standard-issue pistol 6 with his bare hands. Yan Hao looked at his own hand, feeling the power surging within him. He thought to himself, "The physical strength enhanced by the beast core is far beyond what I expected." Fear swept over the guards. One of them screamed, "Monster, run!" The entire group immediately scattered and fled. The patrol soldier from before ran up, his face full of admiration. "Brother Yan, you were like a god of war back there." Yan Hao turned back and asked, "Oh, are you all right?" He replied cheerfully, "I'm fine. I'm tough as nails." Jia Jun walked over with his crutch, his voice filled with gratitude. "Yan Hao, thank you." Yan Hao smiled back. "What's there to thank me for? Captain Jia, you always looked out for me. Standing up for you now. Isn't that what I'm supposed to do?" Jia Gun was still worried. "But what if the city guard comes after you for this?" Yan Hao reassured him. "Don't worry, Captain Jia, I'm part of the special task force now. The city guard won't dare to do anything to us." The scene changes to a tall, modern building. Chishi City temporary base of the Special Task Force. Song Rui asks, "Is the handover procedure complete?" Inside the office, Song Rui said, "I've already sent your application to headquarters." Yan Hao replied. She handed him a tablet displaying the words, "Assessment approved. Headquarters has approved it." Yan Hao looked it over. "Performance not bad." He asked happily, "Does this mean I'm an official member now?" Song Rui cut him off. No, don't get ahead of yourself, Yan Hao. The real test is next." Her eyes became serious. "You must head to the headquarters in Hu City immediately. You will participate in the induction assessment for the Crimson Blood Combat Division of the Special Task Force." she added, but I believe with your strength passing, it won't be a problem. Yanhao smirked confidently. Got it! Just wait for me to set a new record. A military convoy moves forward on a large bridge leading into Hu City. Armored military vehicles rumble down the highway, their engines roaring. Inside a vehicle, Song Rui explained, "This is Hu City, the capital of SXU. The headquarters of Crimson Blood is also here." Yanhao asked curiously. I heard that the lowest-ranking official member of Crimson Blood is a D-rank warrior. How are these warrior ranks determined? As he spoke, he glanced over at his patrol teammate who had just joined, thinking to himself, this guy is so weak. How can he possibly participate in the Crimson Blood assessment? The patrolman, sensing the jab, laughed awkwardly. Ha ha ha! I'm pretty durable, you know. Tong coldly explained that since he joined the logistics team, not the combat team, he didn't need to participate in the combat assessment. The logistics guy put his arm around Yanhao. Hey, the logistics team will be fighting alongside you guys eventually. You're gonna have to rely on me down the line. Seeing this, Tong quickly changed the subject. Yanhao, since we have some spare time, let's sync up on some information. She began to explain through her communication device. People who can activate special abilities like me are collectively called warriors. A warrior's combat power is divided into 6 ranks, S, A, B, C, D, and E. The Special Task Force headquarters has its own evaluation system. The most basic criteria are physical strength and stamina. As for the mutant beasts, they're classified from weakest to strongest into Scout class, Hound class, and Overlord class, followed by Behemoth class and Catastrophe class. A total of 5 classes. Under normal circumstances, an E-rank warrior can defeat a Scout class mutant beast. Similarly, a D-rank warrior can take on a Hound class, while B and C-rank warriors can face an Overlord class. A-rank warriors face Behemoth class, and S-rank warriors face Catastrophe class. Also, your compatibility with a Beast Core will also affect your rank, Tong added. Beast Core compatibility, Yanhao thought to himself. Tong continued. In an era like this, only mutant beasts mutated by the Red Mist possess innate special abilities. Human warriors can only rely on Beast Core armaments to bond with Beast Cores, thereby activating their abilities, physique talent, luck, and so on will all affect Beast Core compatibility. The better the compatibility, the higher the quality and number of abilities you can activate. If you can't bond with a Beast Core, then the highest you can ever be ranked is E-class. The armored vehicle screeched to a halt in front of a blockaded area. A guard raised his hand, signaling them to stop. Sorry. This road is currently under traffic control. Please take a detour. Someone from the team got out of the vehicle and asked with a frown, You dare to block the Special Task Force? The guard replied, We're just carrying out our duties. There's really no other way. Just then a luxury car glided past the checkpoint with ease. Tonger narrowed her eyes, thinking, It's just a recruitment test for Crimson. What's a big shot from the Liuteng Corporation doing here? Something's not right. Inside the Crimson assessment area, the candidates had already gathered in large numbers. A powerful voice rang out. Crimson is humanity's strongest shield and the Special Task Force's sharpest blade. A man in a formal military uniform stepped forward. It was Lin Yongshan Crimson's chief examiner, an A-rank warrior. He announced loudly, I don't care what kind of background you have. Now that you're here, you follow the rules here. Pulling strings is absolutely forbidden on my watch. No matter who you are, if you don't have real skills, don't even think about staying in Crimson. He raised his hand, his gaze sharp. The first round, the physical fitness assessment, begins now. Yanhao shot off like a flash of lightning. In the 100-meter sprint carrying a 50-kilogram weight, his time was 5.1 seconds. Next was the electronically weighted kettlebell test. He easily lifted the 500-kilogram weight with one hand to everyone's astonishment. Finally, it was the punching power test. Yanhao threw a devastating punch at the machine. The machine sparked and the screen displayed an error message. The person in charge shouted in terror, The punching dynamometer is broken. We can't get a reading. 10 minutes later, Yanhao stood before the chief examiner, only lightly dotted with sweat. Reporting Chief Examiner. All items completed. Chief Examiner Lin Yongsan looked at the results sheet with an expression of disbelief, then announced, Confirmed complete. Total score 198 points. The other candidates immediately started whispering excitedly. 198 points. The highest rookie record before this was only 140 points. A jealous onlooker said, Isn't this kid cheating? He's so dead. An assistant rushed over to report to the chief examiner, reconfirming the situation. Instructor Lin, the highest record for a new recruit joining the team is 140 points. Another young man among the candidates. Zhang Jin, the younger brother of the Chishi City defense team's captain, looked skeptical. His score is that much higher than the record. He clenched his fists, muttering, "I don't believe it." Chief Examiner Lin Yongshin turned to the assistant who had just reported, his voice stern. "I supervised it myself, and we have it on video. Are you accusing me of letting him pull strings?" Seeing this, Zhang Jin immediately changed his attitude, forcing a laugh. Of course not. Of course not. I was just curious." Then he walked over to Yan Hao to start a conversation. "You must be Yan Hao from the Chishi City Patrol Team." Yan Hao replied coldly, "What is it?" Zhang Jin smirked with a hidden meaning. "Nothing. Just wanted to say hello. We're from the same hometown, after all." But in his mind, he was cursing, "Just you wait, you little brat." An image flashed through his mind, the scene of his brother being defeated by Yan Hao. "The humiliation my brother suffered. I'll make you pay it back 100-fold. Yan Hao watched his retreating back, his gaze unrippled. Hometown Chief Examiner Lin Yongshin walked over and asked, "His name is Zhang Jin. He's a spoiled young master from the Chishi City defense team. Do you two know each other?" Yan Hao answered decisively, "No." He thought to himself, the Chishi City defense team, so that's it. The people from the defense team are rotten to the core. The Chief Examiner began to announce the official results. The physical fitness test results are as follows. 30th place Zhang San, 89 points. 29th place. 3rd place Zhang Jin, 123 points. 2nd place Jin Ying, 135 points. And 1st place, he looked directly at Yan Hao and declared clearly, Yan Hao with 198 points. A blonde girl with 2 pigtails, Jin Ying, a senior researcher from the Technical Intelligence Bureau, cheered with delight. "I only came to take the assessment for fun. I didn't expect such a strong rookie this year. Oh, how interesting. I'll have to study him closely." Meanwhile, the head examiner announced that the 15 people at the top of the list would stay for the next round to test their beast core compatibility. In a single dorm room, Zhang Jin sat alone, his face full of frustration. "I should have been number 1, he mumbled. "Who knew 2 monsters would show up?" A voice rang out in his head. "If I hadn't groveled for you to the 6 factions, do you think you'd even be qualified to take this test?" The voice continued its warning. You only get 1 shot. You'd better do it right." Zhang Jin clenched his fist, a determined look flashing in his eyes. "For my brother, I have to get into Crimson." The scene changes to the Beast Core testing platform. The 15 best candidates had all gathered. The head examiner, Lin Yongshin, explained, "This test isn't complicated. You just need to put on this gauntlet." He held up a metal gauntlet, and then placed the Beast Core on top of it. "To begin the test," he announced the rules in a stern voice. "A Beast Core compatibility rate below 40% means you are immediately eliminated. To avoid any confusion, I will briefly explain what a Beast Core is." A diagram appeared explaining, first, only aberrant beasts of the Hunter-Hound level or higher can produce a Beast Core. The stronger the aberrant beast, the higher the quality of the Beast Core it produces. By embedding a Beast Core into an aberrant beast armament, a warrior will be able to use the same aberrant abilities as the beast. Everyone has a different compatibility with Beast Cores, which will depend on their compatibility rate and their own innate talent. This will awaken different attribute abilities, such as elemental strength or support and control. The head examiner continued, "This gauntlet is the lowest grade aberrant beast armament. It can only test compatibility. It cannot grant you any aberrant abilities. After you officially join the Crimson Tactical Unit of the Special Operations Team, you will be issued better Beast Cores and aberrant beast armaments." He ordered, "The Beast Core compatibility test begins now." The first candidate stepped up. The screen displayed D-Class compatibility rate 39%. He collapsed to the ground. He screamed in despair. "My physical fitness was ranked 5th. Why is this test harder than killing an aberrant beast?" Next candidate. Another person successfully passed with a rate of 56% and shouted with joy, I passed. I can join Crimson." An assistant called out, "Zhang Jin, your turn." Zhang Jin stepped up with a cold expression, his eyes flashing with a crimson light. He forcefully put on the gauntlet. A clang was heard as the gauntlet locked into place. He gritted his teeth almost as if he were commanding his own body, "Obey me." The large screen immediately displayed the result, D-Class compatibility rate 60%. The crowd started buzzing again. The strongest rookie from the last batch only had 56%. The strongest in this batch must be him. Zhang Jin smirked, glancing at the others. "A bunch of trash? I'm the strongest one in this batch." Amid the chatter, Yan Hao stood silently observing. Suddenly, Jin Ying appeared from behind him and asked curiously, "Are you from Redstone City?" How come I've never heard of a powerhouse like you before? The girl continued playfully. After all, I'm the know-it-all of the Technical Intelligence Bureau, and yet you managed to slip past my radar. You're not so simple, are you? She leaned close to his ear and whispered, The unusual fluctuation in the red mist concentration in Redstone City a few days ago. I bet that had something to do with you, didn't it? Yan Hao feigned ignorance. Playing dumb, huh? What are you talking about? I don't understand a single word you're saying. Jin Ying stepped back, smiling charmingly. It's okay if you don't admit it. Anyway, you just need to know that I'm very interested in you. With that, she cheerfully walked away. Yan Hao called after her with a slight smile. In that case, Miss Know-It-All, could I ask you for some information? Jin Ying turned back, winking playfully. Of course, but I have a condition. That condition is, as long as your test score surpasses mine, I'll tell you anything you want to know. The girl emphasized each word with a meaningful look. Anything at all. Just then, the person in charge called her name. Next, Jin Ying! The girl happily ran up. Coming! Standing on the platform, she declared loudly, Everyone watch closely. Zhang Jin's record of 60% is about to be broken by yours truly. Yan Hao thought to himself, Is she really that strong? But from another corner, Zhang Jin scoffed. What a clown. Jin Ying confidently placed the beast core on the gauntlet. A click was heard as the beast core locked into place. She clenched her fist, her eyes shining with confidence. Watch closely. The result appeared stunning everyone. D-Class Warrior 78%, no way. A score like this has never been seen before. Is the machine broken? Jin Ying turned around, gave a thumbs up, and grinned. She ran up to Zhang Jin, crossing her arms proudly. See, I told you I'd break your record of 60%. Zhang Jin was so angry that he could only stammer, You. He turned away. His eyes burned with hatred. Besides Yan Hao, I won't let this bitch go either. Just then, the voice of the person in charge rang out. Last one, Yan Hao! Yan Hao stepped up, thinking to himself, Her power is immense, maybe she wasn't lying. So you really do know a lot, huh? Kim Wan stood beside him, giggling, feeling the pressure now. Gim Hao pointed at her, his eyes firm. For Tiet's sake, I have to win this bet. You just wait and see. He calmly placed the core beast on his gauntlet. He thought to himself, According to Tong Tu, my warrior rank should be at least C-class, but the quality of this core beast is black just like the one I absorbed. So what will its compatibility rate be? He thought to himself as the gauntlet began to glow. He clenched his fist, his eyes full of anticipation. Here we go. Let's see just how much potential I really have. The screen immediately jumped to C-class, shocking everyone. He started at C-class, that's a squad leader's rank. The screen suddenly flickered erratically, displaying red text, System Error. Error. It's calculating the core beast compatibility rate. Where's the rate? What's going on? Everyone held their breath, waiting, until the final number appeared 0%. Huh. Ngim Hao was also stunned. Huh. Trung Tan burst out laughing gloatingly, pointing at Ngim Hao. Ha 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 ha! You useless piece of trash! All that big talk for nothing! This is absolutely hilarious. He continued to taunt him, Even the core beast rejects you. Ngim Hao silently stared at the gauntlet, which was showing strange signs. Suddenly, the core beast on the gauntlet emitted a brilliant red light that wrapped around his arm. Oh no. Ngim Hao felt an abnormal surge of power. He gritted his teeth. My body. It's forcibly devouring this core beast. Kim Wan rushed to the control panel, exclaiming in amazement, A 0% compatibility rate, old man, this has never happened before. The lowest it should be is 1%. The girl immediately began working the control panel, her eyes shining with excitement. I have to record this. That old man is going to be so happy about this. At that moment, Chief Examiner Lam Dong-tin narrowed his eyes, a thoughtful expression on his face. Oh, that kid's core beast. Trung-Tun suddenly pointed at Ngim Hao and shouted an accusation. Instructor Lam Ngim Hao stole the core beast. The core beast in his hand is gone. Lam Dong-tin frowned and immediately ordered, Ngim Hao, raise your hand. Let me see your gauntlet and the core beast. Ngim Hao raised his hand, but the slot on his gauntlet was empty. The chief examiner's voice grew stern. Where is your core beast? Ngim Hao broke out in a cold sweat, looking utterly bewildered as he replied. This is so embarrassing, he thought. He hurriedly tried to explain, I don't know what happened either. In this dire situation, he lowered his head, thinking fast. I have to make up a reason right now, or I'll definitely become a guinea pig. A test subject. His decision was swift. He thought to himself, I'll gamble on it. I'll disguise the beastification as an ability activated by the core beast. Immediately, a brilliant red energy erupted. His right arm transformed into a powerful, sharp monster claw. Trong Tan's eyes widened. His jaw dropped and sweat poured down his face in terror. Holy crap, what the hell is that? Lam Dong-tin immediately drew his energy sword and shouted to the crowd, "All personnel on alert! Fall back!" In contrast to everyone's fear, Kim Wan's eyes sparkled like stars. She squealed with excitement. Whoa, could this be beastification? Trong Tan backed away suspicious. Beastification, that guy's been infected. Meanwhile, Lam Dong-tin aimed his gun at Ngim Hao and yelled, "Everyone get back!" The chief examiner's gaze turned ice-cold and menacing. I may have to take him out right here, he thought. Suddenly, Kim Oan rushed forward, waving her hand and calling out, "Hey, Ngim Hao, can you hear me?" The monster arm gradually shrank. Ngim Hao turned to look at her calmly. What is it? Lam Dong-tin was stunned. He lowered his gun but remained vigilant, asking, You haven't lost your mind." He held up his arm, which was slowly returning to normal, and explained, "I think it's the ability of this core beast. It just went inside me on its own, and then this happened." Kim Wan grabbed his arm, overjoyed, and cheered. "He didn't go berserk. This is a transformation ability. Oh my god, this is a first-time discovery." The crowd of candidates behind them began to murmur excitedly. Lam Dong-tin holstered his weapon and said with a laugh, "Kid, you've really hit the jackpot." Beastifying and then recovering on your own will, that's unheard of. This is definitely a rare special ability. Ngim Hao squinted at the blonde girl beside him with suspicion. "Who are you really? How do you know so much?" Kim Oan just smiled and replied, She gave a playful wink and struck a cute pose. "I already told you I'm a know-it-all." Lam Dong-tin placed a hand on the girl's head and introduced her. This girl's name is Kim Oan. She's a Crimson Blood candidate for this term. She's also a senior researcher at the Technical Intelligence Bureau. Her father, Major General Kim Than, is in charge of the entire Technical Research Department, which made Kim Wan yell, "Instructor Lam, you're blowing my cover. My whole mysterious vibe is ruined now." His expression turned serious again as he held out his hand. "All right, the comedy show is over." Ngim Hao hand over the core beast. Ngim Hao scratched his head with a troubled look. Instructor Lam? It's really not that I won't hand it over." He pointed to the metal band on his wrist. "It's that little gadget. It's squatting inside my body and refuses to leave." From a distance, Trong Tan gritted his teeth in astonishment. The core beast actually went inside his body. But then his expression changed, unable to hide a sinister smile. "I have to report this to the Rokudo people quickly. This guy is a perfect test subject." Soon after, Ngam Hao was taken to a room with a danger sign on the door. Radiation therapy room. He lay still inside a modern scanner as a blue light passed over his entire body for examination. The doctors stared at the analysis on the screen with looks of utter disbelief. I've never heard of the beast core growing inside a person. What's more, this beast core seems to have already fused with his body. There's no simple way to remove it. A blond man wearing glasses approached. The doctor hurriedly asked, "Director Kim, what do you think?" Kim On-thang, deputy director of the Technical Intelligence Bureau, rubbed his chin, intrigued. "He's worth studying. He definitely has quite a few more secrets." A curious researcher asked, "Director Kim, if I may, what's the situation?" Meanwhile, he thought to himself, this kid. Just what is his background? Crimson, are you all still planning to stick to that rigid rule of rejecting anyone with a compatibility rate below 40%? Suddenly, Tong Lim, Lieutenant General and Chief of Staff of the Special Task Force, appeared. He said sternly, "Stop being cryptic, old Kim. Tell me what's really going on." He looked into the lab. "I led the team of 6 researchers who developed that testing machine. I know it better than anyone. It's not 0%. Kim Wan, standing beside him, impatiently shook her father's arm. "Dad, hurry up and say it. I'm dying of curiosity. What's wrong with him anyway?" Only then did Kim On-thun turn back, his eyes shining with astonishment. "The meter! It exploded!" "His compatibility rate is unprecedented. It surpassed the maximum theoretical value we set 100%. Immediately, Tong Lim ordered his subordinate, "Dung Tin with me." Lam Jung Tin quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Ngim Hao, lying in the scanner, felt a change within his core as it turned from black to red. Is it because I absorbed that small core? He closed his eyes and pondered. Before absorbing the core of that Overlord-class bug allowed me to steal its ability and also activated the core inside my body. This time I absorbed a low-level core. Although I didn't gain an ability, my core was strengthened. A notification panel appeared in his mind. Core purity increased. Color deep black dominant over red. Total red fog reserve increased. Red fog absorption efficiency increased. He realized it was like old iron slag, a dark, murky red, speckled with black impurities. In other words, the stronger the aberrant beast, the stronger I'll become after absorbing it. As long as I keep preying on aberrant beasts, I can evolve infinitely. The scene shifts to a majestic skyscraper, Special Task Force Crimson Headquarters. In the hallway, Tong Nui was arguing heatedly. I was the one who brought Ngim Hao here. Is there a problem with him joining my squad? A man with glasses replied coldly, Captain Tong Nui, watch your rank and your tone. Yes, sir. Furthermore, your interest in that C-rank rookie is a bit excessive, don't you think? Tong Nui turned to Tong Lim, pleading, Dad, you promised I could have him on my team. You can't make me a soldier who doesn't keep her word. Tong Lim walked away coldly. He left her with a curt remark, A soldier's honor is to the nation, not to an individual. Ngim Hao has already joined Deng Tin's squad. That cannot be changed. The man with glasses glanced at Tong Nui sarcastically. You're both squad leaders in Crimson. Are you really trying to steal a member from him? Return to your post. This is an order. Tong Nui clenched her fists. Though resentful, she had to obey. Yes, sir. She thought to herself, I'll just have to find another way. At the rest area of the Crimson Barracks, a loud voice rang out, Ngim Hao! Ngim Hao! Big news! Kim Wan ran in holding a piece of paper and announced excitedly between Ho City and Shikthak City. They've just discovered a beast nest. They're sending Crimson rookies to scout it out. And yes, I already got permission from Instructor Lum for us to form a team. Ngim Hao, now a C-rank member of the Crimson Special Task Force assigned to Lum Deng Tin's squad, turned around, bewildered. Huh! The group prepared to depart. Lum Deng Tin gave his instructions. The mission objective is to scout and assess the threat level. Be vigilant. Even though it's a low-level beast nest, the red fog can cause mutations. Kim Wan, D-rank senior researcher for the Technical Intelligence Bureau and a member of Lum Deng Tin's squad, said cheerfully, Data collection is my specialty. Don't worry, I'll cover you. The convoy of armored vehicles entered a treacherous mountain region. The threat level of beast nests is divided into 4 tiers, low, medium, high, and extreme. The species are also divided into many types. Sitting in the vehicle, the driver explained, The low-level beast nest we're approaching is a hive type. Its characteristics are a simple structure, but a complex network of internal passages. The deadliest part is the swarm of venom stinger bees, made up of a large number of worker bees and a small number of soldier bees. Ngim Hao mused, a hornet's nest. One person should be enough to handle that, right? Why would we need 3 vehicles? Suddenly the driver exclaimed, Huh? Ngim Hao looked ahead. Iron bees aren't like little honeybees. Looks like there's something up ahead. He looked out the window and was stunned. Huh! The sky outside was pitch black. Tiny dots were rushing towards them. An entire swarm of giant creatures came into clear view. Wow, I didn't know these honeybees were so big, someone shouted. Kim Wan corrected them. I told you they're iron bees, not honeybees. The soldier driving a corporal from the old patrol team now with the special task force yelled, Everyone hold on tight! The vehicle tilted violently as it was relentlessly attacked by the swarm from the air. Kim Wan panicked. This is bad. It's the Iron Bee's stinger attack. Our armored vehicle can't take this. Ngim Hao immediately took action. His hand glowed with a brilliant red light. I'll handle the swarm outside. This is a good chance to test out this newly developed move. He placed his hand on the car door and shouted, Fuse! With a loud bang, he kicked the mutated door, sending it flying straight into the swarm of bees as he charged out. Everyone find cover and defend yourselves. I'll be back in a bit. Yan Hao swung the car door, now a massive weapon, and instantly crushed 7 iron bees. The soldier driving stared at him dumbfounded. What kind of ability is that? Using a door as a weapon, Kim Wan explained. It's a transformation ability. He absorbed a beast core during the assessment. She recalled, at that time I thought he could only transform himself. I never expected he could also imbue that transformation ability onto objects. Kim Wan was ecstatic, her eyes gleaming. So that means he can turn anything into a weapon. That's just too amazing. I have to record his combat data. I'll definitely have to study it carefully when we get back. Suddenly, a green ray of light shot out from nowhere, piercing through the 7 iron bees surrounding them with terrifying destructive power. Yan Hao quickly raised the mutated car door to block it. He exclaimed in shock, A green ray, what the hell is that? He noticed the armor was smoking heavily. Gritting his teeth, he thought, This thing is even stronger than the iron bee's stingers. It can break through my defenses. I have to figure out where it's coming from. Otherwise, it'll wear me down sooner or later. Yan Hao turned his head and shouted a warning to his comrades. There's another enemy. The source of the attack is unknown. Kim Wan, everyone be careful. Find cover and hide. Following the order, the soldiers scrambled through the hail of bullets. Get behind that rock. A soldier carrying a flamethrower was about to charge forward. Iron bees are afraid of fire. But Kim Wan quickly stopped him. Don't go out! Before she could finish her sentence, a green ray of light shot toward them. It pierced through the soldier who had just leaped into the air. Ah! His blood-curdling scream was cut short by a violent explosion of flames. Witnessing the scene, Yan Hao, while defending, shouted at Kim Oan, "What in the world is that green spike?" Kim Oan, checking the data on her tablet, turned pale. It's a Hound-class queen bee. Its tail stinger is venomous and can corrode any armor below C-rank A Hound class. The intel was wrong. This is definitely not a low-level beast nest. Yan Hao swung the shield, knocking away the smaller bees. He made a quick decision. Help me take care of these small scout bees. I'm going to slaughter that queen bee. Kim Wan nodded, the air around her beginning to swirl. Got it, she shouted, activating her ability. Kim Wan D class. Element system. Basic ability wind. Cyclone. Razor-sharp gusts of wind swirled violently, sweeping away the surrounding iron bees. The cyclone tore through the enemy's formation, opening a direct path to the hive. That's where the queen bee was hiding. Yan Hao charged down the newly opened path, his eyes blazing as he locked onto his target. Got you now. The queen bee shrieked, firing beams of crimson energy from its tail in a counterattack. Yan Hao dodged while transforming the weapon in his hand. The sound of clanking metal rang out. The crude car door had now morphed into a sharp spiral lance. This form should do. He channeled all his strength into his legs and stomped on the ground, creating momentum. Boom! A powerful force began to gather in his body. Yan Hao thrust the giant lance forward. He let out a mighty roar. Go! The lance tore through the air, flying straight toward the queen bee as it tried to attack again. A direct hit! The tip of the lance plunged deep into the monster's abdomen, but the scene that followed stunned everyone. Wait! That's impossible. It was pierced through a vital spot, yet it's completely unharmed. Kim Oan looked at the readings in utter confusion. How can a Hound class have that much power? Could it be because... Yan Hao landed staggering from exhaustion. Kim Oan quickly ran to him, yelling, Yan Hao, don't let it get away! The injured queen bee was flapping its wings frantically. Run, it's about to level up to Overlord class. Yan Hao fell backward onto the ground, giving up. Let it go! I'm out of gas! Without the red mist to replenish my energy, I was drained in an instant. If I'd known, I would have saved some strength. Kim Wan stood with her hands on her hips, looking down at him with a teasing smile. Hey, what's with this dead fish act? Are you trying to play the victim? Do you need this lady to give you mouth-to-mouth? Yan Hao snorted coldly in reply. I'm not interested in kids. Kim Wan looked down at Yan Hao and pouted. Who are you calling a kid? She took out an energy chocolate bar. She smiled and offered it to him. Here, eat this first. Take a rest. Yan Hao shyly turned his face away, scratching his head. Actually, I'm out of energy, but not because I'm hungry. A soldier ran over to check on them. Are you guys all right? Yan Hao stood up and replied, We're fine. Kim Wan, while looking at her tablet, gave an order. Let's clean up the battlefield and set up a temporary camp while we're at it. This needs to be reported to the higher-ups immediately. The soldier replied, It was reported a while ago. After regrouping, the troops started moving toward the giant honeycomb structure that was leaking dark red gas situated in the middle of the desolate land. Kim Oan looked at the measuring device in her hand. Beeping sounds echoed as she announced, The red mist concentration in the beast nest is still within the low range. We can go in with protective gear. Seeing Yan Hao hesitate, she said, You're not going to wait for reinforcements, are you? That queen bee is injured. It's a good opportunity to gather data and deal with it, but more than that, the threat level of this beast nest has now risen to mid to high. If we succeed, we'll have completed a mission above our rank and could gain a lot of benefits. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the imposing headquarters building of the Special Operations Team, specifically outside the Chief of Staff's office. Inside, a silver-haired general is in a heated argument. The argument with the person opposite him was intense. Right now, the higher-ups are severely divided. It's not just us hoping he becomes a high-level combat asset. There's also a bunch of mad scientists who advocate for turning him into a test subject for research. He turned solemnly, his gaze sharp through his glasses. Yan Hao is very special. Keep a close eye on him. Suddenly, Lin Yongshin's communicator beeped. He flinched. An emergency call. The silver-haired general urged, Go on, answer it. Yongshin immediately replied, Yes, sir. After listening to the report, Lin Yongshin panicked, shouting into the device, "What did you say the beast nest, Yan Hao, and the others were scouting has had its threat level changed from low to high grade, and Yan Hao and Kim Wan have already gone inside." The silver-haired general was stunned, muttering, "Isn't this just reckless? That Kim Wan girl may seem flippant, but her mind is quite sharp. She wouldn't take such a risk. Something about this is strange." He immediately raised his hand and gave a decisive order: "Mobilize the nearest Crimson unit to provide backup. Song Rui's squad is to depart immediately. Primary objective, ensure the safety of Kim Wan and Yan Hao. Secondary objective, eliminate the beast nest." At the same time, a man walked in to report. "Reporting, sir." Lin Yongshin was surprised to see a familiar face. "Yongji, aren't you supposed to be in the hospital?" The silver-haired general turned his back and asked Lin Yongshin, "Yongshin, I'm having your younger brother continue to follow Song Rui. Is that a problem?" Yongshin replied succinctly, "No, sir." He turned to give an order to the newcomer. "Lin Yongji, report to First Lieutenant Song Rui immediately to serve as her adjutant." "This is an order." Lin Yongji bowed his head in compliance. "Yes, sir." Yongshin silently understood. "So you were the one who arranged for him to be by Song Rui's side before too?" As everyone left, the general stood alone in the room, gave a slight wave of his hand, "Go, go," and thought to himself, "Ruier, although I don't know why you're so interested in Yan Hao, this is all your father can do for you." Back at the dangerous scene, Yan Hao and Kim Wan, clad in tight-fitting combat suits, were advancing deep into the cave. "Only Kim Wan and I possess the defensive combat suits for the Red Mist. I hope everything goes smoothly." After venturing deeper into the cave for a while, without any unusual activity, Kim Wan said, "The energy index, on the other hand, hasn't changed." The girls analyzed the situation with concern. However, once that queen bee matures into an overlord class, the difficulty of dealing with this beast nest will increase dramatically. Suddenly, Yan Hao shouted, "Stop!" It startled Kim Wan, leaving her stunned. Crash! A giant monster broke through the rock wall and charged out, attacking fiercely. Both of them hastily jumped to opposite sides, narrowly dodging it. Yan Hao got a good look at the enemy and exclaimed in horror, "This is bad. It's a mutated armored stinger queen. Judging by its size and the oral appendage on its tail, it's overlord class." A cold sweat broke out on Kim Wan's back. She couldn't believe her eyes. It really managed to evolve successfully. How is this possible? The red mist concentration is this low. It's clearly not enough for it to level up so quickly. The situation worsened as its minions swarmed in, surrounding them. Not only that, the other scout stinger bees have been enhanced too. Kim Wan looked at the malfunctioning device in her hand and shouted in fury, "The red mist concentration here already far exceeds the warning value. Why didn't the analyzer sound an alarm?" Just as she finished speaking, she collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. "Cough, cough!" Yan Hao turned back in worry. "Kim Wan!" Blood was trickling from the corner of her mouth. Kim Wan gritted her teeth as she realized an even more terrifying truth. Moreover, the protective suit has been tampered with. The effectiveness against the red mist has been weakened. "There's a mole in the Crimson unit!" Yan Hao immediately stood in front of Kim Wan to protect her. In that life-or-death moment, Yan Hao grabbed Kim Wan's hand, pulled her along, and shouted, "Run!" As he ran, he glanced at the dense red mist surrounding them, calculating inwardly. "I was just worried about not having enough red mist energy, and now it's serving itself up on a platter. But I have to get Kim Wan to safety first. In this kind of terrain, there's no way I can fight with peace of mind." Finding a fissure in the cliffside, Yan Hao unleashed a powerful kick. "Ha!" He shattered the rock, creating a small entrance, and pointed inside the crevice. He signaled for Kim Wan to hide there. "It's concealed here and it's ventilated. You should be able to hold on for a bit." Yan Hao turned back his back facing the cave entrance and instructed Kim Wan, "Contact headquarters for reinforcements and prepare protective gear. I'll go hold them off." Kim Wan immediately regained her composure, raised her hand in a confident salute. "Leave it to this young lady. I'll update them with the latest data and the situation inside the nest." She saw Yan Hao starting to walk away. She suddenly called after him, "Hey!" Yan Hao Shi pointed at his face, her eyes a mixture of determination and worry. "If you don't come back, I'll chase you to the depths of hell and never let you go." Yan Hao turned his head back. He gave a reassuring and masculine smile. "Don't worry, I'll definitely be back." As soon as he left, the ground shook violently. The monster revealed its true form, a giant queen bee with rugged armor. Yan Hao clenched his fists, thinking to himself, "I have finally gained enough strength." and to protect the people who are important to me. So this time, the promise I made to Xiao Shui, it will be the same. Enemy information displayed mutated armored stinger queen bee higher than overlord level. He raised his hand, which was blazing with red energy. His eyes burned with the will to fight. I will absolutely not fail. A swarm of worker bees as dense as a dark cloud blotted out the sky and frantically dived down to attack him under the queen's command. Yan Hao focused all his energy into his palm. He created a blazing red orb, an overlord-level crustacean insect move energy cannon. The remaining red mist energy I have is only enough for one shot. I absolutely cannot fail. He strained, compressing his power to its absolute limit, focusing his spirit before condensing it. Crimson Star, condensing burst! Yan Hao shouted, unleashing a destructive beam of energy towards the 7 bees. A terrifying crimson explosion erupted, tearing through the cave space. The energy beam hit its target, creating a violent shockwave that wiped out everything in its path. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the monster. Yan Hao squinted, observing. Did it work? Suddenly he noticed a strange aura creeping beneath his feet. From within the dense red mist, countless pairs of blazing red eyes lit up. The terrifying buzzing of wings echoed once more. Yan Hao broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming in shock, "You've got to be kidding me." At the same time, in a rock crevice, time rewound to 3 minutes ago. Jin Ying was inspecting the equipment. The analyzer had indeed been tampered with. She used a specialized tool to repair the circuit board. This should be able to measure the red mist concentration normally now. But when the number appeared on the screen, her face turned pale with horror. The red mist concentration exceeds the standard. But why is this reading so high? It's already twice the warning threshold. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind from the explosion outside blew in, knocking Jin Ying over. She lifted her head and looked towards the crack, seeing a blinding flash of light from the massive explosion outside. Jin Ying immediately realized the severity of the problem. This is bad. The explosion stirred up the red mist, making it even thicker. She looked at the monster analysis data on her tablet. By absorbing the high concentration of red mist, these bee swarms were evolving at an accelerated rate. Even the lowest scout-level ones have evolved into hound level. Outside, Yan Hao's situation was becoming extremely critical. A giant bee rushed forward to attack him. As soon as Yan Hao punched one away, 2 more lunged at him. Damn it! How are there more of them the more I fight? And they're getting stronger. He continuously parried the blows, feeling his strength rapidly depleting. Even with the red mist all around, my recovery speed still can't keep up with my energy consumption. His mutated arm began to crack under the relentless impacts. If this keeps up, I'll be worn down to death. Jin Ying, hiding in the cave, watched the battle, her heart burning with anxiety. Can Yan Hao hold on? She suddenly noticed strange red marks. They were spreading on Yan Hao's neck. From his neck. This is a symptom of red mist corrosion. His protective suit must have been tampered with, too, the meter in her hand. Bao blared a continuous warning. Beep beep. Jin Ying looked at the frantically jumping numbers. The number is still rising. He's about to be overwhelmed. I can't just sit here and wait to die. She decided to act. First, I have to blow away the red mist around Yan Hao. She raised her hand, concentrating wind energy. Wind pressure bullet. Jin Ying shouted, launching a powerful vortex of wind towards Yan Hao. The whirlwind enveloped him, blowing away the surrounding toxic red mist and creating a safe zone. It was a temporary reprieve for him in the middle of the monster swarm. From her hiding spot, Jin Ying saw that the time had come. She gave a thumbs up and shouted, "Now's the time!" She decisively pressed the activation button on the device in her hand, yelling, "Detonate!" Instantly, a violent blue energy vortex erupted in the center of the cave. It swept away everything around. Yan Hao, standing in the eye of the storm, was stunned as he watched the powerful wind devastate everything. "Holy crap!" he exclaimed. He looked around in confusion as the red mist disappeared. He roared in desperation, "Who blew away the red mist? My energy supply has been cut off." As the mist cleared, the giant bees were fully revealed. They shrieked angrily and simultaneously lunged forward to attack. Stingers were fired, shooting straight towards Yan Hao. He hurriedly raised his arm to block the blows. Clang, clang. A metallic sound echoed. Looking at his smoking arm, Yan Hao gritted his teeth, realizing the critical situation. The poison on these stingers has a paralyzing effect. Before he could recover, another barrage of poisonous stingers from the swarm tore through the air towards him. Yan Hao's pupils constricted and sweat poured down his face as he realized he had nowhere to run. "Oh no, I can't dodge in time." Just then, an armored figure shot forward like a meteor, shielding him. The person blocked the incoming poisonous stingers with their back. Yan Hao was stunned. Looking at the steadfast back that had just saved him, he blurted out, "Adjutant Lin!" Lin Yongji appeared with a stat panel showing C-Class Force-type Core Beast Overlord Pangolin. He shouted, "The fight isn't over. Focus." The endless tide of bees continued to swarm in with overwhelming numbers. Suddenly, purple bolts of lightning struck down from above, instantly piercing through a line of the monsters. Song made a cool entrance with a heavy rifle electricity crackling around her body. C-Class Element-type Core Beast Giant-level Manticore. She landed gently on the ground. Yan Hao asked happily. "Captain Song, why are you all here?" Song replied coldly, her eyes still warily scanning the surroundings. "We received orders from headquarters to provide you guys with support." She raised her hand and gave a decisive order to the entire assault team to clean up this stinking mess. The soldiers, armed to the teeth, roared in unison, "Yes, ma'am!" and charged forward bravely. The flamethrowers began operating at full capacity as Team A used high heat to suppress the forward passage. Team B provided mid-range covering fire. Amidst the chaotic sea of fire, a soldier shouted, "Adjutant Lin, you and Yan Hao fall back and rest." Lin Yongji replied, "Got it." Suddenly, a giant tail with a sharp stinger shot out from the darkness, aiming straight for them. A blazing red energy beam fired at terrifying speed. Someone screamed a warning, "What is that?" "It's too fast, Adjutant Lin, watch out." "Song," Air shouted while firing back. "Don't look back, keep running." "It's another Overlord class, I can only use that move once." She focused all her energy into her gun. Activating her ultimate skill, she created a massive electromagnetic field. Electromagnetic annihilation. The destructive energy beam shot forward. The high-voltage electric field generated by this move would destroy and paralyze all objects within its range. The attack collided with the target, creating a world-shaking explosion that ground everything to dust. The powerful lightning strike engulfed the boss monster, causing the members below to cheer. "Look, Captain Song's attack, I think it hit," but Jin Ying immediately warned, "Wait a minute, that body shape. This is the Overlord-class Queen Bee mentioned in Researcher Jin's intel, even though it was hit." The monster shrieked and soared high into the air. Song Rui shouted, "It's flying upwards! I've paralyzed it. It can't get far. Eliminate the surrounding bee swarm. Rescue is the priority." The entire team responded in unison. Roger. Witnessing Songer's power, the team members couldn't help but be amazed. Captain Song was always this strong. Well, last time in Red Rock City, she didn't bring her main combat gear, nor was she wearing her battle armor. So she couldn't use her abilities to their full potential. After repelling the attack wave, Songer turned and asked, "Where's Jin Ying?" Yan Hao pointed towards a large rock. "She's over there." Just then a voice rang out. "Stone Cold Song." Jin Ying walked out with a pout, but still full of life. "If you were 10 minutes later, you would have been picking up this young lady's corpse." Songer smirked and retorted, "Well, Miss Jin, when we get back, remember you're treating us. You still owe me for saving you last time, you know." With the situation temporarily stable, Song gave her next command. "Team, the most important mission rescuing the wounded is complete." "What's our next move?" She made a decisive call. "Wipe out the bee swarm. Eliminate the threat of this beast nest." Meanwhile, Yan Hao was scheming to himself. "I'll take this opportunity to secretly absorb a little red mist energy." Yan Hao stood alone, his fists clenched as streams of red gas were drawn into his body. He pondered, that last shot of red mist energy couldn't even take out the queen bee. I have to try again. Feeling the power surging through his body, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, almost done replenishing. Suddenly, Yan Hao jerked his head around, sensing an immense danger approaching from above. A gigantic spike slammed into the ground, causing a powerful tremor. It made everyone tremble in fear. Immediately after, a crimson vortex formed, sucking all the surrounding mist into its center. Someone exclaimed, "It's absorbing all the red mist from the entire beast nest." The queen bee appeared in a new, far more terrifying form, stunning everyone. This posture. It's trying to level up again. No way. Didn't it just become an overlord class? Jin Ying looked at her detection device, which was blaring red alerts, and screamed in panic. "Danger, danger! The red mist level is about to break through level 4. Where the hell is all this red mist coming from? Could it be this beast nest is actually a high-level one?" The monster let out a world-shaking roar, the shockwave vibrating throughout the cave. From behind it, swarms of other giant bees appeared. A soldier reported, "Captain Song, a large number of Hound-class bee swarms have appeared behind it." Yan Hao charged forward. With his back to his comrades, he yelled, "You guys handle the bee swarms! I have a way to deal with the queen!" Song Rui called out after him. "Yan Hao, Without hesitation, Song Rui immediately ordered the entire team to support him. "All units listen up! Attack the swarms and provide cover for Yan Hao!" Everyone responded in unison. "Roger!" The Queen Bee began firing deadly energy beams down at the ground. Yan Hao thought as he ran, "I have to finish it for good or everyone's going to die here." He moved continuously at high speed, repeatedly slashing at its body. Yan Hao leaped into the air, dodging a sweeping attack, and realized, relying on just my claws isn't going to work. He flipped in midair. His hand gathered blazing red energy as he unleashed his decisive move. Crimson burst! A massive crimson explosion erupted right where the monster was. Dust and smoke engulfed everything. Yan Hao stood watching his handiwork, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Did it work? But before his smile could fade, a sharp, pitch-black spike suddenly shot out from the cloud of dust at terrifying speed. Yan Hao hastily leaned back to dodge it by a hair's breadth. The spike plunged into the ground. He realized just blasting it with energy isn't enough to inflict a fatal wound. I need to find a suitable weapon. His gaze fell on the object that had just landed beside him. Huh, the Queen Bee's stinger. Yan Hao immediately grabbed the giant spike. He activated his red energy enveloping it, transforming its shape. Devour! Holding the new weapon in his hand, Yan Hao shot into the air, aiming straight for the hovering Queen Bee. While the soldiers below were still struggling against the smaller bee swarms, he focused all his power into his arm. The stinger sword glowed blood red. I'll pour all my remaining red mist energy to this, facing the giant monster. Yan Hao raised his weapon high and shouted with pride. Since you gifted me a weapon, I've prepared a grand gift for you in return. Yan Hao poured all his strength into the glowing red spear in his hand, a deadly glint in his eyes. Crimson mist slash. The spear tore through space, carving a fatal line through the mutated Queen Bee's massive body. A world-shaking explosion erupted, blowing everything away. In the sea of fire and smoke, a brilliant red object shot high into the sky from the center of the blast. A pure energy radiated from it. Guillaume Hao looked up, his pupils shrinking in astonishment. It was an Overlord-level beast core. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the object. I'll take this. Smack! The moment the beast core touched his hand, it dissolved and shot into his chest. Guillaume Hao was stunned. This thing, its energy is too powerful. It filled the crystal core in my body in an instant. The immense power overloaded his body. Red lightning shot out from him. I can't take it anymore. At the same time, the lightning bolts completely wiped out the remaining worker bees nearby. From a distance, a soldier cried out, "Captain, the entire swarm has been cleared out. Why do I get the feeling they suddenly got weaker?" Tong Yi immediately ordered, "Move in to support Guillaume Hao now." But just then, Guillaume Hao's body swayed and then collapsed. Thud Tong Yi was shocked. "Huh!" She screamed and rushed towards him. "Guillaume Hao!" The whole team hurried over to Guillaume Hao's unconscious body. Kim Oan checked her computer and reported in a panic, "His heart rate is off the charts. Neural signals are chaotic." Frightening blood-red veins surfaced all over Guillaume Hao's body as he groaned in pain. Kim On concluded, he was exposed to too much of the red mist. He might lose his mind. Tong Ni turned and gave a firm order. Adjutant Lam used the mobile medpod block his neural transmission. Lam Dung Tri gave a curt reply. Roger. At the temporary camp outside the beast's nest, the armored vehicle carrying Nguyen Hao arrived safely. Outside, a soldier asked anxiously, Adjutant Lam, how is Brother Ngim? Is he okay? Lam Dung Tri reassured him, he's stable for now. He turned to Kim Wan. Kim Wan, you're a technical officer. I'm putting you in charge of adjusting the medpod's parameters and monitoring him. She replied, got it. The modern medpod closed. A mechanical voice rang out, medical bay initiating, commencing anesthetic injection. Inside, Tong Ni looked at Nguyen Hao through the glass. She said grimly, this can only suppress it temporarily. We have to get back to headquarters for treatment fast. Kim Oan nodded. I know. At that moment in his chaotic subconscious, Nguyen Hao faced a dark version of himself. It tempted him, surrender your body, embrace the beast within. Memories flooded back like a film. Flickering images of his father and younger sister appeared. Me. I don't want to die, Dad. Two tweet's cries echoed in his mind. I'm sorry, Dad. Tweet. Nguyen Hao's consciousness faded into darkness. It's all over. But then the image of his happy family appeared vividly. His father's words rang in his ears. Take good care of your sister. Survive, my son. You must survive. You and his promise to tweet. Big Brother promises you I'll definitely come back safely. Tweet is still waiting for me. The voices of his comrades of Kim Oan of Tong Yi began to ring out, awaking his will to fight. Gim Hao, you are a warrior. The fight isn't over. Focus, brother Ngim, you can do this. This lady won't allow you to give up just like that. Ngim Hao, wake up. Wake up now. Ngim Hao's eyes shot open in his mindscape. Everyone is waiting for me. No, it's not over. I want to live. He struggled, breaking free from the dark chains that bound him, screaming, I have to find Tweet. I have to protect everyone I want to protect. I will absolutely not fall here. Gim Hao looked at his own hand, his gaze firm. This isn't just my responsibility. It's yours too. He reached out to his dark self, who was chained in midair. Come back. Everyone is waiting for us. The two selves merged into one. Gim Hao panted, feeling a surging power that was also fraught with danger. Ha! 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 The price. Is this the price for becoming stronger? Every breakthrough is like dancing on the edge of an abyss. Wait, why can't I open my eyes? And my body won't move either. Outside, in reality, the convoy was struggling through a fierce sandstorm. The wind howled. Whoosh! The driver strained his eyes, reporting anxiously, the sandstorm's too strong. I can't see the road at all. It's too dangerous to continue. He turned and suggested, Captain Tong, there's an old city ruin 3 kilometers ahead. Maybe we should take shelter there for a bit. Tong Yi pondered for a moment, then asked Kim Wan, What's Ngim Hao's current condition? Kim Wan, her eyes glued to the monitor, replied, His vitals are stable for now, but he hasn't regained consciousness. Tong Yi made a decisive call, Adjutant Lam. Head for the ruins. Inform the rear vehicle to follow. The armored convoy headed towards a massive, dilapidated domed building amidst the swirling sandstorm. When the vehicle stopped inside a vast hall, the order was given, all personnel disembark and rest. But the moment she stepped out, Tong Yi felt a sense of unease. She turned to Kim Wan. Kim Wan, something feels wrong about this place. Scan the environment immediately. Structural stability, red mist concentration, and heat signatures. Kim Wan immediately responded. Got it. Beside the med pod containing Ngim Hao, Tong Yi ordered the soldiers, protect him well. This is a top priority mission from HQ. They all responded in unison. Roger, but from the shadows? Shadowy figures with covered faces and crossbows in hand had silently surrounded them. A volley of poison arrows suddenly rained down from above. A soldier was hit and collapsed in agony. Lam Dung Tree immediately shouted a warning, Enemy ambush! Take cover! At the same time, he activated his hardening ability to protect himself. The arrows thudded into the armored vehicle. Kim Oan realized with horror the crossbow bolts are coated with the bodily fluids of venom-sting wasps. Suddenly, a huge boulder fell from the ceiling. Tong Yi quickly ordered, Scatter! She rapidly activated her ability, firing bolts of purple lightning that shattered the boulder into pieces. Tong Yi landed safely, but the broken pieces of rock were still flying everywhere. Lam Dung Tree lunged to shield Kim On, bracing himself against the sharp fragments. Oan, watch out for the shrapnel! Kim Wan cried out in panic. Ah! From above, a taunting voice echoed. Don't let them escape. Rob them of everything. A series of glass bottles containing a green liquid. Model, here, have a taste of this first. The bottles shattered on the ground, releasing a strange green smoke. Songroy squinted on guard. What is that? She quickly covered her mouth and shouted a warning. This is bad. It's the bodily fluid of an Overlord-class beast. The gas it creates has a paralyzing effect. The masked robbers all jumped down at once. Charge attack! Go, go, go! Take care of them! A robber swung a giant axe towards Song Rui, laughing. Ha 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 ha! Hand over all the good stuff, little girl! Song Rui dodged the blow coldly, saying, Get lost! Then launched a lightning kick at the enemy. The robber was sent flying, slamming hard into the wall, but just then, an iron chain flew out of nowhere, wrapping tightly around the medical pod. Song Rui turned back, but it was too late. She gritted her teeth as she felt her body gradually go numb. Damn it! My body is paralyzed. The robbers cheered triumphantly. Got it hooked. Hurry, pull, those guys were risking their lives to protect this metal box. There's definitely treasure inside, seeing them about to pull the pod away. Kim Oan screamed, Don't touch him! She rushed forward to stop them, but an arrow pierced through her leg, causing her to collapse to the ground in pain. Ah! Kim Oan slumped down painfully, calling out the name of the person in the pod, Ngim Hao. Inside the dark medical pod, Ngim Hao's body suddenly emitted brilliant red streams of light. His breathing became ragged. Gasp. Gasp. Songroy rushed over to help Kim Won up, saying worriedly, "Hang in there, don't talk." Her heart was filled with anger and regret. Not only had she let Ngiem Hao be taken, but she'd also let Kim Won get injured. What kind of failure was this? Kim Won, panting and breathless, said, "You have to save Ngiem Hao." Song Rui decisively snapped the arrow on Kim Won's leg. With a serious expression, she said, "For now, this will have to do. Don't move around." Then she analyzed the situation. Before we arrived, the robbers had already set up an ambush. It's very strange. How did they know our movements? Lam Dung Tree ran over to report Captain Song the scene has been secured. Most of the rogue robbers escaped while we were poisoned. They escaped? Song Rui replied, "There's a fierce sandstorm outside. They can't possibly move Ngiem Hao by land. They must have gone underground." Another soldier ran up. "We found an abandoned elevator shaft, but a preliminary investigation suggests it's the entrance to their hideout." Song Rui immediately gave the order, "Assemble at once." Standing before the dark elevator shaft, Song Rui gave her final instructions. "Next up is a rescue operation. The objective is to retrieve Ngiem Hao. Team A, secure the exit and protect Kim Won. Adjutant Lam and Team B, you're with me. We're rappelling down." Standing before the Team B soldiers who were preparing to depart, Song Rui commanded loudly, "Success is our only option. Failure is not an option." The entire team replied seriously, "Yes, sir." Just then, the young man anxiously stepped forward. "Captain Song, please let me go with you." But she firmly refused. "No, you're not a combatant. Besides, the situation down there is unknown. You and Kim Won will stay with Team A and protect everyone." He persisted, his face full of worry. "Ngiem Hao is my good brother. He saved me once. Now that he's in danger, how can I just stand up here and wait?" Seeing his determination, Song Rui finally relented. "All right, stick close to me. Don't get separated from the team." He was immediately overjoyed. "Yes, sir." Scene change. Down in the robbers' hideout, one of them was struggling with the heavy metal box. "This metal chest is so heavy, what the hell is inside it?" Another one yelled, "Who cares? Anything hidden in an armored vehicle has to be treasure. Everyone get out of the way." A burly robber swung a huge weapon, bringing it down hard on the medical pod, creating a sharp streak of light. The sound of metal clashing rang out with a loud clang as the axe blade struck the pod's tough steel shell. The robber's leader panted in frustration. "What the hell? This thing is tougher than a safe. We've already broken several crowbars and sledgehammers on it, and it won't even budge." At this impasse, a blonde-haired teenager among the robbers raised his hand and spoke up. "I can open it, but we have to go deeper underground." The leader growled skeptically. "What nonsense are you talking about? Down there is just a death trap. The last 3 guys who went in never came back." The robbers started murmuring amongst themselves. "Is this kid dreaming? Even rats can't survive down there." But the boy remained confident. "I've seen it. There's a key down there that can open it. Want to make a bet?" The leader grabbed the teenager by the collar threateningly. "Huh? Who the hell do you think you are? If you can open it, we'll let you go. If you can't, we'll kill you and everyone with you." Inside the pod, Ngiem Hao was now conscious and heard the threat from outside. "If you're planning any tricks, I'll kill you right now." He calmly assessed the situation. Although he didn't know what had happened after he lost control, it seemed he was now in the enemy's hideout as the pod was being carried deep underground. Ngiem Hao noticed a change in himself. After his core leveled up, his sensory abilities had been massively enhanced. He could not only sense his immediate surroundings, but also deep underground. A status screen appeared in his mind, and he could also sense his body's condition. Core level rust red, 1 red bone mass, is 67%. 2 evolved abilities, Beast Claws and Constrict. 3 pilfered abilities, Red Bone Bullet and Poison Gland. The Poison Gland must be the ability I stole from that bee. The group stopped in front of a giant beast skeleton. The robber shouted, "This is the place. Don't you try any funny business, kid." The leader pointed at the skeleton excitedly, saying, "This is the key. Heave that iron chest over here." Suddenly, a blinding light erupted with a violent explosion. "Kid, this had better work, or else—" Before he could finish, a deafening roar cut him off. Amidst the smoke and dust from the explosion, a subordinate yelled in panic, "Boss, the box, it opened on its own." The lid of the medical pod burst open amidst a hazy mist. From the darkness, Ngiem Hao coldly unleashed his new ability, Poison Glands. Deadly streams of green gas began to spread from his fingertips. The bandits had no time to react, only screaming in agony, "Ah, it's poison, poison!" The toxin seeped into their flesh, causing them excruciating pain. Ngim Hao stepped out of the smoke standing tall amidst the collapsed bandits. Not bad. As a support skill for crowd control, it's quite useful. The leader stared intently at him, his face filled with horror. Damn it, there's a living person inside! He roared furiously. Did you bastards let me steal this on purpose? Just so you could infiltrate my hideout, Ngim Hao just replied nonchalantly. What the hell are you talking about? His anger boiling over, the leader flexed his bulging muscles. I used to be a D-rank warrior. Killing a piece of trash like you is as easy as crushing an ant. He swung his blade and charged forward, filled with killing intent. You dare trick me, die! But Ngim Hao just smirked contemptuously. D-rank! Instantly a notification appeared. Poison glands activated. He threw a powerful punch straight into the leader's face. With a taunt, is that all you've got? Leaving him no time to react, the powerful impact created a terrible shockwave. A series of deafening blasts shattered the surrounding rock walls. Ngim Hao stood calmly amidst the rubble. He turned his head slightly. Standing amidst the rubble, Ngim Hao looked down coldly at the trembling teenager. You want a taste, too? As soon as he finished speaking, the teenager was so terrified his eyes rolled back and he collapsed. Thud. He fainted. Ngim Hao turned around, looking in amazement at the giant skeletons behind him. To think there are so many exotic beast remains in this place. He moved closer, carefully observing the cracks on the bones, and concluded, all these skeletons show signs of injury. It seems these beasts didn't die naturally. Someone deliberately trapped them here to slaughter each other. Just like in a beast arena. Suddenly, an immense pressure bore down from above. Tong Nui's electromagnetic pulse could be heard from 10 floors away. He smiled faintly and crushed a piece of debris in his hand. This woman is as hot-headed as ever. Up above, the soldiers were fiercely firing to suppress the remaining bandits. Clang, clang. Lam dung. Tree braced himself against the hail of bullets, his body transforming into a block of hardened black steel. Clink, clank, damn it, what the hell? That guy's completely immune to blades and bullets. Seizing an opportunity, he unleashed a lightning kick that sent the enemy flying. After the situation was stabilized, a soldier ran up to report Captain Tong. This area has been suppressed. No sign of Kim Ti or Ngim Hao yet. Tong Nui decisively replied, keep searching. She frowned as she saw the deep claw marks on the rock walls. There are exotic beast claw marks everywhere. It seems there's some kind of secret hidden here. Just then, the communicator blared with an urgent signal. Captain Tong Kim Tai's tracking device has located Ngim Hao directly below us. Huh? What's wrong? The signal suddenly vanished. The color drained from Tong Nui's face. She yelled in alarm. This is bad. The medical pod might have been destroyed. Ngim Hao is in danger. At that very tense moment, Ngim Hao casually walked out from the rubble, carrying the teenager on his shoulder. Yo, is everyone all right? Ngim Hao. Tong Nui breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but ask with suspicion. Ngim Hao, are you okay? I'm fine now. What on earth is down there? Ngim Hao looked down into the dark abyss and explained in a low voice. Below is probably an abandoned beast arena. Captain Tong, should we investigate? After a moment's thought, Song-er decided to prioritize retreating for now. They would investigate later. Ngim Hao, this kid... Oh. He was startled as the teenager on his shoulders suddenly woke up. The boy struggled free. Huh. He escaped. His eyes were bloodshot as he frantically drew a knife and lunged at Ngim Hao. Die! Shing! The sharp blade stabbed straight into Ngim Hao's left chest. Instantly, a layer of tough red scales appeared, blocking the blade. Localized beastification scale armor. Ketash. A murderous aura radiated from Ngim Hao as he gripped the kid's neck. You're really asking to die, aren't you? You people! These soldiers! You're all bastards! The teenager writhed in agony, blood pouring from his mouth and eyes. Die! Kill! Kill me! Ngim Hao narrowed his eyes, recognizing the terrible sign. This is a symptom of red bone infection. He immediately unleashed a suppressing blow. A red card fell from the kid's body, hitting the ground with a thud. Lin Yongji bent down and picked it up, stunned. Huh. He stared blankly at the card in his hand. Redstone Patrol Team, 7th Squad. Athak. This is my comrade's ID card. Song-er took the card, studied the face on it, and then compared it to the kid. The photo on the card was much older than him, but the eyebrows are a perfect match. They might be brothers. She immediately gave an order. This child's condition is terrible. Take him back for treatment and investigation. His infection is clearly past the initial stage. Gim Hao placed his hand on the kid's back, using his special power to draw out the red bone energy from his body. There might still be a chance to save him. After a long journey, the convoy returned to Hucheng Base. At the Special Response Team's Z Shui Barracks, a guard hurried to announce, "They're back. Go report to young Master Zhang." Understood. Song got out of the car and immediately instructed, "Adjutant Lin, take Kim Oan to the medical bay right away." "Yes, ma'am," Lin Yongji replied. However, a squad of guards suddenly blocked their path. "What do you think you're doing?" "Excuse me, you two." A guard with an arrogant expression raised his hand to stop them. "According to the latest quarantine regulations, all personnel returning from a high-risk red bone zone must undergo immediate quarantine inspection." Lin Yongji was furious. "Since when was this a rule?" The soldier remained stubborn. "This is an order from a superior. Please cooperate. Strip naked for disinfection and a full-body inspection." Song Nui snapped coldly. "This so-called order from a superior. Who issued it?" "I am their commander," Song Nui asserted. "Tell your superior to come see me, immediately." In the distance, a man in an elegant vest approached, flanked by armed soldiers. Clank, clank. "Who is deliberately refusing to cooperate with the inspection?" He flashed a knowing smile when he saw Song Nui. "Oh, so it's Captain Song. Just a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." He thought to himself, why did Song Nui come back with Ngim Hao? Song Nui looked him straight in the eye and demanded, "You're the one who ordered these logistics grunts to do this." He replied calmly, "I'm in charge of quarantine for new recruits. Captain Song and researcher Kim are veterans of the Special Response Team. Naturally, they don't need our inspection." He turned to Ngim Hao with a calculating look. "Ngim Hao, this is for the good of the barracks. I'll have to ask you to cooperate." Song cut him off coldly. "Not necessary." Her voice became threatening. "Who the hell do you think you are? Your word doesn't count for anything here." Song led the group, walking past him coldly. She didn't even glance back as she said decisively, "Just ignore him." But Trong Tan suddenly shouted, "Wait!" He aggressively pointed at the boy on Lin Yongji's back, his voice full of contempt. "You're really planning to bring that filthy thing into the barracks?" Lin Yongji immediately spun around and retorted, "He's not a filthy thing. He's my comrade's younger brother." Trong Tan smirked slyly when he heard about the boy's background. "Oh, so he's from the patrol team, is he? Trash belongs in the trash heap. Seize him." Immediately, the guards aimed the dark muzzles of their guns at Lin Yongji, causing him to grit his teeth in anger. "You!" Trong Tan provoked him smugly. "What are you planning to defy a military order?" Songer spun around furiously, shouting, "Trong Tan, you dare!" But a hand suddenly blocked her shoulder with a soft, "Shh." Ngim Hao stepped forward coldly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he activated his poison gland ability. "Let me handle this." He gently placed a hand on Trong Tan's shoulder, his voice low and threatening. "Trong Tan, stop this!" The touch startled him into turning around. "Huh. You want to oppose me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Trong Tan's pupils contracted and his face turned pale with horror. "This is poison." "But since when?" Ngim Hao looked at him with a mixture of pity and contempt. "I know you don't like me, but this method of yours is just pathetic. Stop now and it's not too late." The poison's effect was incredibly fast, causing Trong Tan to collapse. Ngim Hao looked down at him and said sarcastically, "Look at you. I only said 2 sentences and you're already so tired you've collapsed." He turned to the stunned guards. Ngim Hao ordered with a smirk, "Hey, your new team leader seems exhausted. Take him away to rest." The soldiers trembled and replied, "Yes, sir." As he was dragged away by his subordinates, Trong Tan craned his neck to glare at Ngim Hao's back. "Team leader, what's wrong?" "Sir." "Ngim Hao, you were clever this time." "Just you wait." Songer looked at Ngim Hao suspiciously. "What did you do to him?" He just smiled calmly. "Don't worry. This will just keep him in bed for a couple of days." The scene changes to the medical bay where modern equipment is running at full capacity. My protective suit was smeared with a slow-acting corrosive agent. After I came into contact with a high concentration of red bone, its protective function immediately disappeared. There's a mole one who didn't want Kim Oan to return alive. The chief of staff looked at Ngim Hao meaningfully. "You were also their target." But he replied calmly, "Chief of staff, I believe their primary target was me. Kim Oan was just caught in the crossfire because of me." The man gently pushed up his glasses, his expression thoughtful. "Is that so?" Until this is fully investigated, both of you are temporarily suspended from all external duties. Kim Oan's father, his face gaunt with worry, said to the chief of staff, "Old Song, looks like there are a few rats in headquarters that need to be cleaned out. I trust you'll assign reliable people to protect my daughter and Yan Hao. But if another slip-up happens, neither of us will be able to bear the responsibility." The chief of staff nodded. His eyes glinted with determination. "I understand." He turned to his daughter, issuing an order as her superior, "Ernie, for the time being, your top priority is to ensure their absolute safety." She replied formally, "Yes, father." Time flies. The caption reads a few days later. Yan Hao sat lost in thought on a stone bench in the barracks courtyard. He looked up at the sky, his mind filled with unanswered questions. The off-base mission has been suspended. There's a mole in the army, Zhang Jin from the city defense team, a Shuo from the patrol team. What should I do next? As he was lost in thought, Lin Yongji's urgent voice called out from a distance. "Brother Yan! Brother Yan!" He quickly asked, "What is it? Did something happen?" Lin Yongji ran up panting and leaned in to whisper a secret into Yan Hao's ear. "When I was examining that kid, and I found a photo. The girl in it, she looks a lot like your sister." Hearing the word sister, Yan Hao froze, then excitedly gripped his friend's shoulder. "Are you serious?" Lin Yongji cried out in pain. "Brother Yan, you're gonna break it. You're breaking my arm." The two of them rushed into the hospital room. Slide. "Doctor, how is he?" The doctor looked at the monitor and explained, "His condition has stabilized for now, but we still need to keep him under observation. However, there is something strange. When he was brought in, the infection was severe. Why has it suddenly subsided over the last few days?" Yan Hao walked to the bedside and looked at the doctor with a cold gaze. "What are you planning to do?" he answered decisively. "Apologies, doctor. This is now an internal investigation by Zi Shui. Please step outside for a moment." The doctor hesitated, then advised before leaving. "I know he's a robber, but the way his infection symptoms have reduced is very unusual. I hope you don't—" Yan Hao cut him off. "I know, because the red bone infection on him, and was all purified by me." Holding the photo, Yan Hao's pupils contracted. He gasped in utter shock, "Xiao Shui!" Just then, the young man in the bed suddenly woke up. Seeing Yan Hao holding the photo, he panicked and yelled, "What are you doing?" "That belongs to my brother." Yan Hao held up the picture, his intense, urgent gaze bearing down on the boy. "This girl, where did you meet her?" The boy trembled in the hospital bed. He recalled a painful memory. "Half a year ago, on the way to the refugee settlement." Yan Hao gripped the photo tighter, his voice low and pressing. "Where is she now?" The boy could only turn away in despair. "I don't know." Fear exploded inside him and he broke down, sobbing hysterically. "I don't know. They all disappeared, and so did my brother. He told me to wait for him in the city. He said he'd be right back." Seeing the boy's reaction, Yan Hao fell silent, remembering his own promise from long ago. "I'll definitely come back for you, okay? You have to promise you'll come back. I will definitely come back for you." Lin Yongji approached, his expression grim as he reported, "Brother Yan, a Shuo was assigned to transfer the refugees back then, but halfway through he was reassigned to another mission. He went missing after that. I don't know the specifics. We'll probably have to check the mission files from that time." Yan Hao was silent. He suddenly placed his hand on the boy's chest, activating his power, which startled Lin Yongji. "Brother Yan, what are you doing?" He quietly raised a finger to his lips. With a sharp look, he gestured for silence. "Shh! Don't let anyone else know about this." After using his purification ability, Yan Hao said calmly, "So that's how it is. No wonder his infection cleared up so suddenly. I'll help you find your brother. But you have to tell me everything you know about yourself and the girl in this photo from 6 months ago?" The boy looked at Yan Hao full of hope. He held out the photo as if making a promise. "If I tell you about her, will you really help me find my brother?" "You can try trusting me." Still reeling from the strange sensation just now, the boy asked, "What did you just do to me?" Yan Hao replied, "I think it's for the best for both of us." Finally, the boy closed his eyes and began to speak. "All right, 6 months ago." The scene shifts to the barracks mess hall. The soldiers were eating noisily. Lin Yongji ate while whispering worriedly, "Brother Yan, are you really going back?" Yan Hao's gaze was firm without a trace of hesitation. "Of course. Xiao Shui has been missing for over half a year. I can't wait any longer." Lin Yongji looked at his friend, conflicted. "But what about Captain Song's team? She said there's a mole in the army that someone wants to hurt you. That's why she told me to stick with you and report any intel back to her. Yan Hao radiated a cold, killing intent. He said decisively, "The only reason I came here was for Xiao Shui. No one is going to stand in my way." Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him along with Song Rui's cool voice. "Who said anything about standing in your way?" Jin Ying walked over happily, showing off her recovery, which surprised Lin Yongji. "Sister Jin, your leg injury is all healed." "Yes, that's right. The advanced medical care at Zi Shui is really amazing." Song Rui said sternly, "Let's move. We can't talk here." In a small meeting room, Yan Hao frowned at the girls. "How did you all know?" With a meaningful smile, Kim Owan held up a tablet displaying the image of a hospital room, and Supervisor Lam Dong-tri jumped up in shock. "Sister Kim, you mean you've been monitoring us this whole time?" Kim Wan replied playfully. "What a harsh way to put it." The woman winked slyly. "I'm just looking out for everyone. Look, there are internal problems right now. What if you all suddenly got kidnapped? It's a possibility." Song Yi interjected, explaining to reassure Ngim Hao. "I was the one who asked Kim Wan to pull that surveillance footage. After that doctor left, he came to report the situation to me." "Huh." Song Yi looked Ngim Hao straight in the eye with sincerity. "Ngim Hao, I won't stop you. I said I would help you. I hope you can also try to trust me." Ngim Hao was slightly stunned by the unexpected support. "Team Song!" Kim Wan leaned in close to him excitedly. "Me too. Give us a little trust, come on. Didn't you say you wanted to investigate some incident? I have my own exclusive methods, you know." Lam Dong-tri also shot to his feet, expressing his loyalty. "Brother Ngim, yes, me too!" "I will always support you." Song Yi tapped his hand on the table, getting straight to the point. "So, Ngim Hao, what do you plan to do next? Can you explain it properly to everyone?" Ngim Hao smiled faintly with confidence, his eyes burning with determination. "All right." At that moment, under a gloomy sky, the next destination was revealed: ruins on the outskirts of Shichthak City. Standing before a secret tunnel entrance, a guard asked sternly, "Password?" From the shadows, a stranger replied, "The void is ever present." Immediately, the door opened with permission to enter. Deep inside the lair, a red-haired man frantically reported, "I have urgent business with Boss Hong." But he was stopped. "Boss Hong has no time to see you." The man hurriedly stressed, "It's about Ngim Hao. He's on his way from Hothan to Shichthak City right now." Hearing the familiar name, the subordinate immediately picked up the phone. With a sinister smile, he said, "Boss Hong, we have intel on Ngim Hao." The red-haired man standing beside him also revealed a triumphant look, his eyes full of killing intent, muttering to himself, "Ngim Hao, hehehe, you're finished." A few days later, at the checkpoint on the outskirts of Shichthak City, the scene was chaotic, as soldiers blocked lines of cars despite the civilians complaining, "What the hell are you doing?" A soldier coldly shouted, "City garrison operations. All vehicles entering the city must be inspected. Roll down your windows so I can see your faces. What's your name? What are you here for?" Sitting in an orange supercar stuck in the traffic, Ngim Hao frowned as he observed, "What are the city garrison people doing? This is truly bizarre. I've never seen them so actively defending the city like this before." Song Yi glanced at the luxurious interior and then smiled. "Nice car. So you have this kind of hobby, huh?" Ngim Hao calmly explained, "This isn't a military mission, so we can't use a military vehicle. Using my personal car is more discreet." Worried about the one left behind, Ngim Hao asked quietly, "Will it be all right leaving Sister Kim at the headquarters by herself?" "I've asked Deputy Lam to watch over her. There probably won't be any problems. He continued to explain the plan. "Kim Oan said she has her own way to help me investigate, and only headquarters has access to what she needs. That's why I left her behind. Besides, she can use military communication channels to support us remotely." The conversation was cut short by the harsh knock of a guard on the car window. "Security check." Suddenly, an alarm blared from above. "A beast attack 1 kilometer away." The soldier inspecting the car jumped, his face paling. From the horizon, a pack of ferocious wolves with steel-hard fur charged like a storm. "It's a pack of ironback wolves." Witnessing the horrifying scene, the guards immediately fled for their lives, leaving the checkpoint abandoned. "Damn it, retreat now!" Sitting in the car, watching the chaos, Song Ni roared in anger. "These bastards!" "What? They blocked the civilians here, and now they're just abandoning them, unable to sit back and watch the people face danger." Ngim Hao opened the door and stepped out, his eyes blazing with determination. "Let me go!" The ferocious ironback wolves swarmed the checkpoint, their deafening howls echoing amidst the chaos. Huh. A man ran in panic as death closed in. He screamed in desperation, "Help! Save me!" Gim Hao intervened unexpectedly, his arm transforming into a razor-sharp demonic claw that tore through the air with a shing, causing the victim to exclaim in shock, "A person! I'm find." After saving him, and Gim Hao stood tall amidst the monster corpses and coldly reminded the stunned civilians, "If you want to live, run now." However, the pack of Scout-class ironback wolves kept appearing, one with blood-red eyes growling with murderous intent. Grrr. Surrounded by the pack of monsters, dark memories of the past suddenly flooded back, causing Ngim Hao to clench his fists. How familiar this scene was. Blood-stained fragments of memory returned along with the sorrowful cries of the people. "Run! Save me!" Ngim Hao unleashed his power, delivering a brutal finishing blow to the wolf's head. He followed with an ironclad vow, "I will not let that happen again." The soldiers at the checkpoint were terrified by his incredible power. "What kind of monster is that guy? He finished off the pack of beasts in an instant." "Quick, inform Captain Zhang. That man has arrived in Shichthak City." "Yes, sir?" Gim Hao calmly retracted his hand and turned back to his comrades. "Taken care of just like that." Lam Dung Trai was excited. "Brother Nyam, you're the best. Truly a Bloodwing warrior." Song Ni added, "Leave the rest to me." She marched straight towards the squad of City Guard soldiers who were furtively looking around and shouted, "Hey, you City Guard soldiers over there!" Songer held up her military ID and commanded authoritatively, "I am Songer, squad leader of the Bloodstop Special Ops Team. I order you to immediately cease this inspection and let the citizens into the city." "Yes, sir." The yellow supercar zipped into the city. Song Rui was deep in thought, feeling there was another reason for that security check. Yan Hao, steering steadily, asked, "What do you think it is?" Then he gave his own assessment. "It feels like they were looking for someone." His eyes hardened, revealing his impatience. "But the urgent task at hand is to immediately investigate Ashuo's mission file." The group quickly arrived at the main headquarters of the Chishi City Guard. They entered the dusty archives. Lin Yongji pointed to the shelves. "The patrol team's mission files are all here." Yan Hao searched frantically, but his expression grew ugly. "This isn't it either. Why can't I find Ashuo's file?" Song Er sat down at the computer, down at the... The sound of typing suddenly stopped when she discovered something unusual. Shocked, she delivered the bad news to the group. Ashuo Team 7 Li Ming Wang Qiang. "They're all gone. Even the basic roster has been removed." "What?" Song Rui clenched her fists helplessly. "The local database has been wiped too." "There are no records about Ashuo inside. Was this a dead end from the very beginning?" Yan Hao silently observed the screen, then said decisively, "Isn't there any other way?" "Wait a minute." Song immediately picked up the phone to call for help. "Jin Ying, can you look it up?" "Okay, give me some time." The group waited in silence. Lin Yongji secretly admired her. Jin Ying has a way to look up information in the database, but it takes time. Is Sister Jin really that amazing? She calls herself a know-it-all. Lin Yongji suddenly remembered an important clue. That's right, Captain Jia is a veteran of the former government. When the patrol team was first established, he led Brother Ashuo. He must know about the mission from that year. Let's go. However, when they arrived, Captain Jia's house was in ruins. What is this? There are signs of a struggle. These marks are very recent. The battle must have just ended. Yan Hao picked up a shard from the ground and asserted coldly, 80% sure this was the city guard's doing. Songer asked in surprise. Why would the city guard make a move on Jiatun? Lin Yongji explained. Earlier, Brother Yan stood up for Captain Jia and beat Captain Zhang Sheng until his head looked like a pig's. Now they've surely come for revenge. Yan Hao crushed the shard, his killing intent flaring. Looks like this is all aimed at me. The inspection was also to confirm that I had entered the city. If that's the case, then let's just confront them directly. Beep, 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 beep. Immediately, a squad of armed soldiers appeared from behind armored vehicles. Chief Song, we finally found you all. Who are you? Facing Yan Hao's group, a man wearing glasses gave a fake smile and introduced himself. I am Li Ben, the adjutant of the city guard. I just received a report saying you all have arrived in Chishi City. Song looked at him coldly. The man got straight to the point. Captain Jia Tun of the patrol team, which is under my management, has gone missing while on a mission outside the city. I'd like to request your assistance in the search. This is your army's business. Why are you asking us for help? Li Ben looked worried. Sweat trickled down his face. You don't know, but recently the beasts around the city have been acting abnormally. Our regular army has no way of fighting back. Seeing Song Rui remain silent, Yan Hao called softly, "Captain Song." She calmly replied, "I know." Song Rui stared at Li Ben and decisively set a condition. "I agree to help with the search, but you must act with us." Li Ben's expression changed. He stammered, trying to weasel his way out. I'm afraid that's not a good idea. I'm worried I'll just get in your way." Song Rui's eyes turned sharp. She moved closer and threatened, "You want to refuse what I said was not a request but an order. If you refuse, I can shoot you dead on the spot for disobeying the orders of a superior. I wouldn't dare. Put him in the car." The yellow supercar tore through the wind. Speeding toward the outskirts, Song Rui questioned while driving, "Adjutant Li, you just said that the beasts have been acting abnormally recently. So why did you still let Captain Jia go on a mission?" Yan Hao, sitting in the back, stared at the man suspiciously. "Did you people intentionally send Captain Jia to his death?" "How could that be? Captain Jia requested it himself." The group stopped amidst desolate ruins. Li Ben pointed forward. "It's very close." Yan Hao sensed the atmosphere and frowned, warning, "Something's not right. He said this area has strong beast activity, but I don't smell the breath of any redbones." At that moment, Li Ben's phone rang with urgent beeps. He shouted in panic, "We have to leave here immediately." Lin Yongji grabbed his shoulder and yelled, "Adjutant Li, what the hell are you doing?" I've brought you all to the place where it happened. I'm sure there's nothing left for me to do." The man scrambled to run away, shouting as he went, "Help me pass a message to Chief Song. I'm sorry to trouble her with the search. I'll take my leave first." Thud. But Song Rui was as fast as lightning, blocking his way with a kick. "You can't leave." "Hey!" She grabbed him by the collar, her eyes filled with murderous intent. "Speak. What is your purpose?" Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Kaboom! Giant purple lightning bolts tore across the sky. Li Ben collapsed, screaming at the catastrophe. "Ah! That thing is coming." A bolt of lightning energy strikes down as if to destroy everything. "I can't. I don't want to die." Tong Er stands firm amidst the shockwave. She realizes something. Just as I thought. There isn't a single low-level strange beast around. It's because of it. From within the dust and smoke, a giant monster covered in electrical energy appears. A lightning beast. A data panel appears. Lightning beast. Overlord class. The monster growls. The purple spines on its back glow brightly, crackling with electricity. Lin Yongji cries out in terror. An Overlord-class Tong Rui analyzes the situation while taking a defensive stance. Why would it suddenly appear here, 3 strange beasts acting abnormally? The patrol team went missing on a mission. It seems none of this is a coincidence. Li Ben tries to take advantage of the chaos to run away. "Ha!" Tong Er shouts, ordering her teammate, "Get him, don't let him get away." "Roger." Lin Yongji gives chase. Li Ben screams frantically, "Don't follow me! I don't want to die a pointless death here!" Behind them, the lightning beast begins to gather a massive amount of energy. Sst. It's building up power. The eruption is coming. A blue tsunami of electricity shoots from its mouth, engulfing everything in its path. Whoosh! Tonger leaps into the air, narrowly escaping its range. Dodge. The earth-shattering impact creates a deafening explosion. Boom! Dust and debris fly across the battlefield. Tonger stands steady on the rubble, assessing the tense situation. "Looks like getting out of here won't be so easy." Yan Hao, hold it off. "I'm going to get a weapon." He immediately replies, "No problem." Ahead of them, the giant beast lets out an ear-piercing crackle as electricity arcs from its body, causing the space around it to warp. From above, the red-haired man watches the battle victoriously with a sinister smile. "Yan Hao, let's see you act so cocky this time." The henchman beside him asks doubtfully, "Boss, can a device this small really control an Overlord-class strange beast?" The red-haired man scoffs. This is nothing. The technology of the person backing us is beyond your wildest imagination." He's lost in his arrogance as he recalls. "What I saw. They've even built a base for raising strange beasts. I've seen with my own eyes what they're keeping in there. They're no ordinary strange beasts." He spreads his arms ambitiously, looking down at the rampaging monster. "As long as I capture Yan Hao and hand him over to them, this Shichthak city will be all mine." Back in the fight, Yan Hao focuses on the enemy and comes to a conclusion. Elemental strange beasts primarily rely on energy to fight. He suddenly dashes forward, activating a special ability. The poison gland taken from the queen bee. It should have a similar effect on an Overlord-class beast. A powerful roar erupts from the monster as he closes in. But right after, crimson bolts of lightning suddenly wrap around Yan Hao, pushing him to his limit. He looks in horror at his hands, which are gradually losing their strength. My beastification. It's being forcibly dispelled. He remembers that ability. Isn't it similar to Tongrui's Annihilator round? The lightning beast opens its massive maw, gathering a giant sphere of energy right in front of Yan Hao, stunning him. In an instant, he launches himself into the air to dodge the monster's devastating thunder punch, landing hard. Yan Hao takes a stance amidst the crackling electricity. He grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his forehead. I can't let my guard down. Realizing the enemy is too strong, he analyzes. So this is the difference between a normal strange beast and an overlord class. With this lightning wrapped around its body. Right, I have no chance for close combat. I just need to get rid of that lightning armor, right? Just then, Tong Er returns with a heavy weapon. He quickly asks, Captain Tong, can you do it? She answers decisively, of course. My beast core ability originally came from a lightning beast. Its electrical energy can annihilate surrounding particles, nullifying other abilities. She narrows her eyes at the target and adds, if I fire a full-power annihilator round, I can neutralize its lightning armor. However, it'll only last for a very short time. It will recover quickly. Yan Hao channels his red bone power, his eyes flashing. That's enough. A single moment is all I need. Leave the rest to me. The monster roars wildly as it senses the pressure. Tongrui shouts, now! A beam of purple light tears through the darkness from the barrel of her gun. Annihilator round. The precise shot causes the protective armor to explode. Yan Hao lunges forward. The lightning armor has been neutralized. He swings his glowing red claws, plunging them deep into the beast. Beastification, poisoned claws. Yan Hao looks at the screaming monster with a cold gaze. How do you like the queen bee's venom? The toxin quickly takes effect, paralyzing the beast's body. Good, it's working. The poison has slowed its movements. He notices the opponent's speed has drastically decreased. He scoffs contemptuously. Too slow. He delivers a powerful finishing blow with a cold declaration, die. Looking at the beast's corpse, Yan Hao reflects, even though its attack power was stronger than the last Overlord class, once it lost its lightning power, its physical strength was far weaker than the previous one. However, without Tongrui's Annihilator round 1, I wouldn't have even had a chance to get close. I have to get stronger. As the monster writhes on the ground, Yan Hao says sarcastically, hey, hey, hey! You planning on leaving already? Since you've come all this way, you should at least leave something behind, right? High above the henchman trembles in panic. Boss, what do we do? That strange beast is about to lose. Tong Er stands with her gun, watching Yan Hao with admiration. Yan Hao, he's grown so much lately. I have to... She tightens her grip on her weapon, her determined gaze fixed on the ruined building. Get stronger, too. The red-haired man suddenly breaks into a cruel smile. Whoever said I only brought one Overlord-class beast to deal with them? The henchman is stunned. Huh, model? But suddenly, Tong Nui felt a terrifying killing intent from behind her. From the darkness, another giant reptilian monster lunged down. There's another one. From a distance, Ngim Hao turned back in astonishment. There's another one. The moss-green beast opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, about to snap Tong Nui up in an instant. Ngim Hao leaped to the rescue, shoving her far away with his hand and yelling, "Get out of the way!" After the impact, Tong Nui was thrown into the distance. She let out a soft groan of pain, ugh, as she collapsed to the ground. Just then, the moss-green stealth beast rushed forward and snatched Ngim Hao. Witnessing the critical scene, a horrified Tong Nui screamed, "Ngim Hao!" The beast let out a menacing roar. Suddenly, its body began to tremble. A close-up of its jagged, sharp-toothed maw, drooling saliva. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Ngim Hao's eyes glowed red, his cold killing intent a declaration of war. You think a thing like you can swallow me? The monster couldn't take it and spat Ngim Hao out, creating a powerful shockwave. He took a step back, his eyes narrowing calculatingly. Two Overlord-class beasts. They're really giving us the royal treatment. As the monster fully materialized with the label Overlord-class stealth beast, a worried Tong Nui ran over. Are you okay? He answered curtly, I'm fine. Suddenly, the beast vanished again. Looking at the surrounding fog, he analyzed, I didn't expect there to be an aberrant beast that can turn invisible. This is a specialized type that enhances its own stealth abilities. And then it launches a surprise attack. He continued his assessment as his opponent hit again. Without a teammate with high sensory abilities, this type is indeed very difficult to deal with. Suddenly, the Thunder Beast from afar spat a terrifying blast of electric firepower towards them, causing both to watch in horror as their defensive barrier shattered. Tong Nui gritted her teeth in shock. That Thunder Beast's electric power recovered that quickly. Amidst the thick dust, the shadow of the stealth beast suddenly flickered into view right behind them. Gim Hao felt the cold, killing intent right at the back of his neck. "Not good," he exclaimed with alarm. A direct blow slammed straight into Ngim Hao. The monster's strength was too great. It sent Ngim Hao flying, causing a worried Tong Nui to cry out, "Ngim Hao!" Enraged by the enemy's ferocity, Tong Nui erupted with lightning energy that enveloped her entire body. "You damn animal!" She charged straight at the moss-green beast, activating her strongest move. Explosive electron bullet. A brilliant purple current enveloped the stealth beast, making it writhe in agony within the energy field. However, that cunning beast turned invisible once again to escape. It disappeared again. Tong Nui stood on guard, sweat trickling down her face. That beast's stealth ability is extremely high. With my sensory abilities, it's very difficult to catch it. Gim Hao stood up, reassuring her. "It was hit by my electron bullet. I can sense its movements through the magnetic field." A positioning map appeared in his mind. Gim Hao said decisively, "Give me its location. I'm not going to drag this out with it any longer. I'll end it with a single decisive blow." Tong Nui replied, "Got it. It's currently behind you to your left. Are you sure you can do it?" "Of course." Suddenly, Tong Nui pointed and shouted a warning, "It's coming from your back, right." As the beast lunged out of thin air, Ngim Hao, quick as a flash, grabbed its lower jaw tightly. He growled, "You love to eat, don't you?" He focused all the red bone energy into his palm, forming a blazing sphere. "Try a taste of this." A violent energy explosion erupted from inside the monster's mouth, blasting everything around it. The monster collapsed in pain as gray smoke rose from its slowly failing body. The massive form of the stealth beast crashed down. Standing next to the corpse, Ngim Hao coolly declared, "That's one down." His eyes hardened. He turned towards the other monster, growling in the distance. Now for the other one. Facing the thunder beast that was wildly emitting electricity, Ngim Hao quickly asked his teammate, "Captain Tong, can you use that move from before one more time?" Exhausted, Tong Nui replied, Without the beast core armament, I don't have enough energy to use that move again." Tong Nui tried to suppress her pain to find a final solution. "There's one more way to break through its electric armor." Ngim Hao hurriedly asked, "What is it?" She quickly explained the risky plan. "I'll transfer my remaining energy to you to create an ionization layer, but it will only last for about 10 seconds. Note that this barrier can only block a single attack from the Thunder Beast." Ngim Hao felt the purple current. It surrounded his body and nodded decisively. "That's enough!" He braced himself, and then shot off towards the target at incredible speed. There's only one chance. The enraged monster fired a destructive bolt of lightning at the ground, trying to stop its foe. Ngim Hao deftly dodged the surrounding lightning bolts, telling himself as he approached, "I absolutely cannot let myself get hit." He concentrated all his strength into his right arm, Maz, to activate his ultimate skill, focusing all my power into my right arm. Thunder-attracting claw. A powerful attack pierced through the beast's defenses, creating a brilliant aura of light that overwhelmed the space. The enemy leader was horrified as he witnessed the monster's defeat. We lost. Those were 2 Overlord-class beasts. Even 2 B-rank warriors would have a hard time winning. How could they? They're only C-rank. He frantically ordered his subordinates, then looked for a way to flee. "Quick, tell Team 2 to fire the anti-tank missiles. We have to hold them back. We absolutely cannot let them leave this place. I have to go and ask for help from the people of the 6th Order." Standing in the middle of the ravaged battlefield, Ngim Hao panted softly, looking at the fallen enemy. "It's over!" He collected the beast cores that had just dropped from the monster's corpses. This one with the electric charge is from the Thunder Beast, and this one glowing dimly is from the Stealth Beast. Captain Tong contributed a lot in this fight. I'll give her half the spoils later. Ngim Hao turned to report the results. "Captain Tong, I have the..." He was stunned to see she had collapsed on the ground and yelled, "Tong Nui!" Lam Dung Tree dragged the traitorous vice captain back and asked in alarm, "Captain Tong." "I've captured Vice Captain Li." "Brother Ngim, what's wrong with her?" As Li Bon desperately begged, "Don't kill me, I don't want to die." Ngim Hao quickly checked her condition. He reassured his comrades. She overused her powers. Her body is completely exhausted. Luckily, she's only physically drained and hasn't been corrupted by the red bone. From a distance, Trung Tui gave the order, "Fire!" Never mind your subordinates' lives. Team 2, aim the missiles at that spot. To hell with that idiot. I told him to lure them here. If he walks to his own death, we don't need to bother with him. A subordinate worriedly said, Boss Vice Officer Lee is still over there. The missiles whistling through the air put Ngim Hao on high alert. Military-grade weapons. What is this? Enraged by the betrayal, Li Bon roared, Trung Tui, you bastard! You're going to abandon me! Fine, I'll take you down with me. He frantically confessed everything. It was all Trung Tui's orders. He said if we just captured Ngim Hao, we'd be rewarded with riches and glory. He's hiding right near here. He was the one who directed me to bring you all here. Trung Tui furiously slammed his fist on the ground. Damn it, why didn't a single one hit? A soldier explained. The Thunder Beast's earlier attack created a magnetic disturbance. It's too strong, so we can't get an accurate lock. Noticing the barrage had stopped, Ngim Hao immediately issued a command. They've stopped firing. Use this chance to get Captain Tong out of here. Contact Kim Wan and report that Trung Tui's city defense team has mutinied and ambushed us. Take this vice officer back with you for interrogation. Lum Dong Tree acknowledged. Understood. Ngim Hao added emphatically. Tell Kim Wan she must report this to Chief of Staff Tong Lim. Having already started the car, Lum Dong Tree urged him, Brother Ngim, hurry and get in. What? What are you still standing there for? He yelled, trying to get his comrade to focus. Are you an idiot? If we all pile into the car, we'll just be sitting ducks for them. He stood firmly in front of the vehicle to shield it. Go now, I'll stay behind and provide cover. But Lum Dong Tree still hesitated. But... Ngim Hao unleashed a powerful kick that sent an incoming missile flying. Don't you trust me? Lum Dong Tree was stunned by that display of power. Oh my God. He kicked a missile away, so all right, you take care of yourself. I'll get Captain Tong to safety first and be right back for you. Thick smoke and dust rose from the explosions. Trung Tui's men panicked. Boss, he blocked all the missiles. He's charging straight for us. A trembling Trung Tui urged his soldiers, Quick, stop him! The people from the 6 banners are almost here. His subordinates were thrown into complete chaos as they saw Ngim Hao's figure closing in. What the... Terrified by his opponent's fearsome power, Trung Tui turned to flee. How is this kid so damn strong? He took down 2 Overlord-class beasts and still has this much energy left. In an instant, Ngim Hao shot forward and grabbed him by the collar, his expression cold and imposing. He raised his hand ready to deliver a devastating attack to end the battle. Beastification Claw. Ngim Hao held Trung Tui in a tight grip, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Captain Trung, long time no see. This caused him to panic and beg, Brother Ngim, no master, Hao, please have mercy. The truth is I was forced into a corner. This whole situation is very complicated. But he only replied sharply, You've picked a fight with the wrong person. You know that, don't you? Suddenly an incredibly powerful fist materialized from thin air and slammed right into Ngim Hao's face, accompanied by an arrogant taunt. Heh! The surprise impact created a violent shockwave that sent Ngim Hao flying. Through the dust and smoke, a stranger in brilliant red attire strode forward proudly. Since when do little rats talk so big? La Feng, a B-rank warrior from the 6 banners conglomerate. Trung Tui cried out in delight, You've finally arrived, sir! Thank you for saving my life, my lord. Ngim Hao got to his feet and took a defensive stance, his gaze sharp as he questioned the newcomer. Who are you? The man simply replied nonchalantly, That's not something you need to know. Consider that a warning. La Feng launched a blistering fast attack toward Ngim Hao. The two clashed, creating a staggering collision of energy amidst the wreckage. A continuous flurry of blows erupted, tearing the ground apart under the sheer power of the 2 warriors. The battle was incredibly fierce as the new foe proved to be on a completely different level. La Feng threw a punch wreathed in brilliant light, warping the very space around it. He easily overwhelmed Ngim Hao and sneered, Too weak. Destructive beams of energy from La's hands. Feng fired relentlessly, giving Ngim Hao no chance to retaliate. A blinding explosion engulfed Ngim Hao, blasting massive boulders across the battlefield. Ngim Hao collapsed, blood seeping from his wounds as La Feng coldly remarked, And to think the higher-ups valued you so much. I thought you'd be some formidable character, but it turns out you're just a filthy sewer rat. He turned and berated the terrified, trembling Trung Tui. I gave you 2 Overlord-class beasts, and you still lost to this piece of garbage. This left the adjutant with no choice but to bow his head and apologize. I'm truly sorry. La Feng turned his back and walked away with a look of disdain. The rest is up to you. I'm leaving. Jiang Shui hurriedly replied with respect. Yes, I definitely won't disappoint you this time. Once the powerful man was gone, Zhang Shui's vile nature was revealed. He kicked Yan Hao hard in the face. Damn it! After struggling all that time, you still end up lying here like a dead dog, Yan Hao. He pulled out his phone with a sinister smile, ready to execute a new scheme. Hello, start a video call with Jia Jun. In a dark basement, guards were violently forcing a prisoner up. Get up now! Take a look at this. The boss wanted you to see someone. Zhang Shui held the screen up for Jia Jun, showing him the sight of Yan Hao being restrained. Hey, Captain Jia, take a look at who this is. Jia Gun was shocked to recognize his comrade Yan Hao locked behind bars. Jia Jun roared in fury. Zhang Shui, you lunatic! Why did you have to go this far? If you have a problem, just come after me. But he just laughed cruelly. Yan Hao, this little bastard. I'm going to make sure he dies without a proper burial. He arrogantly ordered his subordinates, move the prisoner team to assemble at my position. Take Yan Hao to the breeding facility. Meanwhile, Yan Hao, though weakened, was secretly calculating. Captain Jia, I found it. In the darkness of his confinement, Yan Hao's hand tightened around the precious item. First, I'll absorb this rust-red quality beast core. The scene shifts deep underground. At a secret location 300 meters underground, Base 6, Redstone City. Yan Hao was chained limb from limb inside a giant test tube that emitted a deadly green light. His eyes suddenly flashed with a powerful purple glint as the system displayed a notification. Overlord-class Stealth Beast Core has been absorbed. A new skill panel appeared brilliantly in his mind. Skill Plunder Shadowstalk. Enter a stealth state maintained for 3 minutes. 4. In stealth state, movement speed is greatly increased. The first attack after exiting stealth is a guaranteed critical hit. The burst of new power caused the iron chains to begin cracking, shattering under the pressure from Yan Hao's body. The cracks spread and green smoke flooded the lab as the equipment began to overload. Yan Hao stood tall amidst the smoke. He calmly observed his surroundings. Based on their travel route, this place probably isn't far from the ruins. I never expected a place like this to be hidden outside the city. In the control room, scientists panicked as a warning flashed on screen. This is bad. Test subject 0907 has escaped. Notify security personnel immediately. The surveillance monitor was completely filled with static with the final line of information reading test subject A197. Surveillance signal completely lost. Armed soldiers immediately deployed to surround the area. Higher-ups are demanding a live capture. 3. Prepare high-dose tranquilizers and the specialized net for capturing altered beasts. As the heavy lab door opened, Yan Hao's figure had completely vanished into the smoke. The door is open. The soldiers were stunned as they stormed into an empty room. No sign of the test subject. What's going on? The commander furiously shouted an order to hunt him down. Find him for me now. Meanwhile, Yan Hao had silently activated his Shadowstalk skill. Yan Hao quietly appeared right behind his enemies. He coldly listened to their shouts. It took so much effort to catch that test subject. If we don't find him, we're all dead. He thought to himself, looks like it's more effective than I expected. But this form only lasts for a short time. Yan Hao began to move. He sped through the dark corridors with iron resolve. I have to find Captain Jia quickly. In the detention area, 2 guards began to worry as they heard strange noises. From the distance, what's going on out there? So the test subject really escaped. The other guard replied nonchalantly, Not our problem. We're just in charge of watching them. It's their own fault they couldn't keep him contained. Before he could finish his sentence, Yan Hao closed in and took down both guards in an instant, leaving them collapsed on the floor. He quickly approached the cell and used his strength to bend the iron bars. Captain Jia, Yan Hao. Captain Jia was both astonished and overjoyed to see him safe. Attaboy, kid, I knew it. You wouldn't be taken down that easily. Yan Hao smiled and replied, It's all thanks to your training, old captain. After the rescue, Yan Hao gave him some water and said in a low, remorseful voice, I was originally looking for you about Ashuo's disappearance. I never thought I'd get you dragged into this and captured. Captain Jia sighed softly, his eyes filled with sadness at the mention of the old name. Ashuo, I've been looking for him too. So have you found any clues? A thread, a footprint, anything at all? It's much more complicated than you can imagine. He began to reveal a dark truth about the city guard. The newly formed patrol team was sent out by the city guard under the guise of all sorts of missions. Specialized ones sending away many of our brothers. They all vanished without a trace. The higher-ups insist they went missing in action. I wanted to investigate further, but Zhang Shui was always secretly applying pressure. Yan Hao fell into deep thought. His eyes turned ice cold as he realized the scale of the conspiracy. This rabbit hole is deeper than I thought. The city guard doesn't have this kind of power on its own. There's definitely someone behind them. As long as we can capture Zhang Shui, everything will become clear. The conversation was cut short as a squad of armed soldiers discovered them. He's here. Captain Jia panicked and pushed Yan Hao away. Brother, go, run, don't get dragged any deeper into this. But the commander gave a cold order. Kill that patrol captain. As for the test subject, take him alive. Yan Hao didn't flinch. He launched himself into the air and unleashed a decisive counterattack. The soldiers were left sprawling at Yan Hao's feet. As he unleashed his power, if I just ran away like that, wouldn't all the effort I put into pretending to be captured go to waste? He turned to Captain Jia with a look of complete trust. Captain Jia, you can still fight, right? He answered proudly. Who do you take me for? Immortal. This old man still has plenty of fight left in him. In the control room, Zhang Shui frantically ordered the scientists, Quick, release all of those beasts, otherwise none of us will be able to stop him. Someone protested, Zhang Shui, you have no authority to give us orders. He roared in their faces, his expression out of control. Is this really the time to be talking about that? Your commander isn't here, so you'll listen to me if we let him break through. We're all finished. Yan Hao stood firm, sensing the overwhelming murderous aura flooding towards him. What's this? A horde of aberrant beasts of all kinds was released, charging straight for them. He quickly told Captain Jia, Sir, find a place to hide first. Yan Hao, you be careful. Yan Hao unleashed his power of beastification. His arm transformed in a brilliant flash of murderous aura, raising aberrant beasts. This is a crime against humanity. It seems those two Overlord-class beasts from before also came from here. Beast Claw. A massacre erupted. Yan Hao moved like a phantom among the swarm of monsters, tearing apart every enemy in his path with absolute fury. You think you can stop me with just these animals? Meanwhile, Zhang Shui was hastily escaping with a group of doctors. If I hadn't done that, you all wouldn't have had time to destroy the data. He glanced back at the battlefield with a sinister smile. So many aberrant beasts. Should be enough to make Yan Hao suffer. Suddenly, a long-range attack slammed into Zhang Shui's back, sending him flying forward. As the dust settled, Yan Hao emerged, his presence so powerful that a terrified Zhang Shui collapsed. He screamed in despair as the vehicle carrying his comrades drove away. Damn it, I'm not on board yet! The person in the vehicle coldly abandoned him. Zhang Shui, you've outlived your usefulness. The people in the vehicle looked at him with ruthless expressions. Rest in peace. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion engulfed the area. Zhang Shui shrieked, You bastards! You'd really cast me aside like a disposable pawn! Yan Hao approached the defeated man who was on the verge of death. Yan Hao, don't come any closer. The old man is still in my hands. Yan Hao grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up and roared, Who is the mastermind behind you, and what is this place? Zhang Shui, still defiant, laughed through the pain. Yan Hao, don't you care about Jia Jun's death? From a hidden corner of the rubble, Jia Jun stared in shock at the man subduing the enemy. Look who it is. Huh, old man, why are you here? With Yan Hao's hand tightening around his neck, Zhang Shui confessed in a panic. I'll talk. It was a man named Mr. Hong who ordered me to do this, but I don't know anything about him personally. He just said that if I handed you over to him, I'd be rewarded with endless wealth and glory. This place is one of their outposts mainly for raising aberrant beasts and serving as a mission contact point. Yan Hao frowned, his gaze as sharp as a knife, seeming to see right through him. You people have been secretly monitoring my movements all along. Even the fact that I was investigating the case files. The patrol team knew beforehand and acted first. Zhang Shui stammered, denying it. The case file? I don't know anything about that. It was probably just a coincidence. Yan Hao tightened his grip, choking him. Zhang Shui hastily begged, However, I know where they took the missing patrol team members. Mr. Hong is probably there too. Master Hao, spare my life, I'll lead the way for you. The three of them went to a damaged metal door. Zhang Shui explained, Though those sons of bitches blew up the main tunnel, causing this side to collapse as well, but down there... He pointed to a small manhole cover on the floor. There's a small secret passage below. We should be able to get through. As he climbed down the damp iron ladder, Yan Hao wondered to himself, how was this passage even made? Moreover, this place is filled with a strange, foul stench. Meanwhile, Zhang Shui, walking at the rear with a sinister look, was trying to find a chance to shake them off, but knew he couldn't. Then I'll just lead them to Six Vines' expert and let him do the killing. Suddenly, Yan Hao froze, sensing an unusual aura. This pressure, before them appeared a gigantic bottomless underground cavern. From within the oppressive darkness, a pair of enormous glowing red eyes opened and stared intently at them. What is that? Scene changed to the Six Vines Red Bone storage facility on the outskirts of Red Rock City. The silence was eerie. Song-er walked out of a hallway reporting with a disappointed look. On my end, I found nothing but a pile of aberrant beast corpses. Jin Ying and Lin Yongji met up with her. Jin Ying shook her head wearily. Have you analyzed anything yet? The clues are too fragmented. I can't piece them together into a coherent picture. Lin Yongji asked, Song Ice Block, how did you manage to lose Yan Hao while investigating the case files? There was some conflict before because of Captain Jia's and the city defense teams, but I never expected he'd actually move against the special response team, Jin Ying recalled thoughtfully. I reported it to Uncle Song last night. He seemed furious. Looking at the bound prisoner, Lin Yongji asked for orders. Captain Song, what should we do with this guy? We still need to get some information out of him. Song-er approached Li Ben, her voice ice cold. The hideout you told us about was empty. The mastermind you mentioned before. And do you have any other important information? Li Ben trembled in fear. I really don't know. Zhang Shui didn't let me get too involved. Jin Ying smiled dangerously, holding up a tablet. I've uncovered some secrets about you people in Six Vines. If you confess everything now, it'll be considered a voluntary confession. Otherwise, you can wait for your head to get blown off. Li Ben panicked. Huh? Wait. I think... He suddenly remembered something and shouted, Zhang Shui secretly goes to the Red Bone storage system of the Rakudo Group all the time. Song Rui immediately grasped the key point. The Red Bone storage system, that's right. There's definitely something wrong with that place. Lin Yongji worriedly tried to stop her. Wait a minute, Captain Song. The Chief of Staff has ordered me to lead our main forces to the city, to suppress the rebellion in Redstone City. It'll probably take some time. Maybe we should wait for them before we act. No. We're moving out. Let's go see what's going on there ourselves. Song Rui decisively refused, stepping forward resolutely. Our top priority isn't suppressing the rebellion, it's ensuring Yan Hao's safety. Patrol officers, you will escort Li Ben back to Redstone City. Rendezvous with Instructor Lin. The rest of you follow me to investigate the Redbone storage system. Giant containers stood imposingly in the cold space. A squad of guards blocked their path before a glass door. Halt. This is a critical restricted area without a permit, not even the Zhishui Special Response Team. He didn't get to finish his sentence. Song Rui unleashed a lightning-fast kick, sending the guard flying. Get lost! The guard crashed into his comrades, who shouted in panic, Quick report to the lady! From above, Nu Feng watched the situation below. With an amused expression, she said, Milady, the people from Zhishui have arrived. I see them. Song Rui led the team deeper inside. Be careful. This could be a key enemy stronghold. Jin Ying suddenly stopped and looked up at the ceiling with a bad feeling. A dark figure shot down at terrifying speed, aiming straight for Jin Ying. Luckily, she managed to dodge to the side just in time, getting knocked away. Jin Ying flipped through the air and landed hard, creating a loud crash on the metal floor. The villain Lu Feng stood tall, a smug, arrogant smirk on his face as he saw the small girl who had just dodged his attack. Quick reflexes. A very interesting little girl. Seeing her comrade threatened, Song Rui immediately stepped in front of him, her sharp eyes glaring as she demanded, Who are you? Lu Feng didn't bother to answer. He shot forward like an arrow, his arm emitting a deadly stream of energy aimed straight at Jin Ying. Without needing to be told, Lin Yongji saw the danger and rushed to shield Jin Ying, crossing his arms in front of his chest and activating his defensive skill. Danger armor hardening. A massive explosion erupted as Lu Feng's attack. Chaike collided with Lin Yongji's defense. A blinding light filled the area. The overwhelming power sent Lin Yongji flying, taking the terrified Jin Ying with him. Song Rui seized the opening, and swooping down from above and slashing her knife at his back. You bastard! Lin Yongji clutched his chest, coughing, trying to warn his comrades through the pain. Captain Song, be careful. This guy is at least B rank. Cough, cough, cough! Song Rui attacked relentlessly, but Lu Feng easily dodged. He spun around and threw a powerful hook, catching her off guard. The punch landed squarely, making Song Rui groan in pain. Her entire body was thrown backward. She skidded across the floor, trying to stop herself with her hands, but the shockwave from the blow was too strong. She collapsed to the ground. Lu Feng gave her no chance to breathe. He leaped high into the air and brought down a brutal kick. He kicked Song Rui away, sending her crashing hard into the wall like a broken doll. Jin Ying panicked, seeing Song Rui in danger. "Captain Song, no! The captain isn't good at close combat. Without her beast armament and her gun, she can't use her full power." Lu Feng grabbed Song Rui by the hair and lifted her up. He looked at her with contempt. "Is this all Ji Shui has to offer? You're even more pathetic than that little mouse from yesterday. You're nothing special yourself." Blood streamed down her beautiful face, but Song Rui gritted her teeth, her gaze still defiant as she stared back at him. "Yan Hao, how could he possibly be defeated by someone like you?" Lu Feng sneered, raising his sharp-bladed arm to finish her off. "Humph, stubborn bitch, died he, just in the nick of time." Yan Hao appeared like a flash of lightning, slamming his armored fist into his face. "Let's see who can take more of my hits today, you or that old rat." The punch landed directly on Lu Feng's face with terrifying force. Lu Feng was sent flying. He slammed hard into the steel wall behind him, creating a huge dent, and fell to the ground, groaning in pain. "Ugh! Ah!" Yan Hao quickly rushed forward to catch the falling Song Rui. He caught her in a princess carry, making Jin Ying, watching from a distance, both happy and jealous. "Ah, a princess carry. Not fair, I want one too." He landed safely, sliding a long distance to absorb the momentum. Looking at the woman in his arms, Yan Hao asked gently, "Are you okay?" "Yan Hao." Song Rui said his name, stunned. Yan Hao gently set her down, remaining on high alert. Song Rui looked at him worriedly, her face still streaked with blood. "Are you all right?" Yan Hao smiled back at her confidently. "You're the one I should be asking that." Jin Ying ran over, interrupting the romantic atmosphere and pointing at the enemy. "Are you two going to hug all day? Hey, we still have a big problem to deal with." From within the dust cloud, Lu Feng staggered to his feet, clutching his throbbing face and roaring in anger. "What the hell is going on?" He stared at Yan Hao, unable to believe his eyes. "Why are you here?" Yan Hao replied calmly. "An old friend of yours brought me here, of course." Behind the door, Jia Jun emerged, holding Zhang Shui at gunpoint. "Get out! Move it!" Lu Feng roared in fury. "Zhang Shui, you dare betray us!" Zhang Shui trembled as he answered, I was forced to." Seeing the traitor, Lu Feng went berserk, firing a blast of energy at him. "People like you only deserve to die!" Zhang Shui screamed in terror. "Help! Help me! Save me!" Instantly, Yan Hao dashed forward and blocked the energy beam with his bare hands, saying coldly, "He can't die yet." Song Rui watched from behind, understanding his intention immediately. "Captain Song Zhang Shui holds many secrets." "Yes, I know." Lu Feng roared maniacally, his aura exploding with power. "Just a sewer rat from the gutters dares to stand in my way. You think you can stop me?" Yan Hao didn't waste words. He activated his rapid attack skill, Sonic Fist, unleashing a barrage of punches at his opponent, followed by a contemptuous kick. Too slow. The kick generated a powerful energy beam. It shot straight into his face. From within the rubble, Lu Feng's entire body erupted in a brilliant golden light, his power surging to its peak. He declared, "Death sentence. You've thoroughly pissed me off. Today you die here." Lu Feng shot into the air, unleashing his signature move, Sonic Wind Blades. Ngim Hao stood his ground, his eyes sharp as he watched the blades of wind rushing toward him. Wind Blades. Kim Oan and Lam Dung Tri exclaimed in shock. "A special ability. But he's like me, a wind-type user." Tong Tu turned to question the trembling Trong Tui. "Who in the world is he?" He stammered in reply, I don't really know. I only know that he's one of Mr. Hong's subordinates." Countless spinning wind blades surrounded Ngim Hao, ready to shred their target. However, he effortlessly dodged every single attack, then looked at his opponent with contempt. "Is that all you've got?" Ngim Hao darted forward like a phantom, his cold voice echoing, "A B rank like you can only go this far." Lu Feng was stunned by Ngim Hao's speed and power. "What is this? Did he let me win on purpose earlier?" A direct attack from Ngim Hao completely shattered Lu Feng's defenses. Lu Feng was sent flying into a steel wall, collapsing in utter disbelief and agony. Impossible. No, it can't be. He still couldn't believe his own defeat. Impossible. The impact ruptured a container, and a deadly red mist began to leak out, causing the scientists to panic. "The red mist is leaking. Run, I don't want to die." Tong Tu immediately gave an order. "Deputy Lam, get them back." "But what about you, Captain?" Tong Yui was determined to stay. "I have to stay and observe Ngim Hao. Just follow my orders." Lam Dung Tri protested. "I don't think this is a good idea." Amid the tension, Kim Won grasped Tong Yui's hand. "Wait a second, I have an idea." Lu Fong struggled to his feet, pulling out a mysterious-looking syringe. "You think you can beat me like this?" He bit down on the syringe, letting the liquid flow into his body. "Although it will drain my life force, this little baby is enough to let me keep my sanity for a short time and absorb the power." "Seizure of the red mist!" A dark power enveloped Lu Fong as he roared with arrogance. "Come on, you worthless ants!" A blast of crimson energy shot from his hand straight toward Ngiem Hao. The explosion created a terrifying shockwave, plowing through everything in its path. Ngiem Hao gritted his teeth, his body tensing as he faced his enemy's new power. His speed has increased. Lu Fong attacked relentlessly with incredible speed. He laughed maniacally. "Can you feel it now?" This A-rank speed, he appeared right in front of Ngiem Hao, throwing a devastating punch. And the power, too! Ngiem Hao barely managed to raise his arms to block, but the immense force sent him sliding backward. Lu Fong stood firm, his red eyes glaring at his struggling opponent. "How long can you block? It's time to end this." Suddenly, he sensed another unusual presence. A giant wall of wind appeared behind Ngiem Hao, cutting off all of Lu Fong's escape routes. Divine Wall of Wind. From a distance, Kim Wan, hands forming a seal, cast her spell. Storm's Blessing. A green wind enveloped Ngiem Hao, making him feel a sense of relief. "My body feels much lighter now," Kim Wan said proudly. "This is my special technique." Cornered Lu Fong gathered all his remaining energy and roared in desperation, "All of you just go and die!" Ngiem Hao calmly faced the crimson energy blast, asking coldly, "Red mist cannon? Is this what you call your absolute power?" Lu Fong was stunned to see his devastating attack being neutralized. Is this an illusion? He absorbed my attack. Before he could even process it, Ngiem Hao appeared right in front of him and delivered a powerful uppercut to his chin. Since when? Ngiem Hao's barrage of attacks rained down on Lu Fong's body like a storm, giving him no chance to fight back. He coldly declared as he watched his struggling enemy, "I don't even need the red mist to deal with you." Lu Fong was shocked. What? Ngiem Hao delivered the final blow. A layer of hard rock enveloped Lu Fong, making him scream in agony. What kind of monster is this? Ngiem Hao stood tall before his defeated foe, his crimson eyes glowing with power. "Speak. Where is Mr. Hong?" In another control room, two men in black suits stared at the monitor in horror. How is this possible?" The red-haired man sat in a chair with a calm expression, but his mind was reeling with surprise. "Lu Fong actually lost. This Ngiem Hao is more interesting than I thought. Note, Mr. Hong is the person in charge of the Shichthak City area for the Six Vines conglomerate." He stood up, a calculating glint in his eyes. "It seems we'll have to raise our level of interest in him." His subordinate asked nervously, Lord Hong, what do we do now?" Mr. Hong walked toward the elevator, giving a decisive order. "Destroy all remaining data. We're pulling out." His subordinate complied. "Yes, sir." He pressed a button, activating a secret device. A sinister smile appeared on his lips. "Just let that kid downstairs clean this place up." A giant machine began to activate as brilliant red lights flashed continuously. From the darkness, a giant snake-like monster slowly slithered out. It was starving. Yan Hao stood amidst the rubble, questioning the defeated foe lying on the ground. "Where is Mr. Hong?" Lu Feng was foaming at the mouth, completely unconscious after the final attack. Jin Ying ran over to check on him. "I chided Yan Hao. How is he supposed to answer you when he's like this?" "You went a little too hard on him." Yan Hao scratched his head, trying to explain, "I wasn't even going all out at the end." Yan Hao turned to the trembling Zhang Shui. "You brought all the members of the patrol team in here, didn't you?" He stammered in reply. Yes, Master Hao. I'll take you downstairs." Zhang Shui led the group to a pitch-black staircase. "It's right down here," he added fearfully. "You need a password to open the door. I really don't know it." But Yan Hao just replied coldly, "We don't need it." He unleashed a powerful kick, shattering the thick steel door. Yan Hao asked as he stepped into the empty corridor, "Is everyone here?" Zhang Shui was terrified. I don't know. I was only responsible for bringing people here. I know absolutely nothing about anything else." Yan Hao suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. Songroy asked in surprise, "What is it?" He answered firmly, "Over there." The group approached a reinforced security door. Yan Hao warned, "I can feel people breathing inside." "No, we can't break this door down by force. We might hurt the people inside." Jin Ying stepped forward confidently, flashing a V sign. "Leave it to me." Yan Hao looked at her doubtfully. "Can you open it?" Jin Ying replied proudly, "I'm a pro at this." She sat down, connected her laptop to the security system, and began typing at a dizzying speed. In the blink of an eye, she hit the enter key and announced, "Done." The heavy door slowly opened, revealing a horrifying scene. Rows of experimental pods, each containing a human body undergoing a grotesque transformation, appeared before their eyes. Jinying and Lin Yongji were horrified by the gruesome sight before them. Those bastards. They actually captured so many people. Song Rui grabbed Zhang Shui by the collar, her eyes blazing with fury. "What the hell are you people doing?" He trembled, stammering, I don't know, I only bring people here. I really don't know anything else." The fake captain pointed in horror at one of the pods. "Yan Hao Athak is in there." He immediately summoned his red bone power, ready to destroy the pod. "Good. I'll get him out right now." Jin Ying rushed to stop him. "Wait a minute, what do you think you're doing? This is a life support device. If you destroy it, how are we supposed to save them? We need specialized equipment. First, we have to report this to the Tech Bureau." Amidst the tension, Song Rui received a call. "Hello, Captain Song, Instructor Lin has arrived at Red Rock City. Bring them to the Redbone storage facility immediately." "Roger." Lin Yongjae noticed a strange blinking device. "Captain Song, there's a weird device blinking over here." The whole group gathered around to look. Song Rui frowned. "What is this thing?" Zhang Shui collapsed to the ground in terror. That's the... Jin Ying squinted, analyzing it. "The energy fluctuations are very strange. It seems to be releasing energy. Inside is highly concentrated red bone." Suddenly, the entire area began to shake violently. Song Rui was on alert. "An earthquake!" Yan Hao yelled a warning. "Something's coming! Get back!" Jin Ying couldn't react in time, watching in horror as a blazing red stream of energy shot towards her. Instantly, Yan Hao lunged forward, pushing her out of the way just in time. Lin Yongji and Song Rui stared in shock as Lu Feng transformed into a crimson monster. Lu Feng has transformed into a beast. Is this a side effect of being forced to absorb red bone? To mutate into such a grotesque form? Song Rui stared in shock, recognizing the form. "That shape! It's just like my uncle." Yan Hao grabbed the red bone device and roared, "This thing is bait. It's meant to attract other beasts. Something even more dangerous than him is on its way." He clutched the device and started running, yelling, "I have to lure it away. If I don't, it'll tear this whole place apart. All of you protect this area. Captain Song, I'm going with him. It's almost here." From the shadows, Mr. Hong raised a glass of wine, a calculating smirk on his face. "Let's see just how many more surprises you can give me. If you can even get past this hurdle, then you will be worthy of our deeper research." Yan Hao forcefully threw the red bone device towards the charging monster. "Go on, take it." Immediately, the beastified Lu Feng roared madly and charged straight for the red bone device. But from beneath the ground, a colossal monster erupted, swallowing both Lu Feng and the device in one gulp. The giant monster opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and swallowed its prey in an instant. It raised its head high as white smoke rose from its massive body, horrifying Tong Rui and Yan Hao, looking at the scene before them. What is this? Outside, a military convoy was entering the base in an orderly fashion. On one of the vehicles, an officer asked, "Captain Tong Rui, why did you tell us to come to the Redbone storage facility? What happened there?" Instructor Lin replied, "I don't know either. She just said there's a research lab beneath the base and that a giant monster erupted from the ground." The entire convoy was forced to a halt. "What in the world is that?" Instructor Lin gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it! That's not something Tong Rui and her people can handle." The monster whipped its tail, sending an armored vehicle flying. Instructor Lin leaped from his vehicle, activating his weapon. "Right now, only I, with my Beast Core armament, can even put up a fight." "Gauntlets made from a Beast Core!" a soldier yelled. Instructor Lin gave a firm command. "You take the reinforcements to the research lab. I'm going ahead." The convoy continued to advance while Instructor Lin charged toward the monster. He shot forward like a blaze of fire, his heart filled with resolve. Just what in the hell happened here? Back at the battle, Tong Rui and Yan Hao faced the giant monster. An information panel appeared, Dragon Worm Colossus class. This thing's size. It's a Colossus class, so they're the ones who lured this thing here. The Dragon Worm let out an earth-shattering roar. To its senses, Yan Hao's body was emitting a much stronger energy signature than Tong Rui's. Instantly, the monster opened its enormous mouth. It intended to swallow them both in one gulp. Yan Hao activated his skill, his arm transforming into wickedly sharp claws. Beast Transformation Claws. He charged straight at the monster, his claws tearing through the air. The dragon worm thrashed its massive body, creating a hurricane-force wind that blew everything away. Amidst the wreckage, realizing his attack was useless, Yan Hao grimly assessed the situation. This isn't good. My attack couldn't even scratch its hide. Standing beside him, a worried Tong Rui warned, This thing is out of our league, we need to fall back now. But Yan Hao immediately shot down her idea. This damn beast is interested in me. That's why it came after us. If we retreat from here, its next target will be the Red Bone storage facility. I'll do my best to hold it here. You need to get the people out of the research lab quickly. Tong Rui adamantly opposed the reckless plan. Her eyes were filled with worry and disapproval. You're planning to face that thing by yourself? I can't agree to that. But despite her protests, Yan Hao charged straight toward the monster, roaring with determination. We worked too damn hard to get this lead. I absolutely will not let this beast destroy everything. All Tong Rui could do was shout helplessly from a distance, Yan Hao. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory, Jin Ying was focused on her laptop reporting, aside from the basic biometric information, all other data has been wiped. Her eyes hardened as she realized the enemy's sophistication. It seems we're dealing with a professional. Just then, Lin Yongji arrived with the reinforcements. Commander, I've brought the reinforcements. Captain Jia, are you all right? Captain Jia was overjoyed to see the reinforcements and rambled on, I'm fine. Yan Hao saved me. That kid Yan Hao. Lin Yongji quickly cut him off. Where is he now? A man in a military uniform stepped forward and introduced himself grimly. I am Tang Ye. By order of HQ, and under the command of Instructor Lin Yongxin, I am his adjutant sent here to assist Captain Tong Rui in quelling the rebellion. We need a full report on the current situation. Where is Captain Tong Rui? Lin Yongji reported. Captain Tong Rui ordered us to protect this facility. Right now, oh wait. Where is my brother, Commander-in-Chief Lin Yongxin? At that same moment, outside on the battlefield, Yan Hao was facing the giant monster. An information panel displayed energy 170 out of 200. He immediately activated his skill Shadow Stalk. He moved like a phantom, continuously striking the monster's body, preventing it from pinpointing his location. The dragon worm roared in pain, thrashing about wildly as it tried to find its hidden attacker. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Hao leaped into the air, diving toward the monster's head like an arrow. He landed squarely on its head and delivered a critical strike to its eye. Immediately after, he activated another skill, Venom Gland, spraying a potent toxin into the creature's open wound. However, the monster suddenly lashed out with its tongue, wrapping it tightly around a stunned Yan Hao. It opened its massive, tooth-filled maw, intending to devour him in a single bite. From a distance, Tong Rui hastily unleashed a support ability, Mini Electro Gun. Don't you dare miss! A bolt of blue lightning shot straight into the monster's tongue, causing it to falter for a moment and loosen its grip. Immediately after, she collapsed from exhaustion. Using a special ability without a Beast Core battlesuit or weapon is just too draining. In this entire world, perhaps, only Yan Hao can use his powers barehanded. Sensing that its target had weakened, the monster roared and turned to attack Tong Rui. Yan Hao screamed, Tong Rui! Just in the nick of time, a massive fireball descended from the sky, blocking the dragon worm's attack. Instructor Lin appeared, shielding them both. He asked with concern, Are you two all right? Instructor Lin. The monster stood towering before them. Instructor Lin assessed the tense situation. This thing is a Colossus class. He flared with fiery energy and said confidently, Leave it to me. Note, Lin Yongxin. A rank. Elemental type. Basic ability fire. An earth-shattering battle erupted between the two powerhouses as giant pillars of fire surrounded the monster. Yan Hao and Song Rai were stunned by Instructor Lin's terrifying power. Is this the true strength of an A rank? He's too strong. The monster, engulfed in a sea of flames, screamed in agony as it burned. Despite being covered in fire, the dragon worm still let out a powerful roar. It was completely unfazed. In response, Instructor Lin clenched his flaming fist, his gaze hardening. Looks like this won't be so easy. The monster emerged from the sea of fire, its body transformed into an even more terrifying combat form. Instructor Lin didn't flinch. He unleashed an even more powerful energy. Then bring it on. It opened its mouth and spewed a massive stream of sand, creating a sandstorm that engulfed everything. The three of them struggled to withstand the monster's terrifying power. Seriously. Instructor Lin tried to shield the other two. Our vision is completely obscured. You two be careful. Amidst the sandstorm, Yan Hao suddenly sensed an unusual sharp presence. He yelled when he saw the ground beneath their feet give way. It's burrowed underground. Instructor Lin quickly pushed Song Rui and Yan Hao away. Get back. From below, the dragon worm burst out of the ground right where they had been standing, creating a terrifying explosion of earth and rock. After the danger passed, Instructor Lin checked on his teammates. "Is everyone all right?" Yan Hao replied, "I'm fine. We need to get rid of this sandstorm. Otherwise..." Suddenly, a giant tornado appeared, sucking up all the surrounding sand and dust. Wind pressure bullets. Jin Ying appeared, standing majestically in the eye of the storm. "Is everyone okay?" Song Rai was surprised to see her comrades arrive just in time. "Why are you guys here? What about the underground base?" Lin Yongji reported the situation. "Yongxin's reinforcements have taken over the base. The test subjects are being evacuated." Jin Ying looked at the giant monster. She declared loudly, "Good. This thing won't be easy to deal with. Together we'll hold it down and look for an opening." Seeing the warriors assemble, the dragon worm suddenly burrowed into the ground, trying to escape. How could he let it? Instructor Lin immediately used a skill, summoning a devastating fire dragon strike. Jin Ying instantly cast a support skill. Storm's Protection. A violent explosion combining fire and wind erupted. It aimed directly at the spot where the monster had just disappeared. The monster's outer layer of rock and earth was completely destroyed, revealing its true skin underneath. The dragon worm roared in pain as its protective shell was peeled away. Yan Hao and Jin Ying were shocked. "It's still not dead." "But that's impossible," Instructor Lin explained. "It's a regeneration ability. This power is extremely rare, but everything about a variant beast comes from its beast core. Destroy that and it won't be able to regenerate anymore." Jin Ying looked despairingly at the giant monster. "You want us to find a beast core on a living body this huge?" The dragon worm once again spewed a destructive energy beam. Song Rui struggled to block it. "It's coming again. I can't hold it for much longer." She unleashed all her remaining electrical energy. Her eyes flashed brightly through the pain as she activated her special skill, Electrosense. An X-ray-like image of the monster appeared in Song Rui's mind. It revealed the beast core's location. She pointed towards the target, her voice weak. "Found it. In its left abdomen. Cough, cough, cough. The energy reaction there is incredibly intense." Seeing Song Rui severely injured, Lin Yongji rushed to support her, shouting worriedly, "Captain!" Lin Yongxin looked at the situation and gave a cold command. "Cough, cough. Get her out of here now." Such a reckless kid. At the same time, Lin Yongxin focused all his power, creating a giant fire dragon to attack the monster's weak point. "You brute, you've shown your opening." The dragon worm roared in pain as the flames burned its flesh. A huge explosion erupted. "Rawr!" Its hard shell was shattered, revealing the fatal weak point inside. Lin Yongxin shouted, "That's the core." Yan Hao seized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He shot into the air, focusing all his strength into his fist. "Break for me." However, the core's protective membrane was too tough. Yan Hao's punch was repelled. No, its defenses are too strong. A normal attack can't break through. They reached a stalemate. Yan Hao gritted his teeth, realizing he had to use an extremely powerful attack, the red bone bullet. But the fight with Lu Fang earlier consumed a lot of my red bones. Right now, the red bones on my body can't condense into a red bone bullet. His eyes suddenly caught a familiar object rolling on the ground. "This is..." Gulp. "Could it be..." The thing that was knocked away by Instructor Lin's attack, Yan Hao picked up the test tube containing the glowing red crystal. He remembered his comrade's earlier words. Jin Ying had said, "Inside is concentrated red bone. I'll have to bet everything on this." Without hesitation, he plunged the crystal into his chest, roaring in pain as the violent energy flooded his body. "Ugh! Ah!" Aha. So this isn't ordinary red bone. Energy 288 over 200. At the same time, his teammates were being overwhelmed in the distance. Jin Ying screamed in terror, "Ah!" The dragon worm opened its giant maw, ready to devour the enemy who dared to provoke it. The monster lunged forward with terrifying speed, its mouth full of sharp teeth opening like the gates of hell. "It's over." Yongji stared death in the face, but there was no fear in his eyes. "We're done for." Just then Yan Hao rushed forward, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. He released all the energy accumulated in his body. Red Rasengan. A massive glowing red energy sphere erupted. Crimson supergiant bombardment. Yan Hao poured his very life force into this final attack. Take it all back. His hand reached out into the epicenter, controlling the destructive energy stream that tore the monster apart from the inside. The dragon worm's giant body was lifted into the air. A brilliant red light engulfed the entire night sky. The monster's core shattered, causing its entire body to collapse amidst a deafening explosion. The cataclysmic blast wiped out everything around it. The life-and-death battle was over. In the dark space of his subconscious, Yan Hao stood stunned, surrounded by an endless night. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. The figure of his younger sister ran towards him. "Big brother, Xiao Shui." Yan Hao hugged his sister tightly, tears of regret streaming down his face. "Big brother, Xiao Shui, where have you been? I'm sorry I failed you." But he suddenly pushes Xiao Shui away, his eyes becoming suspicious. "That's right. Why are you here?" Xiao Shu is stunned by the question. What does he mean? The space around them begins to warp. She looks around in a panic. Where is this? Suddenly fierce flames erupt from Yan Hao's body. Xiao Shui watches in horror as her brother is engulfed in fire. "Brother!" His body begins to disintegrate. She screams in despair. "Ah!" Her figure vanishes into the sea of flames, leaving only an echoing cry for help. "Brother Xiao Shui, no, come back." Suddenly, Yan Hao jolts awake, drenched in cold sweat, his eyes wide with terror. Gasp! 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 He sits bolt upright in the hospital bed, screaming in despair, "Xiao Shui! You shouldn't have saved me." He pants, trying to steady himself after the horrific nightmare. Was that a dream? Or did it really happen? "Where am I?" A calm, steady voice speaks from the corner of the room. "This is the Medical Research Institute headquarters of the Emergency Response Team. Instructor Lin. Why are you—" Lin Yongshin is sitting there. He's still holding a book. "Because your condition is special. If anything were to happen, someone needed to be here to handle it promptly." He closes the book, looking at his student with a complex expression. "Kid, you've been asleep for 3 straight days. Seeing you in that state, I thought I might have to—" Lin Yongshin gives a slight smile, but it seems that won't be necessary now. Yan Hao gives a bitter smile, fully understanding the meaning behind this care. "I completely agree, Instructor Lin. You were prepared to put me down if I lost control and turned into a beast, weren't you?" He lowers his head deep in thought. "After all, the military can't completely trust a humanoid aberrant that just appeared out of nowhere. I have to find Xiao Shui and fast." He looks up and asks about the others. "Where is everyone else? What happened to that huge red bone base?" Instructor Lin replies, "You destroyed the aberrant beast. Everything from the base's underground bunker has been moved to this research institute." Yan Hao steps out of his hospital room and spots a familiar face sitting in the hallway. "Ashuo, how are you doing? You're the guy from the Liudeng underground base." Just then, the door bursts open, and Jin Ying rushes in with a knife and some food, looking flustered but overjoyed. "Yan Hao, you're awake." No signs of infection, and no mutations either, while Yan Hao is being roughly checked over by Jin Ying and her teammate who are pulling up his shirt. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Hey, he absorbed that high-concentration red bone and he's totally fine." Jin Ying's jaw drops, her face a mask of astonishment. "What in the world are you made of? You're not even human anymore." Yan Hao helplessly pushes her hands away, brushing off their excessive curiosity. "Stop messing around." He immediately becomes serious again, turning to ask the most important question on his mind. "How is Ashuo?" The scene shifts to a sterile isolation room where Ashuo lies motionless, hooked up to countless medical wires. A doctor explains, "There's a large amount of concentrated red bone in Ashuo's body, although there are no mutations or infections." Looking at his friend through the thick glass, Yan Hao muses worriedly. His consciousness won't recover that quickly. I never thought it would turn out like this. He clenches his fist on the doorframe, grinding his teeth in fury as he thinks of his enemy. Zhang Shui, that bastard! What the hell is the person behind him researching? Just then a soldier approaches from behind with the latest news. Zhang Shui has confessed. Yan Hao spins around urgently, firing off questions. What did he say? It has something to do with Liu Deng, doesn't it? The answer leaves everyone stunned. He said he did it all himself, the soldier replies firmly. Yan Hao can't believe his ears. Agitated, he points out the inconsistencies. How is that possible? What about that woman Niu Feng and the Mr. Hong he mentioned? The underground breeding facility, the research lab beneath the red bone base. Tongrui steps forward, her expression a mix of helplessness and resignation, confirming the grim reality. I know, but we can't find any evidence. Everything points to Zhang Shui. Besides, he confessed to it himself. Behind this whole affair, there's an invisible hand pulling all the strings. The man accompanying Tongrui speaks up, cutting through the heavy atmosphere. Let's go. My father, the chief of the general staff, wants to see you. Tongrui turns and walks down the grand hallway leading to the meeting room. Yan Hao asks, How did you know I was here? Tongri glances back at him and answers curtly, Jin Ying told me. Yan Hao breaks into a cold sweat, remembering Jin Ying's smug smile. That girl never changes. Does this mean she's going to be watching me when I eat, shower, and sleep from now on? Standing before a large wooden door, the guide knocks lightly. Knock, knock. Come in. Chief of Staff, they're here. Old Tong, what are you hiding? Everyone's here now, come on over. Old man, Dad, you're sneaking snacks by yourself again. The Chief of Staff turns to the group and says, everyone have a seat. He gets straight to the point, and the atmosphere becomes tense. Let's skip the pleasantries. Yan Hao, the news that you defeated that colossal aberrant beast has already spread. It's not just the military. Powers from all over have their eyes on you now. You're in the eye of the storm. It may seem calm, but the winds are howling all around you. One moment of carelessness, and you could get swept up in this. He looked straight into Yan Hao's eyes, scrutinizing his intentions. Do you have a plan? Yan Hao calmly met his sharp gaze without a hint of fear. Honestly, I was planning to act quietly. I never expected things to blow up and become so serious. You didn't call me here just for a chat. I want to hear the Chief of Staff's perspective. Chief of Staff Song Lian pushed up his glasses, speaking about the case with a grave expression. You already know about Zhang Shui, I take it. I do, but I believe he's lying. He then explained in detail the military's current predicament. The 6th Tang Group had issued a clarification regarding the underground base. They claim to have been completely unaware of the breeding facility, and that none of their senior executives have the surname Hong. In any case, the 6th Tang Group has many collaborations with the military. Until we have irrefutable proof, it's not wise to investigate them openly. The last insider incident still hasn't been resolved. There are many factions within the military holding each other in check, but in a situation like this, even if we wanted to investigate 6th Tang, there would be no way to do it. The higher-ups won't allow it. Yan Hao frowned, questioning the powerful phrase he'd just heard. The higher-ups refers to, Song Lian said in a low voice, the very pinnacle of this world. The highest level of the SXU government. Song Lian looked at Yan Hao meaningfully and made a surprising proposal. That is why I hope to borrow your strength. Yan Hao sat silently in his chair. He silently sized up his opponent. This old fox. I thought he was actually concerned about me, but it turns out his own hands are tied, so he wants me to be his pawn. Suddenly, Song slammed the table and stood up. He objected vehemently, worried for his comrade's safety. Chief of Staff, given Yan Hao's current situation, as you just said, he's in the eye of the storm. Why would you still want to put Yan Hao? Lin Yongji interrupted. Instead of being treated like prey to be hunted, it's better to become the hunter and strike back. If you want to survive, you have to make a change. After the meaningful conversation, Chief of Staff Song Lian stood up, signaling the end of the meeting. You don't need to answer right away. Go home, think it over, and then tell me your decision. He then turned to give instructions to instructor Lin Yongxin. Take good care of them during this time. You're their instructor. Lin Yongxin respectfully saluted. Understood. That night, Yan Hao stood alone on a windy rooftop, his thoughtful gaze sweeping over the city as the Chief of Staff's proposal echoed in his mind. Instead of becoming the prey, become the hunter. To make that goal a reality, at the Zhishui Combined Training Ground, a new announcement was posted. The Chief of Staff, under the pretext of improving the combat effectiveness of new recruits, had organized a combined training exercise. It was scheduled to last for 3 months. However, Yan Hao understood that things weren't as simple as mere training as the soldiers began to engage in sparring exercises. It was brutal. But the training is just an excuse. The real purpose is to delay the outbreak of internal conflict, purge the spies, and consolidate power within the military. During a short break, Yan Hao recalled Song Lian's words with a wary expression. I want to borrow your strength. Right now, I know nothing about the true state of the military. The most important thing now is to quickly find information about Xiao Shui. I must be very cautious about Chief of Staff Song's invitation, but before I give him an answer, I can use this training as a stepping stone. Just then, everyone's attention was drawn to the electronic notice board. A rookie frantically called out to his comrades, Hey, look! The screen displayed the rookie rankings: Yan Hao 210, Jin Yingni 95, Zhang Jin 45. This was the Ji Shui point system, unlocked 1 month after enlistment. Points could be earned through missions, training, and free-form combat to exchange for items within the military. Yan Hao looked at the number 210 on the scoreboard with a calm expression, calculating internally. 210 points. That's equivalent to 210,000 Alliance currency. They must have included the rewards from the 2 previous incidents. However, his ridiculously high score made the others burn with envy. The soldiers started whispering. One guy. I worked myself to death for a few dozen points. How is that fair? Another soldier asked, doubtfully. I heard he took down a colossal class beast. The guy next to him sneered contemptuously. That's bullshit. If he really had that kind of skill, he would have been promoted long ago. Zhang Jin stood in the middle of the crowd with his arms crossed, a challenging and sarcastic look on his face. That fight, you say. Just think about it for a second and it's obvious. Instructor Lin must have carried him the whole time. Some people only know how to ride on others' coattails and then put on airs. Unable to stand the insult, Song Rui and Jin Ying immediately stepped forward to confront Zhang Jin. Song Rui snapped coldly, Zhang Jin, you'd better swallow those ridiculous assumptions. Yan Hao is more than strong enough to crush you, Jin Ying added sharply. That's right. You're all talk? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a tall figure stepped forward, causing the crowd to part. Someone shouted, It's Captain Tang! He was known as the Top Master. With a confident but dangerous smile, the captain of Z Shui Squad 7 Tang Ye spoke up to explain. Yan Hao's points were calculated by the system based on the rules. I've already confirmed it with Instructor Lin. However, it's understandable that everyone is curious about the person with the highest score. Tang Ye suddenly turned to look directly at Yan Hao and issued a dramatic challenge. How about I, on behalf of everyone, ask you for a few pointers? What do you say I'll put up 40,000 alliance currency as a wager? Hearing the large sum of money, Jin Ying's eyes lit up. She urged him on excitedly. 40,000. That's enough to upgrade to a dorm room with a private bathroom for a whole year. Yan Hao, fight him. After you win, I'll show you how to spend all that money model. Ngim Hao smirked. He realized this was the perfect opportunity to squash the rumors. Trung Tun's scheming wouldn't stop, so he might as well use this to establish his authority. Since the captain is interested, I'll be happy to oblige. The match was quickly organized. The soldiers gathered around, buzzing with excitement. Captain Dung is our acknowledged strongest B rank. His combat experience is off the charts. And Ngim Hao, as strong as he is still just a rookie after all. Dung Da began to channel his power, his armored gauntlets radiating a cold aura. Ngim Hao, my beast core ability is water-based. Allow me to see. He threw a punch. A series of sharp ice spikes shot up from the ground, hurtling straight toward his opponent. What that one-of-a-kind beast core weapon of yours can do. A fierce, icy explosion engulfed Ngim Hao's position, filling the arena with blinding ice dust. Ngim Hao deftly leaped into the air to dodge the attack. He landed solidly on his feet and made a silent assessment. As expected of the strongest B rank, this power is quite a bit stronger than Lu Feng's. Dung Da didn't give his opponent a moment to breathe and immediately launched his next attack. It's not over yet. You'd better be careful, Ngim Hao. Countless ice shards shot out from every direction, tearing through the air toward Ngim Hao like a torrential downpour. He spun with incredible speed, weaving through the gaps in the assault as he analyzed it. Its destructive power is immense, but its speed is still far inferior to Lu Feng's. At that very moment, Dung Da unleashed his glacial starfall/skill. An incredibly powerful shockwave erupted, crashing down from above. In the midst of the dust cloud, Ngim Hao released his beast transformation power. His arm transformed, turning a menacing fiery red. He closed in on Dung Da at terrifying speed, unleashing a flurry of sharp claw strikes that horrified his opponent. So fast. A beast transformation. Claw attack. Just as the fight reached its climax, Instructor Lum suddenly appeared between the two. A pillar of fire shot up, blocking them both. That's enough. Lum Jungtin withdrew the flames and declared in a stern voice, Ngim Hao, you've won this match. Dung Da, do you have any objections? Wiping a scratch from his face, Dung Da graciously retracted his weapon and laughed heartily. None at all. I lost fair and square. I accept it. Hearing this, Ngim Hao also reverted from his beast form and nodded at his opponent. The spectating soldiers whispered in shock at the sight of Dung Da's defeat. Captain Dung actually lost to a rookie? He's too strong. How did he do that? The captain turned back and asked coldly, Gentlemen, I trust you have no further doubts now. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere, Kim Wan cheered excitedly. Awesome 40,000 in the bag. Tong Yui sighed in response. You say that as if you're the one who won 40,000. Hey, I'm the one who looks after him. So he has to give me the money. Right. From a distance, Trung Tun watched Ngim Hao's retreating figure, his fists clenched with jealousy. Is the gap between him and me really this wide? The anger brewing within him turned his gaze venomous. I have to get stronger. No matter the method, I will kill him. 1 month later, in the commander's office, an assistant walked in and asked, Old Tong, what's the big rush? Chief of Staff Tong Lim held up a photo of a mutated entity, his voice grim. There's been a vicious beastman attack in the northwest sector. The local patrol team tracked it, and its last known location was Tuk-Am Town. The doctor took the file, stunned, and exclaimed in disbelief. A beastman? Don't tell me this is... That's right. The analysis confirms it's my missing younger brother, Tong Quan. Tong Lim asked pensively. Old Kim, based on current research, what are the chances of a beastman regaining its sanity? Less than 1%. The beast transformation doesn't just ravage the body, it also invades the mind. The doctor pointed to the photo concerned. For someone like Ngim Hao to be able to retain his consciousness is a miracle among miracles, but no one knows how long he can maintain it. What are you planning to do if a live capture isn't possible? Are you going to eliminate him, old Tong? You listen to me carefully. If that kid Tong Nui finds out about this, she'll never forgive you for the rest of her life. That year you sacrificed family for the greater good. The girl has already suffered enough. Tong Lim replied, pushing up his glasses, his voice chillingly cruel. To protect the greater number of innocent people, there are prices that we are forced to pay. The scene changes to the bathing area. Tong Nui was drying her hair when she was startled by her phone ringing non-stop. Huh? An urgent voice came from the other end. Nui, is it safe for you to talk? I've discovered some critical intelligence. She frowned and replied, Go on. Without even having time to properly put her uniform on, Tong Nui sprinted down the main headquarters corridor to find her father. She kicked open the door to his office and furiously confronted him. Dad, you have news about Uncle, and you didn't tell me. Tong Lim snapped back coldly. Kim Wan told you, didn't she, foolishness? You are not to get involved in this. I am dispatching a special operations team to handle it. Tong Nui yelled, her eyes filled with determination. Please let me go with them. She couldn't just stand by and watch another family member be hunted down. Tong Lim stood up, his gaze stern as he looked at his daughter. If I were to order you to kill Tong Quan, would you have the courage to pull the trigger? The question left Tong Nui frozen in agony. But he's my uncle. Tong Lim was decisive. Effective immediately, you are relieved of your duty protecting Ngim Hao. Without a direct order, you are not to leave headquarters. Tong Nui trudged through the underground parking garage, her heart heavy with sorrow. Unexpectedly, Kim Oan was already there waiting for her. With her arms crossed and a confident look, she said, I knew you'd show up. Kim Oan tosses a supply backpack to you. In here are emergency supplies. I'll find a way to stall my dad's people. Thank me later. A favor from me is very expensive, you know. And remember, you owe me for this. For a moment, Tong Nui flashed back to a horrifying memory from years past. The image of a giant spider screaming, Little Nui, I have to run quick at the same time. Yan Ha was driving through the streets, his mind troubled. So this is why Tong Nui was so eager to pull me into the Chief of Staff's faction. Maybe things could have been different if I had been brave enough. He stepped on the gas, his eyes filled with resolve. This time I won't back down. Uncle, wait for me. I will find a way to turn you back into a human. The scene shifts to the base's bustling cafeteria filled with the noise of dinner after a training session. Kim Oan stuffs her face with food, grinning smugly. Well, now, Yan Hao, you're finally treating us. You'd better know how to thank me properly for this. Lam Dung Tree was eating and crying tears of joy. Brother Yan, this is too extravagant. I haven't had a meal this good. As in half a year. Are you sure the world isn't ending tomorrow or something? You're exaggerating. Yan Hao smiled calmly. You all helped me out a lot before, and I happen to have some extra money lately. Don't hold back. By the way, why aren't Captain Tong and Adjutant Lam here? Kim Wan shrugged and replied, Tong-er said she had something to do, so she took a few days off. And Adjutant Lam seems to have been assigned to another mission. Is that so? Yan Ha was lost in thought, pondering the hidden secrets. I thought Tong Nui was pulling me into her father's camp, but her attitude before clearly suggested that wasn't it. So what on earth does Tong Nui want from me? Suddenly, Kim Oan's phone buzzed repeatedly, making her drop her chopsticks in surprise. She stared intently at the screen, her expression becoming extremely tense. Kim Wan showed her phone to Yan Hao, who looked on in shock. Yan Hao, look at this! Yan Hao shot up from his seat, asking urgently, What's wrong? Athak is awake, we can't wait any longer, let's go now. He ordered the whole group, get Athak to come with us. Why? Because Brother Yan promised to help Athak find his brother. He wasn't awake then, so I couldn't say anything. The whole group rushed over to the Medical Research Institute. Inside the hospital room, Athak sat listlessly calling out for his brother in a weak voice. Seeing Yan Hao enter, the boy burst into sobs. Brother, where did you go? I'm sorry, it's my fault. Yan Hao's heart ached at the sight. Sob, this is great. Athak, sorry to bother you too, but I have a few questions I need your help with. The boy looked at Yan Hao with teary, grateful eyes. You're the one who saved all of us. Brother Yan Hao, you are our greatest benefactor. Yan Hao held out an old photograph in front of the teenager. He asked in a low voice, "Do you remember anything about this girl?" The blonde-haired teenager stared intently at the photo and replied hesitantly, "This girl?" Yan Hao gave him a reassuring look. "Don't be nervous. Just try to remember carefully." Kim Wan, standing beside them, helped by repeating the important date, March 11th, 2088. "You were on a search, rescue, and escort mission. This girl was one of the people you found. Do you remember?" Memories began to flood back. The teenager blankly recounted the rescue mission. "I remember now. That day when the red mist broke out, the army immediately formed a rescue team. I was dispatched to the city center to search for survivors." He closed his eyes in pain, recalling the tragic scene from that year. The scene was horrific. It was full of mutated infected monsters and dead bodies lying everywhere. The picture of the past became clearer through his words. "We found this girl right next to a crashed helicopter." His gaze grew distant as he remembered her from that day. Her body didn't seem to be seriously injured, but she couldn't seem to remember anything at all. There was no other way to protect her, he continued. At that time, we could only take her to the refugee camp set up by the army. The teenager continued to recount her mysterious disappearance. She was at the camp for about 2 days when 2 people came for her. They carried orders from a superior with all the proper paperwork saying they had to take her for psychological trauma treatment. Worried for his sister, Yan Hao pressed him anxiously. "And then what? Where did they take her?" The teenager sighed and replied, "Since she couldn't remember anything and had no family to care for her, I volunteered to escort her to the treatment facility. The destination was—" The boy looked directly at Yan Hao and uttered the fateful name, Zhensu Yin. "After we arrived, I immediately received another assignment. The accident happened right after I left the town. I don't remember anything after that." Yan Hao muttered the name with a determined look in his eyes. Zhensu Yin. Kim Oan, standing beside him, also mused, "Isn't that the place where Tong Nui's uncle just appeared? Yan Shu was taken there too. This is definitely not a coincidence. What kind of secret is Zhensu Yin hiding?" The scene shifts to the remote mountains surrounding their target. Zhensu Yin, the outskirts mountain area. Tong Er was currently observing alone from a cliff, her heart filled with anxiety. "I've searched the entire town all this time, but there's still no news of Uncle. Oh, could he be in this mountain range? What are those guys on the lookout for?" From the nearby bushes, 2 guards were whispering, "Why did the boss suddenly make us step up security like this?" The other replied, "Lately someone's been snooping around town digging for information. The boss is afraid what's happening here will be exposed." Song Er squinted, looking at the trucks filled with strange packages. What are they doing down in the valley? She ducked behind a rock to stealthily watch their mysterious activities. Whatever's on those trucks definitely isn't normal cargo. Suddenly, a hidden sensor app detected her presence. Damn it, they actually have a surveillance system here. The guards below immediately got the signal. They pointed at her and shouted, "Over there! There's a strange woman!" One of the guards immediately drew his gun and started firing wildly, ordering his comrades, "Don't let her escape, inform the boss now." Song Er quickly jumped and into a run amidst the hail of bullets tearing up the ground. "Notify the outer perimeter. We have to catch her." She nimbly darted across the rugged cliffs. Trying to escape the closing perimeter, henchmen appeared from every mountain pass to block her path. "Hurry up, she's over here!" "Damn it, Song!" Er stopped in her tracks, surrounded. Her eyes flashed with menacing purple sparks of electricity. "I can't let them hold me up here." A powerful surge of electrical energy erupted from her body, knocking down those who were trying to close in. They collapsed in pain. She steadied her breathing and looked at the equipped gauntlets on her hands. "This was a stealth mission, so I only brought my Beast Core gauntlets. I can't go all out, but it should be more than enough to deal with these small fries." The guards backed away in terror, seeing the electricity arcing around her. "She's an ability user." Suddenly, a large man in a red cloak swooped down from above. He roared authoritatively, "Get out of my way, damn it! How dare you sneak into my territory? Do you have a death wish?" Song Rui stood firm amidst the encirclement, her cold gaze fixed on the dangerous new enemy. She calmly launched a bolt of lightning at him, but the attack only made him flinch slightly. He smiled mockingly, completely unharmed. Instantly, he brutally seized Song Rui's wrist, preventing her from fighting back with his superior strength. The man threw her a great distance, sending her tumbling to the ground. Standing tall amidst the wreckage, the B-rank underground leader coldly demanded, "Talk. Who sent you here?" Songroy suppressed her pain, raising a hand to her mouth. Her thoughts raced with worry. My lightning attack had no effect on him. Could he be an ability user too? Without giving her a moment to rest, the leader waved his hand, ordering his surrounding henchmen, "Get her." Song Rui unleashed purple sparks of electricity around her body, knocking back the soldiers who were about to charge at her. Then she ran straight towards the leader. She grit her teeth, observing, "This guy has a high resistance to lightning." She gathered her last bit of strength and rushed forward. "Even though I can't use my ultimate move, temporarily paralyzing him shouldn't be a problem." An extremely powerful electromagnetic blast erupted, enveloping the enemy. Electromagnetic annihilation. A brilliant purple beam of energy tore through the night. It was aimed directly at the leader's position. However, as the smoke gradually cleared, the man was still standing firm. He exhaled softly. "If it weren't for this, I might have actually lost to you." He revealed a gleaming black armor underneath his cloak. The M-Series military combat suit, a device that can enhance abilities and increase the user's resistance to attacks. Song Rui's eyes widened in shock. She trembled as she uttered, "A military combat suit. Why do you have this kind of equipment?" The leader laughed sinisterly and ordered his men to charge again. "Everyone attack after we interrogate her and find out who's behind this. This little lady is all yours to play with." A soldier lunged forward to attack while Song Rui was exhausted. "Ha ha ha, I'll be the first." She silently gritted her teeth. "Damn it, without my combat suit for support, I enter a state of power depletion after using my abilities." Suddenly, a powerful punch appeared out of nowhere, slamming right into the soldier's face and sending him flying. The newcomer landed decisively on the ground, shielding Song Rui. Yan Hao stood firm, turning his head slightly to ask, "Are you okay?" Song Rui was stunned, calling his name Yan Hao. The henchmen froze in alarm when they saw reinforcements appear. "There's more of them." The big guy Lu Feng roared furiously, promising a handsome reward. "Get them! I'll give you a share of the profits from the ore mine." A horde of crazed enemies rushed towards Yan Hao. The situation became extremely critical. Just then, Jin Oan suddenly appeared, controlling a powerful gust of wind in her palm. She shouted, "Violent storm!" creating a tornado that sent all the soldiers flying. The red-cloaked leader gritted his teeth in anger at the constant interruptions. Another ability user. "Who in the hell are you people?" Jin Oan confidently pointed at him and yelled, "Who are you to dare attack my dear Rui Rui?" Making Song Rui retort irritably, "Who's your dear Rui Rui?" He furiously unleashed a dark purple malevolent energy, roaring, "You dare sneak into my territory, all of you trash must die." Yan Hao narrowed his eyes, took a defensive stance, and warned his comrades, "Be careful. He's an ability user too, and his combat power is at least B rank." Yan Hao arrogantly held up one finger. The enemy asked in astonishment, "Are you saying you can finish this in one hit?" He calmly replied, "1 second." The underground leader charged forward, surrounded by purple energy, roaring fiercely, "Just you! You dare put on an act in front of me?" But faced with the ferocious attack, Yan Hao remained calm and collected. Instantly, he threw a powerful punch accompanied by a new skill. Autumn Transformation, Fist Adamant, Strike. "You're so dead. Might as well test the results of Instructor Lin's special training." The punch exploded with terrifying power, creating a brilliant white pillar of light that shook the entire forest. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the leader lay motionless amidst the rubble, his body smoking continuously after the direct hit. Yan Hao turned his back and walked away. He nonchalantly signaled to his comrades, "Let's get out of here first." The group quickly left on a large motorcycle. Jin Wan drove skillfully while Song Nui sat in the back and Ngim Hao sat in the truck bed next to her like a true boss. When they reached a rest stop by a mountain, Tong Nui turned to look at Ngim Hao and asked, "I heard from Kim Owan that you requested leave from training to come to Chantuk Am to investigate someone." Ngim Hao looked thoughtfully into the distance, then asked her in return with a hint of doubt, "Don't tell me the person you need to investigate is those guys from before." Tong Nui sighed, lowered her head, and confessed, "Actually, I snuck out." Hearing that, Ngim Hao looked at her in utter disbelief. This kid. She can lie without even blinking. Kim Wan, who was in the middle of eating, suddenly chimed in with her analysis. "As for why those guys attacked you, based on my recent investigations, they're probably a local underworld gang." Tong Nui pointed towards the scattered bodies of the guards. "I discovered their base in these mountains, but I don't know what kind of evil they're plotting. However, they aren't who I'm here to investigate." She began to reveal the real reason along with an image of a terrifying monster. I have an uncle who was infected by the red bone during an incident. He went missing after that. Intel said he was spotted here, so I came to investigate. Gim Hao quietly pieced it all together, thinking an uncle infected with red bone. Why investigate in secret? Did the chief of staff forbid her seeing his expression? Tong Yui continued, her voice tense. You still remember Lu Feng, right? My uncle's beastification is even more severe than Lu Feng's, and he's far more dangerous. She looked down at the military dog tag in her hand, her voice filled with guilt. It's all my fault he ended up like this. That's why I have to protect him. Tong Yui clenched her fists, looking straight at Nguyen Hao with hope in her eyes. Inviting you to join the Zi Shui team was my hope of borrowing your strength. To find a way to help my uncle become human again. Gim Hao recalled her vague offers from before, and it all clicked. So that's what this was all about. Tong Yui was willing to defy the chief of staff to save her uncle. So the deal she mentioned back then was this. He smiled gently and agreed. Ethics situation. I'm confident I can handle that. But a beastification like Lu Feng's, I honestly don't know if I can do anything about it. But I'll do my best to help you. That's our agreement. Hearing his promise, Tong Yui showed a rare, radiant, and gentle smile. Thank you. Kim Wan suddenly shivered. He cheerfully broke the romantic atmosphere. All right. Now that everything's settled, let's get going. Tong Yui suddenly remembered something important and asked, Oh, right, but why did you guys come here? Gim Hao looked at her and briefly explained his own goal. Thak is awake. He told me that my little sister Xiao Shui was brought here half a year ago. The group advanced together into the gloomy mountain forest. Gim Hao thought to himself, For the past few days, I've tried everything to get information, but most people here are hostile towards me. I have a feeling that all of these events are connected somehow. He clenched his fist, his eyes shining with determination. No matter what, I have to find my sister. Before them, the landscape of Chan Tukam appeared desolate and mysterious under the twilight sky. Suddenly, a fight broke out in the town. Kim Awan unleashed a whirlwind attack that sent an opponent flying. This is bad. They just keep coming. It's like we kicked a hornet's nest. Tong Yui immediately got into a fighting stance, her cold eyes scanning the area. I didn't want to waste time getting tangled up with them. We're breaking through now. Kim Wan unleashed a powerful glowing whirlwind. There's still a straggler. An enemy soldier was blown away by the immense wind pressure, in absolute terror. Gim Hao stood amidst the rubble, watching a strange figure approach and asked, Who's there? From the shadows, Duangda appeared. He raised a hand in a peaceful gesture. Don't attack, I'm one of you. Captain Duangda looked around, then urged the group to move. Why are you here? This isn't the place to talk. Follow me. He quickly explained while leading the way. I'm under orders from the chief of staff to find your uncle Tong Quan and also to ensure your safety. I heard the fighting earlier and figured it was you all, so I came to find you. Tong Yui was a little skeptical. She asked quietly, Are you alone? Duangda pointed towards the distant mountain ranges. The rest of the team is at a temporary camp in the mountains to report on the situation. We've detected the movements of a beastman, but there's an Overlord-class variant beast active in the mountains. We're trying to find a way around it to proceed. He looked at Tong Yui with an extremely serious expression. The chief of staff's intention is this. If you all turn back now, all punishments may be lessened. Leave the search mission to professionals like us. Tong Yui flatly rejected the offer, her eyes burning with resolve. That's my uncle. We already have a lead. I have to go. If they try to use force against him, I can still be there to stop them. We're good friends, aren't we? We stick together. Plus, we can even help you take care of that variant beast. In the end, Duangda had to give in to the group's determination. All right, fine. Since you're all so insistent, I can't force you. I just hope that after we're done, you'll all definitely follow me back. I'll just let my teammates know. Gim Hao took a pensive step, then suddenly turned and asked Duangda, Just to verify some information. When you guys were searching in the mountains, did you see any structures that looked like a research lab? Duangda paused for a moment, a hint of surprise in his eyes before replying, A research lab. We did see an abandoned structure that looked a bit like one. How did you know? Gim Hao narrowed his eyes. He inwardly confirmed Henry's intel. The lab Athak mentioned wasn't in the quake zone, so it must be hidden in the mountains. This time we definitely have to go in. The group stopped in front of a pitch-black cave nestled deep between steep cliffs. Duangda confirmed, This is the place. Just as I thought, no one's guarding this place. Not even any electronic devices are set up. Just then, Kim Awan suddenly called out, Wait a minute! Captain Tong Tong too took out a long cloth bundle from the back of the car. He seriously handed it to Ngim Hao. I just went back to Kim Owan's car. I didn't get a chance to take this out earlier. This is for you. Ngim Hao asked, stunned. Could this be? Kim Wan gave a mischievous smile, enthusiastically explaining the surprise gift. This is a grand gift for Ngim Hao. We used the Thunder Beast's core and 150,000 alliance points to upgrade your weapon. Ngim Hao gave a slight nod of thanks. Duong Da, standing nearby, looked on with envy at the new equipment. So when do I get mine? I'm the one who risked my neck to bring you all here. Tong Tu cut him off decisively. Business first. Everyone, you must stay alert after we go in. They began to enter the dark tunnel. As they walked, Duong Da guided them. Just go straight ahead. That's our temporary camp. Suddenly, Kim Oan looked at the sensor in her hand, her expression tensing. Huh. The energy readings in here are really chaotic. From a high cliff, a pair of glowing red beast eyes. We're silently watching the group's every move below. 01. A warning. The monster opened its mouth and spat a stream of fluorescent green poison attacking head-on. Kim Wan stumbled back, her eyes wide with terror as death approached. Tong Tu quickly dashed in front to block, yelling a warning to his comrades. Be careful. I can't believe it was hiding here. Duong Da? He gritted his teeth in pain as the poison gas washed over him. Damn it! I'm hit! A giant snake-like monster revealed itself. The info panel appeared Overlord-level rattlesnake. Tong Tu immediately became suspicious as he looked at Duong Da. Duong Da's reaction. It was as if he knew beforehand that the beast would attack Kim Oan. Duong Da struggled to get up. It's very good at camouflaging itself. Our squad suffered heavy losses because of it. I'm poisoned. I'm afraid I won't be much help. Ngim Hao stepped forward with a cold, resolute expression and said, Let me. He braced himself, then shot forward like an arrow tearing through the poisonous smoke. With his newly reinforced gauntlets, Ngim Hao unleashed thunderous blows, making the giant monster writhe in agony. Duong Da was stunned, witnessing the boy's overwhelming power. So, Ngim Hao can take on an Overlord-level beast all by himself. And I actually thought I could compete with him. Kim Wan replied proudly, Of course. Ngim Hao unleashed his full bestialization state, his hands transforming into glowing red demonic claws. He's our ace. Suddenly, Ngim Hao felt an immense pressure bearing down on him from above. A massive collision occurred, sending rocks and dust flying across the battlefield. From within the flames, a fiery bull-headed monster emerged, standing tall, Overlord-level blazing flame minotaur. But it didn't stop there. A spiny steel lizard also burst up from the ground. Overlord-level steelback earth-burrowing lizard. The whole group was shocked. What is going on? Surrounded by 3 high-level monsters, Duong Da panicked and explained, I don't know what's happening. There's only ever been one Overlord-level beast active here before. From above, the leader in red appeared looking down arrogantly at Ngim Hao. You people actually dared to run in here and offer up your lives? He sneered, his eyes filled with cruel vengeance. Last time I was careless. Let's see how arrogant you can be now. Ngim Hao silently observed his enemy, his mind racing with questions. He can also control mutant beasts. But compared to the ones in Red Rock City, the obedience of these beasts is even higher. Just how does he do it? Duong Da looked worriedly at Ngim Hao and instructed everyone. I'm sorry for leading you all into danger. I'll hold off that snake for now. I'll have to leave the others to you guys, Kim Wan asked back. Can you handle it? Don't push yourself too hard. But he replied firmly, I promise to get everyone back safely. I have to fulfill my duty. Ngim Hao turned to Tong Rui with a determined look. Captain Tong, looks like if we want to find our person in peace, we'll have to clean up these obstacles first. Let's split up and move out. Leave that ape to me. This is a good chance to test this move. Tong Rui immediately responded. The whole group shouted in unison, move out, and then charged forward, leaving a determined silhouette heading towards the coiled monster. Ngim Hao instantly deployed a wide-area freezing ability. Ice Age. It completely swallowed the beast in sharp blocks of ice. Witnessing the scene, the red-clad leader sneered from above. Heh, with me here this time, kid. Let's see how you break through the defenses. That little windblower next to you is useless too. It's 4 against 1 now, get ready to cry. Ngim Hao lowered his head slightly, his gaze cold. Facing the pressure of 4 against 1, huh? He unleashed his red bone power, growling threateningly, causing the fiery monster behind him to roar as well. I suggest you take back what you just said. Tong Yi stood defiantly with a giant machine gun, her body covered in purple lightning. When Captain Tong is this furious, even I wouldn't dare to cross her. She swung the powerful weapon, her sharp gaze affirming her choice. This thing is definitely a beast. The giant red flame ox demon threw a fiery punch toward Tong Ni at incredible speed. A massive explosion erupted as Tong Ni deftly dodged. Dodging the attack by a hair's breadth, she leaped into the air shouting, "Taste this!" and fired a brilliant purple energy beam. The direct hit created a powerful shockwave. The monster groaned in pain amidst the smoke and dust. At the same time, Giem Hao with his sharp claws had already closed in on the beast. Giem Hao concentrated his red bone power into his hand. He delivered a heavy blow, knocking the giant monster back. Kim Oan flew down from above her hands, controlling sharp green gusts of wind to support her teammate. The leader smirked deviously. As he watched the fierce battle from the shadows, he suddenly appeared, unleashing a stream of dark energy. Kim Oan was shocked to realize his special ability. Huh. That guy can nullify elemental attacks. How? What a pain in the neck. The barbed steel monster opened its mouth and spat a blazing stream of fire directly at Kim Oan's position. Giem Hao rushed over just in time, pulling her away from the heat. The two stood firm amidst the desolate battlefield. Giem Hao turned to Kim Oan with complete trust. "Kim Oan, we've got it. Leave it to me." She immediately prepared to coordinate. Giem Hao unleashed his maximum power, a dense stream of red bone energy condensing in his palm. Kim Oan shouted as she unleashed her ultimate move. "Watch this, earth-soaring dragon fist." It formed a massive whirlwind. The combined attack created an earth-shattering explosion that engulfed the monster in a blinding light. The beast's colossal body was torn apart, revealing deep bleeding cracks as it collapsed. Bright red energy beams erupted violently from the dying monster's body. Amidst the wreckage, the red-clad leader was stunned. Blood trickled down his forehead. Cough, cough, cough. Giem Hao suddenly appeared behind him at incredible speed, his eyes blazing with killing intent. He coldly delivered the final blow, grabbing the man's face tightly. He dragged him along and threw him towards the monster that was spewing red energy. He then quickly flew in close behind and swung his beast-like arm, slashing a sharp line into the monster. Meanwhile, the red flame ox demon roared furiously as it was restrained by Tong Ni's electron gun. Standing amidst the smoke and dust, Tong Ni shouldered her giant rifle. Proud of her achievement, she thought, "I actually defeated an Overlord-class beast all by myself." Kim Oan ran over cheering. "Nini, you finished it too." Meanwhile, the rattlesnake monster was still growling and struggling, trying to break free from the thick ice. Duong Da focused all his strength, creating a massive wall of ice to imprison the beast. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead as he struggled to maintain his power. "I can't let you interfere with the others," and Giem Hao and Tong Ni shot through the air. They coordinated their attack on the restrained rattlesnake monster. Two streams of energy, one red and one purple, intertwined, delivering a fatal blow to the monster's head. The powerful impact made the creature collapse. Giem Hao landed nimbly and maintained a defensive stance. The group gathered. Tong Yi looked at Giem Hao gratefully. "The weapon you gave me works great." He smiled back. "I'm glad you like it." Kim Oan quickly interjected, "There they go again. You two hurry up and check on the injured." Duong Da forced a smile, trying to act calm. "I'm fine. You guys really are something else. That was a beautiful fight. Captain Duong, thank you for holding it down. I'll report your performance in detail when we get back." Suddenly, the red-clad leader sprang up and fled at an incredible speed. The members of Duong Da's squad immediately raised their guns in pursuit. Duong Da looked at the group with a meaningful glance. "You guys came at the right time. We need to interrogate him thoroughly." Giem Hao quickly rushed forward. He subdued the fleeing leader with his bare hands. Giem Hao grabbed his collar tightly, his voice cold and threatening. Don't kill me. We have limited time. If you confess honestly, you might get to keep your life." He leaned close to the man's ear, questioning the hidden secrets. "What are you people doing in the mountains? Why is there a curfew?" The terrified leader confessed the shocking truth. It's a mine. There's a type of red energy crystal in the mountain, but the military doesn't know about it. We've been secretly mining it to sell on the black market." He pointed towards a distant cave, begging for his life. "Over there. That's the mine. The crystals. They can all be yours, Captain. Just spare my life." One of Duong Da's soldiers confirmed the information. "So that's what the dump trucks were for mining. Captain, when we set up camp, we did see fragments that looked like some kind of crystal on the ground." Giem Hao narrowed his eyes, his voice low as he asked a more important question. "The mine can wait. What I want to know is how you're able to control these beasts. And you... Where did you get that military combat uniform?" The leader stammered, afraid to tell the truth. That... Gim Hao lost his patience and tightened his grip on the man's neck. Speak. He panicked. It was someone who has been supporting us. They provided everything. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. The beast let out a ferocious roar, its red eyes staring intently at the people standing at its feet. Ngim Hao exclaimed in astonishment, "It's still alive!" The leader quickly broke free, a sharp knife in his hand, ready for another fight. The scene shifts to the Zhenzu Yin mine, where glowing red crystals emit an eerie light. A figure cloaked from head to toe walks silently among the jagged rocks. The stranger stopped before a cave filled with energy, whispering to themselves, "This is the place." A gloved hand touched the crimson energy crystal. Inside, it began to vibrate violently. A wave of deep red light spread out intensely as the figure began to absorb the energy into their body. The cloaked figure endured the pain, thinking, this should suppress the erosion for a while. The red light from the stones illuminated the deep corridor leading outside. She took off her cloak, revealing a girl with fiery red hair and demon horns. Tilting her head slightly, she thought, The girl narrowed her eyes, sensing a strange energy fluctuation. She demanded in a low voice, "Who is controlling the anomalous beasts?" The scene shifts to a sunset sky enveloping the entire Zhenzu Yin Valley. At that moment, the leader charged forward. "First I'll kill this brat, then I'll use the chaos to escape." Kim Owan gasped in horror, her pupils shrinking as she failed to react to the surprise attack. Splat fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Tang Yi. He had instantly rushed forward, catching the man's blade with his bare hand. With a cold gaze burning with killing intent, Tang Ye threatened his enemy in a low voice. "You're that eager to die. Then I'll grant your wish." The leader, drenched in sweat, trembled as he watched Tang Ye unleash his power. Just as the finishing blow was delivered, Yan Hao and Song Rui had taken down the demon ape. Song Rui, stunned by her teammate's decisiveness, shouted at Tang Ye. "But why did you kill him?" Tang Ye gave a detached smile, calmly wiping the blood from his glove. "Just a reflex. I didn't think much about it." Kim Wan, still trembling, protested, but there was still so much he hadn't told us. Standing over the enemy's corpse, Tang Ye calmly explained to reassure everyone. He was about to kill Kim Owan. The situation was too dangerous, so I couldn't hold back. "Is there a problem?" Song Rui thoughtfully observed Tang Ye's attitude. She was filled with doubt. "From what I know about Kim Wan, she could have definitely dodged an assassination attempt of that level. It seems Captain Tang is being a bit overprotective." Tang Ye smirked, a knowing smile on his face. "You're not wrong. I know everyone in Ji Shui is an outstanding member, but even if there's just a sliver of risk, I'm not willing to take that gamble," he stated firmly. "I'd rather make a mistake than let a comrade fall into danger." Song Rui sighed, accepting it. "All right then. Is your hand okay? We should head back to the temporary camp and get that treated." Meanwhile, Yan Hao silently watched them go. From a cliff top, a mysterious figure in a red cloak quietly observed the group. Military personnel, the girl thought.